Serious, Redditors who witnessed a murder, what is your story? I was in the military, we were at training camp, and doing rappel training. We had a recruit, 18 years old, that was next in line. He kept saying stuff like, "Drill sergeant, my equipment is malfunctioning, drill sergeant, and drill sergeant, I need help with my equipment, drill sergeant." Of course, the drill sergeant thought he was just being a stupid recruit. After saying a bunch of funny hateful stuff to the kid, that made everyone want to laugh. He said, "You have 3 seconds to rappel, recruit," and started counting. At that point, you could see the fear in the kid's eyes, and we started to realize that he was very serious. When the drill sergeant finished counting, he put his hand on the recruit's chest, pushed him, and the kid fell 60 foot, straight backwards, landing flat on his back. The sound that came out of this kid when he hit the ground, the gurgling, all of it, I'll never forget it. I was later in the first sergeant's waiting room, and our captain was in the office with him. I could overhear the phone conversation with the parents. They assured them, we did everything we could, but, insert name of recruit here, did not ensure their equipment was properly secured, and suffered a malfunction due to his oversight, and that they were in the hospital in critical condition. He died before the end of the night. 2 years later, multiple high-ranking military personnel and NCOs were investigated for similar incidents at that facility. However, I don't know if that instructor ever got in any trouble, or if the family has received any closure. Point edit. To the people who know this story is fake, because I said training camp instead of boot camp, you're a special kind of stupid. Like I give 2 facts about your little made up words and abbreviations. Maybe I don't remember every little detail, because this was 13 faking years ago. I was in the ARNG and honorably discharged after an accident, and my entire existence isn't validated through that which was my military career. Some people have more important things to worry about than your stupid little Boy Scout titles. Take your butt thither somewhere else, and move along, not to mention those of you sending me hateful PMs telling me to die and fuck off. This shows everyone else with half a brain how deep-rooted this shit really is. It only further validates what I'm saying. Point lastly, all negative or dumb comments will be reported and blocked. This is not due to karma whoring. It is because all issues have already been addressed multiple times. With that said, I like to engage with people and address their concerns. So, in doing that, I do not have the time, nor the patience, to address trolls every 5 seconds. Edit X2, a redditor who is still in the service, reached out to me last night and helped me obtain some info. It was 2010, not 2009. Also, they reached out to a contact to forward my story to them, as well as the names of my old DS's first sergeant and captain, in order to find more info on if the DS in question is still active/retired, or if they were ever reprimanded in any way. Also, a way to obtain a copy of my discharge papers, since I was told that if your copy is lost/damaged/stolen you can't get another one. Just wanted to give an update. I've posted this as a comment on another Ask Reddit before, so copy/paste. Also, this was technically a homicide, but was ruled as self-defense. To add, I was 13 years old. My then 18-year-old brother and his then 18-year-old wife lived next door to a family with a teenage son. She started an affair with that 17-year-old son. One day, the son barged into my brother's place and started attacking him. I don't know exactly why, but the wife didn't seem to want to move away with my brother to the army, or some dumb shit. My brother was packing and moving, because he was leaving for the army. He had pulled down a metal pole in a closet to make room for boxes. My brother grabbed that pole and used it to fight off the teen. The kid ran out bleeding. My brother called my dad. We lived a few blocks down the street, and my dad jumped into action. He grabbed one of his hunting shotguns and some bird ammo. He ran out the door to the car screaming for us to call 911. My mom and I ran after him because we were clueless and wanted to see where he was headed. My mom was on the phone with the cop and they were dispatching the one cop that we had in our town. We start running down the road to my brother's place because we saw dad pull in. As we get near, we hear a gunshot and see my dad and brother taking cover behind the car doors they'd opened to climb in and leave. Another shot goes off, and we can see it isn't my dad firing. The teen had run home next door and was bleeding and told his dad my brother was trying to kill him. His dad grabbed his handgun and saw my dad and brother leaving and started shooting. That's the gunfire, mom. And I heard dumbass kept running towards my dad's car. I saw my dad position his shotgun in the car window and fire one round. Then, he and my brother climbed in the car and started driving back at us/home. We all finally get together, and dad says he shot the man in the stomach. Chaos breaks out on our street. Ambulance, cops, and people. They take the other dad away to the hospital and my dad into custody. Within hours, we find out that the man has died. The bird shot hit his liver, and he bled out. Turns out he was an alcoholic and his liver was not going to survive the trauma. My dad was charged with murder and we started receiving death threats in the cover of night. We are moved. We hid for days until my dad was bonded out. Ended up moving far away. Grand jury was convened and I had to testify to what I saw. After all the evidence and testimony was presented, my father wasn't charged because the grand jury decided it was self-defense. We never talk about what happened or anything. Things carry on as normal. That day is forever burned into my memory. I want to add this. My dad never recovered from taking a man's life, even though it wasn't intentional. He ended up hooked on heroin after the church couldn't save him. We lost him to his demons in 2008. My brother has done well for himself, but he had his own battles that he fights daily. I'm not pro or anti-gun. I just wish this had never happened because so many lives were changed. My brother divorced her after he left for the army. She is gone from our lives forever. Also, added, I've tried to answer all the questions I can and added details to my opus. I was riding my bike to work when I witnessed this attack. I was the first person to approach and I was sure this woman was going to die. I heard the truck before I looked, and I watched as she was run over completely with the truck. I watched as both sets of tires ran her over. It was and is the most horrible thing I have witnessed in my life. I was probably 100 to 150 feet away, and as soon as he pulled away I had to have an internal argument with myself about approaching. Like I didn't want to see a dead mangled person up close, but if there was any chance she was still alive I didn't want her to be alone. It was probably only a few seconds, but it felt like forever, and then I went over. She was alive and conscious. I tried to comfort her and started calling 911, but she only spoke Spanish, so I wasn't able to really communicate with her. Another woman had seen as well, and she came running over from across the street. She was able to come over and talk with her in Spanish while I called 911. I think she was able to help her call some family, since I think we were all uncertain if the woman would live. The ambulance showed up pretty quickly and stabilized her. After she was taken away I went to work and tried not to think about it. I actually actively avoided learning anything about the story until now, because the uncertainty of whether she died or not allowed me to believe she was okay. I didn't want to know if she died. This post actually prompted me to look up whether she lived or not, and this is the first time I've even tried to look up anything about that day. I'm happy she made it, and I hope she's doing well. Seeing someone try to kill someone changes you. I don't think about that day every day, but it definitely haunts me. Was working in the off-campus residences at my university. Over Christmas break when most of the students had gone home, I was still there keeping an eye on the place. I was in my little office that was in one of the apartment blocks when I heard a pop, 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 pop noise. It really just sounded like some kids were letting off some small fireworks in the stairwell or something. I looked out of my office window, which was just outside of the bottom of the stairwell, facing south, to see if I could see what was up. As I looked out, 3 to 4 dudes come running down the stairs and take off running to the east toward the complex entrance. About 10 seconds later, another dude comes down the stairs and slowly walks off toward the southwest. I went outside to check and see if what damage had been caused by the fireworks and went up the stairwell. As I got to the top, there was no fireworks debris or smoke or anything, but I saw a cell phone lying on the ground and a single small hole in the wall outside the door of one of the units. At the other end of the corridor there was another stairwell, and at the bottom of that there was an old beater car just idling with the headlights on and a few of the doors just hanging open. Something was definitely fishy about it. I definitely had the what if those were gunshots thought, but there was no gunpowder smell or blood or anything besides that one little hole point to play it safe. I called the cops who said they were sending someone over. The station is very close to the housing complex, and they were there in less than a minute. I gave them a quick summary of what I saw, and they split up to go in the directions I told them that the people had headed. Was less than 30 seconds later that they found the lone guy that had gone off to the southwest. Turns out he had been shot multiple times and had managed to walk across the parking area and turn behind a building before collapsing on the grass. They tried CPR, but when the ambulance arrived the paramedics pronounced him dead on the scene. The other cops who had gone east did find the other guy and arrested them. I ended up having to go testify in court during the trial of the guy that was supposedly the shooter. I told them basically what I wrote up here, but didn't know any of the people involved and never saw faces or anything of any real help to the police. I think I was basically there to establish timeline or something like that. Anyhow, I heard that it was basically a drug deal gone wrong. Two different gangs from two different counties thought the residents' apartments would be empty over the holidays and set up a deal. One party tried to rip off the other party and someone got shot. As I understand it, the shooter guy got sent to prison. I was at the grand opening of a sports bar the night that Manny Pacquiao fought Chris Algieri. The bar end was jam-packed beyond belief, so packed that you couldn't get back to your table without shimmying through the other patrons, trying not to put your butt on the back of their necks anyway. A guy who had paid entered and had some drinks went outside to take a smoke break. No smoking allowed in the bar. There was still an incredibly long line to get inside, so he tried to come back in the exit door. The bouncer told him he couldn't, and that he would have to wait in line and come back in the main entrance, though he didn't have to pay again. The guy was pissed and tried to push past the bouncer. The bouncer eventually pushed him out the door and locked it. The guy then apparently went back home, grabbed his girlfriend's gun, and came back to the bar. I learned this after the fact talking to the owner and via news coverage. He waited until someone left out the exit door, snuck inside and shot the bouncer in the back of the head several times. The bar was so packed that chaos ensued. Almost everyone hit the floor immediately. There were tables, food, drinks, keys, phones, and people all laying on the floor. Other people ran outside. My buddies and I waited for a few minutes until we knew the coast was clear and then got the hell out of there. At the time, we didn't know all of what had happened. As we exited the bar, we literally had to step over the dead bouncer to get to the door. I was lucky enough to find my phone and keys amid the melee. One of my buddies found his keys, but not his phone. He never got it back. Sadly, that sports bar never really recovered from that incident. It closed down for about a month before reopening, but it never achieved the popularity that it should have due to that incident. Happened while hanging out at my bestie's house. For context, I'd like to explain that. 1. Her house faced the side of a popular bar in our town. 2. That particular night her husband was pretty buzzed and had the fire pit out front blazing. And 3. They had taken in my guinea pigs in addition to Thiz when I moved to a place that wouldn't allow them point. So my boyfriend at the time and I at one point go to the basement to give out treats to the piggies. Through the open side door we could hear some commotion going on outside. Didn't think much of it at first until I realized that my inebriated, could possibly be involved boyfriend and I run out the side door to find the husband nowhere in sight, and the commotion is coming from two guys across the street from the bar and one guy in the parking lot arguing. We go back into the basement where we found the husband. He had went inside to grab a beer and then came down the basement steps to gather more cardboard to burn while the fire pit was going, and the three of us begin to chat. Fast forward a few minutes and we all hear pop 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 pop. For a split second we all just look at each other wide-eyed, knowing those pops were unquestionably gunshots. The three of us run out the side door again just in time to see one of the guys from across the street is now in the bar parking lot, and the other guy involved in the argument shoots him 5 more times. The victim goes down, and the shooter stood over him and shot him 3 more times before taking off running up my bestest street. Probably the worst part was that the victim's mom was inside the bar. Her cries were so heartbreaking to hear. Later learned that the victim lived across the street from the bar and his 2 young children ended up seeing their dad bleed out through the window. The killer was found within the hour and stated the argument was over $20 and a woman they were both trying to date. He was charged with first-degree murder and 13 counts of wanton endangerment. I'm not sure if the guy died, but I definitely at least saw an assault with deadly force. I grew up in kind of a rough town up until I transferred from community college. One day I was outside the library when I saw an older man and younger man obviously in an argument about something. The older man was dressed smart casual. In my mind's eye he's wearing a brown sweater and red chinos with leather shoes. He definitely had glasses on, as I distinctly remember them getting knocked off his face. The younger man, to me, was more nondescript. He was likely in whatever streetwear was fashionable at the time. This would have been around 2015, so maybe some tight jeans, bright colors, and some article of clothing with a Sesame Street character. The argument was too far for me to hear its actual subject. Could have been a family conflict, or a classmate dispute, maybe just 2 strangers who'd felt disrespected in the moment. They're really in each other's face, and, honestly, my default attitude is that the young man must have done something dickish to instigate this. Cooler heads prevail, and they both begrudgingly untangle themselves and head out in opposite directions. They're maybe 20 feet apart when the older man sneaks a backwards glance, pivots, and starts stalking up behind the young man. As he approached, nobody said a word. Maybe the bystander effect has us all. Maybe we're all just shocked because we made the assumption that the older man must have been righteous here. His first punch lands clean on the side of the young man's head, but it doesn't drop him. His second swing goes wide as the young man ducks and swings around to respond. The melee starts, and so do the newly awakened calls to stop the violence. From what I remember, both men were sloppy, but the young man was faster. Eventually, a wide hook lands flush on the older man's face, and he goes down. This is when the murder, potentially, starts. I don't remember if the older man went down cleanly, or if he attempted to get up and was knocked back down by more blows from the young man's higher position. I do remember that, once the older man was still, the young man's temper was still flared. He kicked the prone man in the ribs and yelled at him, and all of us, about cheap shots and cowardice. No one responds. The young man, still in a fury, stomps on the head of the older man. I don't remember if he was face up or on his belly. The first stomp again solicited no verbal response from the newly formed crowd. I don't believe his foot landed cleanly, and the older man, or at least his body, also gave no reply to the stomp. The second stomp, however, woke all of us from our stupors and sent the older man's arms and legs into spasms. A cacophony of general protests arose, but had no effect on the young man, who gave a third stomp with similar effect. After this, a friend of mine stepped forward from the crowd and directly pleaded with the young man to stop. This got the young man's attention, and, after some back and forth about no one seeming to care, when the young man was initially assaulted, he stormed off as the crowd hesitantly parted for the possible murder suspect. I believe I was one of the first to call the police, who seemed wholly uninterested in responding. Now that the assaulter was no longer in my field of vision, it was evident that no one in the area had medical training, as the old man was left to his own devices, save for some concerned strangers standing idly near him waiting for the police to come. It was roughly 15 minutes before campus security came and began working on the man, and another 30 after that before we heard sirens in the parking lot. I never got a call back to give a testimony or description of the young man, and I never received a crime alert from our campus notification system. As far as I know, the young man got off without consequence. When I was 6 years old, after school, my best friend, Victor, and I got off the bus, lived across the street from one another, and he had invited to come with him to change clothes, so we could play at the nearby park together. I went with, and we were racing another across the busy street, ran through bushes, a shortcut, and made it just out the perimeter of his yard, when we came to an abrupt halt. We started as my friend's dad was yelling very loudly at my friend's dad's brother. I slowly kept creeping forward as to get to my friend's trailer house when we heard them threatening to kill one another. My friend of course didn't want that to happen and ran towards his father as I was still creeping closer in between these men fighting. Almost in 1 second, my friend got to his father. His uncle had pulled out a gun, yelled "I hate you motherfucker," and we both witnessed the uncle shoot my friend's father in the chest. My friend screamed out and wailing as I stood there frozen not knowing what to do. His uncle ran up to my friend and his dad who had fallen to the ground and kicked my friend to the ground. I yelled out in a concerned and trembling voice, "Victor." My friend put his hand up and screamed, "Run. Call the police." Shocked and scared, my little 6-year-old legs did just that. I ran as fast I could through the bushes, crossed the street with tears streaming down my face, not looking both ways, as I heard a second gunshot go off behind me, made it to my mom's apartment, and called 911. The police came. My friend's dad was pronounced dead at the scene. At school the next day, my dear friend wasn't there. Never showed up again. I knew in my gut that second gunshot had taken my friend's life as well. We were just two little 6-year-olds trying to go to the park after school, and we got caught in the crosshairs of family violence. A part of me died that day. I eventually moved and went to therapy, and even my therapist claimed that was a false memory that I had believed to be real from a bad dream experience. I got in contact with this friend's relatives later in life and they confirmed what I had remembered. That's my story. I got 3 of them. First one was in the early 90s. I was in a convenience store, playing Fatal Fury or some shit, and then I hear a pop followed by squealing tires. I thought it was a car backfiring, but then I ran outside and saw a guy sitting on the sidewalk holding his stomach. Blood was starting to flow on the ground and a crowd gathered, so I went back inside to watch from a more secure location. There was a homeless black guy in there with me who was refusing to leave the store because he thought the police would blame him. They gonna arrest the first end they see. Found out on the news later that the guy died. Second was ear witness only, and in the early 2000s, I was doing whatever on the computer when I hear a series of pops. My neighborhood wasn't a great one, so I was used to overnight gunfire and didn't want to get involved. In the morning the house next door is crawling with police. Turns out 3 college kids were murdered execution style overnight. I left town shortly afterwards. Last one was also ear witness, and only a few months ago. I live next to a biker bar, and while it's been pretty quiet because of COVID, there was an incident over the summer where I was just falling asleep when I heard loud bikes going up and down the street. Then there was that pop. I knew instantly what it was, reported it with the police, then went to sleep. Next morning the police have my street cordoned off, and there's a crashed bike in the middle of the street. They had already cleaned up the body, but there was still a bunch of blood everywhere. Apparently there was a bar fight the night before and someone chased another biker down and gunned him down in front of my apartment complex. Recently, back in 2019, motorcycle. I was riding with a group of 4. We were on an expressway, limited access, that was 2 lanes. Moderately full expressway, I think 50 to 55 miles per hour because of traffic. The speed limit was 60 miles per hour. I'll always remember it. A 2018 lifted red F150 decided to merge from the left lane to the right lane. He definitely looked behind him and saw me, placement #4, and another motorcycle in front of me, placement #3. He didn't look directly to this right, placement #2. He went full force merging right, successfully cutting us off. He also hit the motorcycle to the right of him, pitting him to the ground and killing him. The truck then slammed on his brakes after hitting the motorcycle. The person in front of me slammed into the back of his pickup and flew into the bed of the truck. I had thankfully dodged the F150 and went in front of him. 3 seconds later, the F150 was tapped by another F150, black truck. I forget the year and it hurts so much to even describe this. I just can't watch the GoPro. The lifted F150 driver was pissed that his brand new truck was damaged. He was getting in a fight with the other F150 driver and the motorcyclist in his bed about the damages, and was explaining that he would owe 2 trucks instead. He was apparently related to some lawyer and would sue for millions. Completely forgot he just hit 2 motorcycles. We searched for what felt like forever finding our friend. It was probably only 2 minutes. We got to him, and he looked normally. No blood and helmet was still intact. We didn't touch him, and were calling 911. He never responded to any questions. We shined a light in his eyes and they didn't respond. We ignored MSF and started removing his jacket to feel for a pulse and saw an unbelievable amount of blood. I wasn't prepared. I knew at that moment he was dead, but I tried my hardest to apply pressure. It wasn't helping. I started screaming at the lifted F-150 driver. I started screaming at my friend, placement #1, for deciding to go on a drive. I started screaming at my dead friend, placement #2, for dying. I started cursing God for killing him. I blamed myself for convincing him to join us. I just wanted to die. I had gave up applying pressure to my friend, knowing he was dead, and decided to run in front of the expressway trying to get hit and die too. My friends held me down and forced me to the ground. Point: I don't have health insurance, so I cannot see counseling or therapy. I blame myself. I don't really want to live, but I just try to make ends meet. The lifted F-150 driver got his ticket dismissed because I was screaming I killed him during the crisis while my friends were tackling me. The driver never faced any consequences. He wasn't drunk or distracted. He was just stupid and didn't look. But the system protected him instead of me. I was forced something from the paramedics and was taken to the hospital from ambulance. I hadn't have no insurance because I make too much for Medicare and food stamps, but I skip meals to pay rent. I have debt collectors for my medical debt because my friend died. I still have nightmares of the night. I witnessed a murder. My friend was hit from an inattentive driver. I lost a friend and all my others too because I can't talk to them anymore. I lost my job because I wouldn't ride my motorcycle to work and I can't afford a car. I have thousands in medical bills from overnight suicide watch. I wake up every night in panic. I can't get help because apparently medical care isn't a human right. I stopped going to classes because all I could do is think of the blood. I'm living in my girlfriend's apartment now. I told more to you than I have to her, and I started sleeping on the sofa because I don't want to become too close. I don't know, the situation is faked. Point: it wasn't until March that I started to receive food assistance. I'm still fighting for Medicare access. Insurance won't cover anything because I wasn't hit. I promise my girlfriend that as soon as I start seeing a therapist that I will return to normal. I hope I can keep my promise. I'm still scared. I hope 2021 is better, but I doubt it will be. I posted on a throwaway because obvious reasons. So at the time and I lived top floor of a 12-story apt building. We got home around 11 PM from a movie. 30 or so minutes later we heard a domestic starting in the unit right across from our door. You were looking at their front door when looking out our peephole. After a couple minutes it made its way into the hall, and I got up to be nosy and look out the peephole. Turns out the girl who lived in the unit, her ex, father of her son, showed up because she was having problems with her current boyfriend, who lived with her. The two men got physical and the boyfriend stabbed the father 3 times in the chest with a steak knife. I watched from the peephole in our door and was completely frozen with fear, and all I could do was tell my boyfriend to call the cops. Boyfriend took off down the stairwell. I opened the door and the father fell into our apt and basically into my arms and lap. Paramedics arrived fast and rushed him to the hospital. Police apprehended the father on the same block. I gave a statement in the same clothes I was wearing which had blood all over it. Still went to work the next morning. I tried to call in, but my supervisor had no compassion, and I was only 20 and didn't know how to stand up for myself. The father survived, and we later were able to see him, and he thanked us for basically saving his life. Also went through the whole court system being key witnesses for about a year. As far as I know the boyfriend is still in prison. This was 11 years ago. I don't think of this event often, but when I do I still feel shitty inside for not opening the door sooner to try to stop it. When I was in high school and first years of college, in my country started a horrible wave of violence related to narco traffic and organized crime. My city was particularly affected by this, so I happened to witness 2 murders related to this, both on my way to college. Point first, I was on a bus heading to the subway, and I saw a lot of soldiers out of a convenience store. It was super common to see soldiers on the streets back then, so it didn't bother me. However, there was a military truck in the parking lot and I saw, underneath the truck, the legs of a man lying on the floor. In my 17-year-old mind I thought he was just a homeless asleep on the parking lot of the store, but a soldier approached to him, pointed his gun to this man and shooted him. Thankfully I didn't see the whole scene, but I saw when the soldier shot, and how the legs of the man moved a bit, while a blood rush was growing on the soil, and then he didn't move anymore. Hours later I saw in the news he was an extortionist. The second one was way worse. I was again heading to the college, and I had to pass under a big vehicular bridge. Nothing remarkable. But that day a man was hanging from the neck, with a chain, on the highest point of that bridge. Next to him was a huge blanket with a menacing text from some narco-trafficant against whoever enemy he had. I don't know if this man was already dead, and it was the wind what was moving him, but it was so shocking. I had to take therapy for a long time to get over it. Warning, it involves a child. Let me preface to say that I wasn't in a bad neighborhood. It wasn't past midnight, and no, there was no justification for what happened. When you hear about someone witnessing a murder, you assume they were doing something, or somewhere they shouldn't have been. This is not my case. I thought murders happened in the shadow of the night and I used to think being at home was safe. It was the middle of the afternoon, and I was at my boyfriend's apartment. We were playing video games, and we heard shouting outside. We're on the second story and we look at ground level in the common area, and see a toddler face down, and a woman across the balcony yelling at a man approaching the toddler. At first, I thought maybe the kid fell, and this woman was berating this man. Nope. He walked over to the unconscious toddler, and began to stab it repeatedly with a metal object. We assumed it to be a knife, but we found out after the fact it was a screwdriver. I screamed and turned away from the window, and confirmed with my boyfriend with what we saw. I began to call the police and he went for his gun. I hid out of sight, because I didn't know if the man had a gun on him as well. On the phone, I described to the operator what's happening, what the suspect looks like, and where we are. Meanwhile, my boyfriend told the man to stop what he was doing. At that point he was pacing around. When he didn't stop going for the child, my boyfriend shot at him. Mind you, we are on the second floor, where the man was standing. In relation, it was not possible to aim higher than the hips or the shot might have gone into another apartment on the ground floor. So he was hit in the leg and that got his attention. He then began to beg my boyfriend to please kill him. He expressed how that kid was the best thing in his life and he deserved to die. At that time, I was still on the phone, and I'm crying and asking the operator to please hurry for the police. I'm able to hear the whole exchange and I honestly didn't know what was going to happen next. The man stopped attacking the child, and then the police showed up. My boyfriend lowered his weapon and took the bullet out of the chamber and ejected the magazine. He set it down and headed back in. He told me later that he could see the fear in neighbors' eyes directed toward him. The police came to our door and they brought us to the station and questioned us separately. We both had said we didn't know who that was or who the child was, and we'd never seen them around the apartment before. However, after we returned we realized the man was one of the neighbors we'd see on his patio and give a quick hello to. We'd hear him and his girlfriend argue loudly at times, but we were not aware they had a child. The child did not survive. The dad is in jail. Mom was at work when it happened. My boyfriend now has his license to carry, and I'm working on mine. Today, I bring my gun with me everywhere, within the law. I get called a worrywart thinking and preparing for the worst, but when you witness random violence, you start realizing danger is everywhere. Loud noises like fireworks scare me, and when I hear shouting or a disagreement, I stop everything I'm doing to figure out if there's danger. I've been in counseling for the past decade. I'm justifiably terrified. I'm always aware that anything can happen at any moment. But at the same time, I have a deeper appreciation for life. I know people say this a lot, but I actually mean it. I live every day like my last, because you never know. I don't hurt people out of maliciousness or pettiness, and I don't say things I regret. I'm always honest. I'm open about my feelings, because life is too short to be around the bush. If I have something to tell you, I'll tell you. I believe in love. I believe in togetherness. I believe you can make the world a beautiful place. You just have to put your heart into it. I always tell my friends and family I love them. I've been wanting to share this experience with people, but it just flies over their heads and you don't get it until you experience tragedy or loss. Thank you for giving me a place to share this. I know I'm super late to the party, but I have so many stories to tell. One point, the first murder I witnessed was as a child. I was walking home from the drug abuse program I hung out at. On a side note, I didn't use drugs, but they had a Super Nintendo and let us hang out. Walking home, I saw a guy shoot another guy with a hunting rifle. I ran straight home. Police were there in minutes. My grandmother told me they caught the guy. I really don't know. 2. The second murder I watched was a few years later. I was about 13 or 14. I was in the front yard with my cousin when the neighborhood crack dealer got into an argument directly in front of the house. The guy he was arguing with started riding off on a bike, and he pulled a sawed-off shotgun and shot him in the back of the head. Skin and chunks of stuff were still on the pavement for a few weeks. It smelled pretty bad. 3. The third was when I was 18. My roommate shot a guy in the throat with a sawed-off shotgun, once again with the sword off, at point blank range. That shit was brutal. I was way too close for that. He recently got out of prison and contacted me via Facebook. I was astounded he thought I wanted to talk to him for. The next instance could be counted as the fourth, but it could also be counted as the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. I was in Iraq. It was my very first mission outside the wire. It was technically training from the outgoing unit. We were heading to the Mk-19 range. The Mk-19 is a 40mm automatic grenade launcher. We were told about a family that came to pick up brass from spent ammo. Apparently they didn't give that briefing to the other unit, or they just didn't care. As the family approached the unit that was training us, unleashed hell on the Chevy Caprice. I was a brand new private and unsure what to do. I tried running it up the chain of command. I asked about it a few weeks later and was essentially told to mind my business. It was more professional sounding. Something to the tune of, we can't discuss an ongoing investigation, but the thing is, I was a willing eyewitness, and not once was I questioned. I know this won't get read by many, but for those that took the time to read this, thank you. This stuff eats at my soul and I don't have many places I can talk about it. I think about these people often, and now someone else is too. That gives me some comfort. I'm a bit late to this thread, so my story will probably get buried. I have seen one murder in my life. This might be a bit of a ramble, as this subject is one I always struggle to write about clearly. I was a somewhat normal 17-year-old senior in high school. I had been partying a lot and had made some older friends that year. One of these friends was Avi. He was the nicest out of all of them. Super friendly guy who was super outgoing and always wanted to bring people together. Anyways, one day I went to a party with some friends at this girl's house just outside of town, slightly in the woods. Well, it was the usual experience for a senior in high school at a party with an older crowd. Kinda awkward, but enough familiar faces to be fun and worthwhile. At one point I met this guy who had small cuts on his face and cheeks. They looked self-inflicted. No accident would look like that. Nobody was comfortable around him, but nobody wanted to kick him out either. Another alarming feature about the guy was a knife at his waist. He had a Bowie knife just on his belt. It turns out, this guy was an old friend of my friend Avi. They used to play video games together in middle school, and Avi had run into him in the park that day and invited him to the party. Anyhow, despite this strange guy, the night was going pretty well. Anyway, I'll get to the point. At midnight, Avi went outside to get something from his car. I think it was weed or his bong or something. At this point I'm standing on the front porch and the gravel driveway below is dimly lit. I'm talking to a girl that I had been seeing at the time. Out of nowhere comes an awful scream. I ran down toward the scream. When I got to the driveway I saw my friend Avi on the ground. Standing above him was the guy he invited, holding his knife. He had just stabbed Avi 5 times. I just ran over to Avi and started looking for his wounds. I don't know why, but my only focus was on finding the wounds so I could stop the bleeding. I really don't understand what I was thinking, because the guy with the knife was still just standing there. I found several stab holes and tried to hold pressure on them the best I could. One in the armpit, one on the back of the neck, and another on his abdomen. He died. I was holding this guy and he just died in my arms. And he didn't go peacefully. I won't forget the sound of him spitting up blood and making weird grunting sounds. I'll never forget the amount of blood covering his body and clothes, and I sure as fuck won't forget that smell. I hate talking about it, because it was such a disgusting and brutal way to die, and I hate to think about him like that. When I was 5, I was with my family in a crowd of people on the 4th of July, gathering just before the service at a Korean church in my town. Everyone was laughing. There was great food and music planned for later in the day. Then I thought someone set off a bunch of firecrackers and covered my ears. The next minute, people started screaming, and a man was on the ground with one of my mom's best friends over him, holding his hands against the guy's stomach and screaming for help. I didn't see the victim's face. My mom grabbed us kids and started running to the car, then made my brother and I ducked down on the car floor. There was a lot of yelling and screaming, but I don't remember much else until we got home. We went Bible study that night. Most of the members were from the church where the murder happened. Everyone was just in shock and crying. No one knew how or why at that point, just that a very good friend was gone for no conceivable reason. His parents flew in not long after, and, even though I was a young child at the time, I'll never forget the looks on their faces. There was a memorial at the church. There still is every year, I think, and they stood crying over the spot where he was shot. Their grief was overwhelming to witness, even as a child. Some neo-Nazi/religious nut on a killing spree had just done a drive-by, firing completely indiscriminately into the crowd and killing a prospective PhD student from Korea. He was one of 11 victims, 2 dead, 11 injured. The killer also shot at, but missed 9 other people, in 4 different locations in Illinois and Indiana. All the victims were either Jewish, black, or Korean. Honestly, I saw the whole world differently after that. I myself am white, and that was my first experience with clear, obviously racism. Sure, I'd heard of MLK and the Underground Railroad, but all of a sudden it was real. Someone my family knew was dead, gone forever, solely because of his ethnicity. It was so meaningless and all of a sudden thing that seemed like they belonged in history books. Violent anti-Semitism, Jim Crow type violence, were happening now. I guess I was pretty naive/privileged to have never heard of such things still occurring, but I was also only 5, so I'm going to give myself a little break for that one. Add-on, if you want more information on the murder, the victim's name was Won Jun Yoon. The spree killer was Benjamin Nathaniel Smith. He killed himself shortly afterwards after a car crash and being cornered by the police. Was drunk in line at a pub, was chatting, I think, nicely to her, and her to me. We shared some interests and decided our tables of friends would join once we both got inside. 2 guys bust through the front doors, and one guy was beating the shit of the other, while the other guy was trying to escape. Holy shit, you should help that guy, I asked of the bouncers, but they looked actually startled, and one guy mentioned they are outdoors and won't want to get between them. Well, the man trying to flee fell down, and the assailant stomped on his head. I heard an audible pop and dickhead doing the stomping immediately fled the scene. Again, I'm drunk. I left the line and loudly pronounced, I'm cutting line to go pee and I'll be back out in my place in line. The lady I was chatting was convinced to sneak in with me, and I helped her locate her friend's tables, which already happened to be beside my friend's table. Perfect. I enter the washroom to see a giant brawl had occurred, and those 2 outside, I assumed, were the start of it. The short time I came out the washroom, had swarmed the place with assault rifles, which is very uncommon in Canada, and I find out the guy outside was murdered. We were all ordered to leave with police guarding the doorway. Kinda have ruined the mood, and I never did get that girl's number or even see her as I was escorted out. This was only a few months ago, but I only heard it, didn't directly see it. Boyfriend and I are just chilling in our apartment. It seems a pretty normal night. We'd heard some rowdy sounding arguments from the college kids in the building just next door, but that wasn't so unusual. The only thing I managed to make out was a male voice shouting, "Don't close the door," followed by a female voice repeating the same thing. Few minutes after that, 3 pops go off, echoing from the walkway just our living room window, but the blinds were closed, so we didn't see what it was. Boyfriend and I are startled enough to actually duck, wondering what the hell that was. You know that awful situation denial, where you know what it is deep down in your heart of hearts, but your brain just won't accept that answer? About 30ish minutes later we hear a lot more activity and go to take a peek from the bedroom window. We see cops moving all around. Definitely got some people on the ground, but I can't see them. Again, hard to make out what people are saying, but one of the cops blurts out incredulously, "Yeah, we got 2 bodies inside, so I'd say it's pretty serious." I can hear one of the guys on the ground begging his friend to comply with police orders, his voice breaking and getting choked up from panic. Eventually, one of the cops knocked on our door to get a statement, and we told him all we heard. The next morning, I can see the scene right outside my living room, blocked off with police tape and all kinds of techs and officers moving in and out of the apartment. To this day, that unit is still blocked up with plywood boards over the windows. They only recently unblocked the door. I looked it up later. 2 18-year-olds were shot and declared dead at the scene. I'm really glad I didn't have work the next day, because I don't think I would have been alright. Nothing really prepared me for being present for the murder of my neighbors. This was more manslaughter than anything, but my dad and I heard a loud bang up the street from us when we pulled into our driveway after having dinner. Somehow my dad immediately knew it was a car wreck and told me to hop in the car, and we went to check it out to see if anyone was hurt. We were the second to arrive at the scene, the first being some kids on a go-kart that actually witnessed the wreck. The car was completely mangled and flipped over, so we tried to open the doors to let out the person who we heard screaming. We couldn't get any doors open. In fact, my dad, who is a pretty damn strong person, ripped the passenger side door handle off completely. That was the only door that we could even access. I shit you not though, once the handle broke off we took a step back and all of a sudden the door flung open, like it was forced open. Craziest thing I've seen to this day. We helped out the guy who was on the passenger seat get out. His leg was absolutely broken in half, and he was very distraught. We thought he was the only person in the vehicle until the paramedics showed up very soon after, and they shined a light on the back seat and we saw the completely mangled body of a person who was very obviously dead in the back seat behind the passenger front seat. Turns out, the guy we helped get out of the passenger seat was the driver, and the guy who died was in the passenger seat originally, and they got tossed around because the driver was going 75 in a 35 miles per hour zone and hit a tree and flipped the car multiple times. I'll never forget the condition of the body that the passenger was in when I saw it through the back window. When the paramedics shined their flashlights in the vehicle, my dad could instantly tell he was dead. The driver was drunk and faked up on some pills. Shit sticks with me to this day. Worked at a nightclub in Baltimore in 2010/11. Fights were pretty common, but so we had wandering security staff had to handle all of that, as the door security staff's job is to secure the doors, check kids, make sure drinks don't leave the buildings, etc. So it was common to see a few bouncers sprinting upstairs or through a packed room to separate an issue elsewhere. I'm behind the bar. It's slammed. We are tossing out drinks for a few thousand people, but at one time I looked up and noticed every single security guard rushing to the area near the restrooms. Door guys abandoned their posts. You say, "I'm gonna go check this out." I take one of the bar back shortcuts, every bar/club has them, and pop out from under the DJ stage at the front of the line of security guards who have all now frozen in their tracks. What we found next was a man drowning in his own blood after getting his throat slashed, but at this point he was probably still about 10 meters from us. It seemed like he got slashed. Then tried to run out the back door, but collapsed on the way there. I've never seen so much blood. I'm talking the entire hallway had a long pathway of it, then all over the walls from him trying to flail and figure out how to not die. In the next 30 seconds we found out he was a stick-up boy, robs drug dealers for a living. 3 arrests were made, and later released. We never found the murder weapon or the killer. The venue closed, and now it's a big event space where people's weddings are hosted. If only they knew the ghost that lived there. Point Baltimore, Murderland. When I was 8 I was in a convenience store, and it was held up. Just randomly a city inspector had walked in, just as it was held up. They shot him almost point blank. After the guy ran out the clerk called the ambulance and I ran out and ran home, and never said anything. When I was 12 I was homeless living in a dumpster down a back alley behind some office buildings. I lived in the recycle bins. Nice. Clean. Plenty of shredded paper, so the insulation was good. One day I woke up to a screaming. A homeless man had jumped another homeless man and was punching him in the guts. He must have had a knife because the guy was bleeding like crazy. He just kept stabbing and stabbing. After like 5 to 10 minutes of stabbing he just walked off like it was nothing, and a few people found the body immediately. When I was 15, half on the streets half living out of random houses, one of the houses I stayed with I walked in on someone who had cut their wrists in the tub. Called the ambo, but they must have done it a while ago because they were ice cold. Like the temperature of raw meat left out of the fridge. Not worn. Next, when I was 17 in Indonesia someone was shot in the head in front of me. 2 of the locals. Everyone everyone ran. It was broad daylight, lots and lots and lots of people. In a busy market area. Cops were there in under 2 minutes. Killer also ran. No idea if they got him, and people went back to work in a few minimums like nothing happened. Probably something everyone knew was going to happen, like a love fight or a gang hit. Last one I swear, and it's not a murder. I was called because my grandmother was in hospice and I was holding on her last legs. Took the day off work, went over. She could barely say one word without pausing. I held her hand for 9 hours until she passed away, and even after the heart monitor said she died I held it for another hour while I read a book to her because I know brain death doesn't occur for a while afterwards, so I wanted her to 100% know till the end she wasn't alone. I've also seen a bike rider go under the wheels of a turning truck on the inside edge. They turned to toothpaste. Someone get chopped in half in Indonesia. Tribal war. And someone who was set on fire. Drug gang related. They were when I was an adult, so less traumatic. I have severe depression and bipolar. I get flashbacks of the first ones, and every day I feel like it could be my last. I work, have a career, partner, kids, etc. Everything's dandy. But there's now a dark side I don't share with anyone, and I've done CBT multiple times to scrub the memories. So it was an attempted murder. The police officer ended up surviving. But about 15 to 20 years ago, my friend and I were standing across from the street from the boardwalk, which is a little beachside amusement park in my hometown. All of a sudden, we heard a series of bangs from the neighborhood nearby. Used to have a reputation for drugs and gang activity, at least as much as Santa Cruz is concerned. They were very clearly 2 different calibers, so we knew it was gunfire rather than firecrackers. A minute later a police cruiser comes speeding from the direction of the shots and drives against traffic on the one-way street and swerves to the area directly across from my buddy and I near the bumper car ride. The driver gets out and runs around to the passenger side and grabs his partner from under both arms and drags him out of the car. Some other people run over as the injured cop is laid out on the pavement, and when they remove his shirt we can see a massive blood stain on the white undershirt beneath his vest, and it turned out later the shot had just missed the body armor and I hit one of his lungs. The 2 of us just stared with our mouths agape, and then we heard the sirens. The police station is maybe a half mile from here, and I have never seen so many police cars at something other than a riot. They swarmed down the street, and this part of town is sort of cut off by a river, not quite an island, but only so many points of entry. They shut down the bridge and the railroad trestle over the river, and when we were trying to leave they were searching all the traffic for the suspect. Meanwhile we saw the cop go by in an ambulance as they were transporting him to the hospital, frantically working on him. Apparently, and this is just the rumor I heard at the time, but the 2 cops came upon a guy shooting dope in a phone booth. He was apparently they were looking for, and rather than get locked back up he shot at both officers, hitting the one. I don't recall what happened to him, but I think they found him and killed him. Truly wild to witness the whole thing. Santa Cruz has had its share of violent crime, but it's mostly just in the running as a bike theft capital of the state. This child obviously didn't have the intention of murdering anyone, but this accident resulted in the death of 3 people. I live 2 doors down from a house that always has something going on in it. A few years ago a young mother of 4 was beaten to death by her boyfriend and he shoved her body in an upstairs closet for a few days while he partied in the house, and then he buried her in a shallow grave next to the train tracks across from my house. Not long after he was arrested and charged with her murder. A drug dealer moved and Hoss house was raided quickly after. It wasn't vacant for long. A mother, father and their 3 children moved in. I can't remember how long they lived there, but their older children I think were around the ages of 3 and 4 were always running around outside in bare feet and diapers regardless of the weather. One night something happens, and the father is carted away to jail. The very next day my husband calls me frantically crying while I'm at work. As it turns out the mom had just had twin babies and was sleeping on the couch. The oldest boy, I think he was 4, took his brother, 3, upstairs while his mom and his 9-year-old sister were downstairs. He had gotten a cigarette lighter and somehow caught his room on fire. The neighbors on the other side heard the little boy screaming and alerted the mom that there was smoke coming from the window. The mom got the 9-year-old sister and the 2 twin newborns outside before running to the little boy's bedroom. When they didn't return, a few of our neighbors who had called 911 rushed into the house but could not get into the bedroom door. Meanwhile the little boys had stopped screaming and flames were pouring out the window. The neighbors that were attempting to break down the bedroom door had to flee as they could no longer see or breathe. The firemen were able to break down THW door and extinguish the flames, only to find the mother with 1 boy in each arm, all 3 having perished from smoke inhalation. A mattress had somehow gotten wedged against the door, making it impossible for them to get out. My husband was among those that tried to help, and he was interviewed for the news about what happened. He watched all 3 of their bodies being taken out, and he still gets emotional talking about it. Very sad. The 2nd floor of the home has since been demolished, and the home is now a ranch-style house, home to a lovely family. Not exactly witnessed, but this happened in the area I live in, and I've been wanting to speak about this since it's really faked with me for the past few weeks. So I live in a trailer home park in an area that's well known for having people that always cause trouble. About 3 weeks ago, it was the weekend, and I was just playing some video games. I heard some gunshots. I didn't think much of it, since a few people here own handguns. Especially high school kids. It honestly scared the crap out of me. Then I also heard a car going on full speed. It all felt suspicious, but I didn't think much of it. Then it's Sunday and there are breaking news about a body being found in the desert that's near the trailer home park. They didn't give details on his death, and I went to see the comments, and people who live around the area were thinking it was the gunshots they heard. The next day is when things get even more serious. The body identified was of a student who went to my high school. He was supposed to graduate this year. Then on the Tuesday of that week, they found the first suspect. My friend shared it on Facebook. I saw the man's face and he looked like someone I know. I was hoping it wasn't who I thought it was. I clicked on the article, and it was my best friend from high school. I was hoping it wasn't him, but it was. I broke down in tears and I almost passed out. I couldn't believe that the guy who accepted me for who I was and protected me from a lot of things. I was a little freshman, and he was a junior. He would ward off everyone who was mean to me. He supported my performances. He would visit and greet me with a warm smile. I just couldn't believe he would get himself in such a mess that he won't ever recover from. And then they arrested a second suspect. The second suspect I didn't know well, but he seems very suspicious to me. His social media is usually obscene stuff and drugs. When the whole news broke out at first, he was just the victim's friend who got assaulted after the murder happened, and he was in his relative's home. But later that week he got arrested as well. He tried to get away with it. I'm not defending the dude who was my friend. All that came out after all that is that both were intoxicated, and both are now blaming each other for the murder. But that's it. That's the insane story that happened in my area. I'm still trying to keep my mind off of it, since it's been stressing me out so much. I was a party, lots of underage drinking, but overall a good group of people. Some uninvited guests showed up with the intention of causing trouble. My best friend went down to the door to ask them to leave, since the homie owner was too afraid to do it herself. I followed down the stairs a few moments later and witnessed my childhood babysitter stab him in the chest. Everything afterwards is a blur. All I remember is running, non-stop, frantic running, to our mutual friend's house and calling my, now ex-boyfriend. He told me not to call him because he didn't want to be involved with the police. I spent the rest of the night in the police station giving statements and consoling friends. I went home and managed an hour or two of sleep, and when I woke up I found out through a Facebook status that my best friend had died on the way to the hospital. I have never felt such heartache. Someone I loved dearly was taken from me by someone who was a big part of my childhood. My parents were fairly close with the murderer and her family. My dad pretty much helped raise her sister. All I remember is opening my parents' door and collapsing on their floor. The next few months are basically non-existent. Testifying in court was a nightmare. I wouldn't wish any of it on anyone. If there's anything else worth mentioning, it's that my current partner and I ended up together while we helped one another through the grief. We will be together 10 years this September. Silver lining, if there's one to be found, and I'm so very thankful to have him in my life. TLDR. Childhood babysitter and family friend murdered my best friend. One of my good football friends was killed his senior year of high school. I'll just call him Dave here. We were all out drinking one night out at one of our friends' clubhouses. It was a huge event, like 150 high schoolers all tipsy and playing in a huge beer pong tournament. It was about 12:30 that night and things were starting to taper off a bit. However, Dave had been in a prior argument with another person at the party. I and a lot of my other friends thought that the argument had subsided and we'd all be home soon chilling. God, I guess, had other plans after most people had left. Dave and a few others of us were winding down and talking in a circle group in front of someone's car. Dave was leaning on the car's hood at the time, hands just in his pockets, when out of the blue the person Dave had been arguing with came from behind us and pushed through the group until he was standing right in front of Dave. That person said some very distasteful words to Dave, and without any prior movements just uppercutted Dave. Dave went limp. The person got scared and hopped in one of his buddies' cars and took off. That night we tried everything from tapping him, trying to get him to wake from a friend who was a nurse, to look at him and see what we could do. We gave up after about say 10 minutes and rushed Dave to the hospital at like 1 AM. I personally didn't drop Dave off at the hospital, however I did help carry him to the car that shot him off. I woke up that next morning being told Dave had passed last night when he was hit. 2 of his discs in his spine had severed and artery. They said he died probably 2 minutes after impact. The person who hit Dave at the time was only 17. His punishment was that until he turned 21 he could not stay out past 7 PM. Bullshit if you ask me. The family wouldn't have even pressed charges if he would have just said sorry. I was a witness in court for his sentencing, and not a hint of emotion on his face. We are coming up on 4 years now we've been without him. I still think about him almost daily. He was one of my brothers in Jerseys. Witnessed a domestic violence case in a shopping mall parking lot. I was 14. Ex-husband came to the mall to stalk his ex-wife. Confronted her at her car. My brother and I were in our car leaving, and we saw this guy beating up this woman, tossing her around. She looked us in the eye and screamed, "Help me." We screeched to a halt, jumped out of the car, and the husband wrapped a rifle he had wrapped in a towel and pointed it at us. We jumped in the car, ducked below the windows and drove to get security and or cops. After we found security we went back to the scene with him to get the guy, cause the guard had a gun. Well, as we got back to the location, an undercover cop was there with his gun aimed at the ex-husband. He was running towards the mall with his rifle. He aimed his rifle between some cars and shot 6 shots. Again we sped off as bullets began to fly from the cop and the shooter. We parked at a garage and walked back to the scene with about 10 mechanics with tools as weapons. But all was quiet. As we found the location, the ex-husband was shot in the head at our feet. Blood just beginning to run across the pavement. I wondered where the woman was, so I ducked down and looked under cars and I saw her dead between some cars. That's when I realized I witnessed him shooting her. It was 1986 Topanga Plaza. I'm now 48 years old and it still haunts me. I spent decades wishing I had been killed that day, seeing her yell for help, and then having heard I was worse than getting killed myself. I'm better now. But her face asking me for help still haunts me. Survivor guilt is huge. Now, anytime I witness a guy in public faking with a woman, I'm on a suicide mission. Stop it. It has made me a little psycho, to be honest. For years I'd jump to the ground when a car backfired, and I'd never sit near a window for fear of being shot. I never got therapy. Cops basically arrested me afterwards to force me to make a statement. I was 14. No help. No therapy. No hugs, nothing. Just thrown in a police car for hours. Taken to a station and forced to recount the story. Not necessarily a murder, more like attempted murder and self-defense. A few years ago we were driving home in dissipating rush hour traffic and noticed two cars weaving in and out of lanes. It was a 4-lane road, two on each side, and it looked like the cars were trying to cut each other off. One would get in front and slam on brakes, they both honk and yell, then the cycle would repeat. At one point they were next to each other, and we could see them talking shit to each other. At first, our car was 3 or 4 cars behind them, but by the time we came to a stop at a red light, we were right behind one of the cars. The other car was in front of that car. I had just gotten done telling my boyfriend that we should let those cars get further ahead of us when the light turned green. At the time I was worried about them causing an accident. Right after I said that, we see the guy in the first car get out and start walking towards the car in front of us. The guy in front of us opens his door, but only gets part of the way out. He had one foot in the car and one on the road. That's when I noticed the guy in front of us had a gun in his hand and was pointing it at the other guy. From my view I couldn't see the other guy's hand, but my boyfriend saw it. I remember him saying, "Shit, get down, they both have guns." But it all happened so fast that by the time he said it, there were 2 flashes and pops coming from the guy in front of us. Then guy in the first car starts to stagger back towards his car and gets about halfway inside, kind of sitting sideways and slumped over in all the mess. Most of the cars speed away in a panic. The guy in front of us gets back in his car before the other guy even makes it back to his car and peels out, turning into an apartment complex about a block ahead. We could tell the guy in the front was it. My boyfriend told me to wait in the car and he walked up to check on him along with another witness from the lane next to us. After about half a minute he motioned for me to come over and they started pulling him out of the car onto the road. My boyfriend took off his shirt and put it under his head and I started asking if anyone knew CPR. I was a dental hygienist at the time and knew CPR, but had never done it on an actual person. No one spoke up, so I started compressions. Just by luck there were 2 paramedics off duty at a bar in the strip center next to us. They heard the shots and came running over. One stayed with me to help with CPR and the other ran to get a kid out of his car and took over until the ambulance got there. I knew the guy was gone though. He had no pulse and there was so much blood everywhere. He was shot once in the upper part of the stomach and once in the chest. Even though I hadn't done CPR on an actual person before, it felt futile. He was dead. When they pulled him out of the car, the other guy, I thought he had fled. But once the cops got there, this guy started yelling for the cops from the sidewalk on other side of the street. At first, I think the cops thought he was another witness, because a number of people that had witnessed it had pulled into the strip center to wait, and a crowd had started to gather. But he kept yelling and waving his arms and the cops just told him to stay there and wait. Eventually my boyfriend walked over there to see what was so important and the guy told him he was the other shooter and was trying to surrender. My boyfriend asked him where the gun was, and he said he parked his car at the apartment complex and locked the gun in the trunk. My boyfriend came back and told the cops and they went over and arrested him. We ended up having to stay at the scene for over 6 hours. They had all the witnesses standing along the sidewalk spaced out, and we weren't allowed to talk to each other. Everyone else got to leave after they spoke to the detective, but we had to wait longer because our car was in the road and part of the crime scene. The shooter was never charged, and they actually let him go at the scene after talking to the witnesses. They were both definitely guilty of road rage, but the other guy got out of his car and walked towards him with a gun. kept coming even with a gun pointed at him. So that part was clearly self-defense point. It was all very surreal and still is. I had nightmares for months. I also don't react on the road to anything. No more laying on the horn or flipping someone off. Road rage is deadly and you never know who has a gun. When I was 18 I accidentally became involved in a drug and prostitution crime syndicate in the middle of Beverly Hills. On a semi-daily basis seeing Robin Williams, Christian Slater, Shia LaBeouf and many other notables come to our apartment complex to purchase goods and wares from the owner. Having a strong computer knowledge, the owner of the operation decided he could use me and my skill set to have him set up cameras, research people, set up fire alarms, and also hack certain people to get information. In exchange he would provide me with free rent. It started to get weird when about 6 months into this, he invited me over to a mansion on the west side. It was totally empty. He was loading shotguns onto a wall in a room and putting guns into the sofa. We all went into the garage to have a smoke. I noticed there was a tarp on the ground, which I thought was a bit unusual, but I figured he was just moving in. A gentleman came in and joined us. The garage started to close and we were talking. The guy was apologizing to him about something, and next thing you know, in a quick moment he pulled out a gun, silencer attached, and shot him in the back of the head. I realized later on the only reason I was invited there was to be witness to a murder, something he could hold over me. I remained totally calm like it was normal and the rest of the people there were set up, and opened the garage. My guess was to alleviate any potential suspicions the neighbors might have. He took me inside and said he wanted me to start working for him full time. They asked me if I could go get some power tools as they needed to cut him into pieces and put him in a barrel. I smiled and told him it sounded great, gave him a hug, immediately left, packed up everything I owned, and threw my phone out the window on the way back to Sacramento. A month later I got an email requesting I come back to collect my deposit. And he wanted to see me to smooth things over, confused to why I left. I never spoke to them again, and last I heard he got testicle cancer and was a devout Christian. This is 1 out of 2 murders I've witnessed. If you would like to hear about the other one, totally different scenario invoking Owen Wilson and me panhandling. Peace Corps. Early 2000s I was a teacher in a medium-sized city for the country. Corporal punishment was the standard, and the art teacher was well known for using his meter stick to hit children who did things incorrectly. One day there's a commotion. One of this teacher's students is outside his classroom with an open bicycle chain, wielding it like a whip. He's telling the teacher to step outside. Now, the school is itself outside. There are no hallways. The room I'm in is next to his. My students hear the noise and run outside. Despite him hitting the kids love and protect their teachers. The other students surround the kid with a chain in an attempt to subdue him, only getting close for a moment at a time. As one student manages to sneak up behind him, the kid with the chain pulls a concealed knife from the front of his pants. In an attempt to get distance from the crowd, he swings the knife in a circle and stabs the one student who had managed to get close. The kid with the chain realizes immediately what he had done, and it's long enough for the crowd to jump him. My students who are out there are now helping the victim. There's number 911/999, but luckily there is a local hospital about 1 kilometer down the road. They pick him up and carry him to the hospital, but he subsequently dies. This was pretty early into my service and I didn't have a great handle on the language. I didn't know what to say to the students the next day, but when I arrived at the victim's classroom, we just sat and worked silently. I lived in a sketchy part of town when I was young. You know how people say that the cops won't even show up there, but most people don't really believe that's a thing. Well, that's a thing. I lived on the 2nd floor, which I appreciated. I felt a little safer up there, and I could sit on the roof of the 1st floor awning and smoke cigarettes without having to go outside or unlock my door. So there I sat, with my little calico on the windowsill behind me, just smoking a cigarette before bed. Don't smoke, kids or adults. Some people come out of a downstairs apartment a couple buildings over, and they're pretty rowdy. I slide back up on the awning, into the shadow. Then I note another group of people coming up the road from the other direction. They also seem to have at least a handful of people, and are a little raucous. Both parties on foot. They meet by the street nearly right in front of my apartment. As they are nearing each other, they get even louder. Now they don't sound excited or possibly drunk, they sound angry. The group that came out of the apartment was only 3 people, but those coming up the road were 7 or 8, all young men and boys. I'd guess mid to late teens through mid 20s at the oldest. The 7 to 8 seemed to have a particular problem with one guy in the smaller group. I was only catching bits and pieces, and I was on high alert, but it seemed money was owed. They hurl insults and slurs and that turns into a brawl. I'm already on the phone with police when I hear the shots and dive in my window, tackling the cat in with me and slamming it behind us. I pull the blinds and sit on the floor to look out as low as possible. Someone in the larger group shot someone in the smaller group, likely several times. He's laying on the road, but he's moving. He's writhing around in pain. I tell the operator someone's been shot and everyone else is running. We need EMS and police as soon as possible. She says to stay calm, they're on the way, and lets me off the phone. I watch briefly and get my medkit. I was in nursing school and working in home health. I grabbed a rather ridiculous knife, a pocket knife, a headlamp, and my .38. I head downstairs and peek out my front door with the chain on. I take a deep breath, feel a little bit like I'm gonna puke, and throw open the door. I'm a nurse. I have to help. I get about 2 steps away from the porch when a little beat up old Gia Metro pulls up and 2 guys get out and throw the gunshot victim in the back. They speed away as fast as a Metro can go. I later learned that he was a 17-year-old boy and the death was over drugs. He was taken to the hospital by friends and made it into surgery for his wounds, which were mostly to the stomach. The surgery was not a success. I never got a straight answer on what happened, but he did not survive. The police never came that night, nor did they come around asking for information about what happened. They also didn't return my several calls over the next few weeks trying to tell them what I could remember and what I'd seen. I witnessed a full-on murder once and have stumbled upon the immediate aftermath of a multiple victim shooting when I was in my early teens. The bus to my school was at such an unrealistically early time that I could never make it. It picked up at 5 AM. My mother was awful and neglectful, so I would be up into the night taking care of my much younger siblings, one an infant. There was just no way. So instead, I would take the city buses. Of course, those didn't actually go to the school. The closest stop was one in a really sketchy area, with multiple closed and abandoned factories, etc. I would get off the bus there and walk the remaining 20 minutes to the school, cutting through these abandoned properties. It was early morning though, so it never felt especially unsafe. One morning, I was walking, and there was a guy walking along a bit in front of me. Another guy crossed over from the other side of the street, stopped the guy, pulled out a gun, and shot him in the head, and he just dropped. He looked over at me, a terrified 14-year-old, and said, "Put your head down and keep walking." So I did. I told them at the school when I got there, but of course they didn't seem to believe me, and I never heard anything more. But there was no way he could have survived that. He just dropped and that was it. The other incident was when I was 10 or 11. I was walking home from the local corner shop and a small child came running past covered in blood. I was stunned and looked in the direction he'd come from, and there were people on the ground and a woman stumbling and covered in blood. I ran home in utter terror. When I had come out of the shop a couple minutes earlier, 2 guys hopped in a car in front of me, and one paused for a second and really glared at me in a scary way. We contacted the police and I ended up being asked to choose him out of a book of photos, but I didn't choose the right guy, so that was the end of that. It seems he shot up a whole family of some rival over drugs, including children. Went to our regular bar to hang out after finishing our improv show. Dive little bar, but they had served us when we were still underage and we always had gone there. After show, some dude in a ski mask came to the bar. Took me a minute to realize he was holding a gun. He's trying to hold the place up, which seemed odd since it was a shithole little dive bar. I mean, how much money could they possibly have in the till? Couple $100 maybe? 2 of the other regular customers, guy and a girl, were shooting pool and decided to do something. They got on either side of the gunman and tried to take him down. He wrestles with them and shoots the woman in the chest. He runs out, and we have to watch as the guy performs CPR, but the woman basically suffocates right there. I guess it's tough to take a breath when there's a big hole in your lungs. The cops showed up, but she was already dead. We all gave statements and apparently my mind played tricks on me, because I distinctly remember the ski mask being red, but everyone else said it was blue. Our improv group broke up a while later. People moved, got other jobs, etc. But we still see each other from time to time and it still comes up. Some of us were affected more than others. Some basically have a general idea of what happened, and others remember every detail vividly. Started dating my current girlfriend a little over a year ago, and she lived 3 blocks from that bar. Felt weird every time I drove to her house. I was in 5th grade. It was 1996. I went to an old school in Philly and my class was on the top floor facing the recess area. We would always go to the windows and watch our parents walk down the street toward the 30-foot fence surrounding the school, where they would wait until the bell rang to pick us up. I stood next to a classmate who I knew very little before this. We both were watching our parents walk down the street toward the school, her mom and aunt ahead of my mom by about half a block. Her family reached the corner just before crossing, and a dark van rolled up next to them from my right. They stopped at the corner for a few seconds, and then they screamed as the driver unloaded his pistol on them. He pulled away to my left, and they were laying in the street. The girl next to me started screaming. My mom had heard the shots, and ducked behind a car. The school went on lockdown and all the parents were trapped outside. After about an hour the school released us, and we saw on the news he was caught the next day. It was her stepdad. Edit. This was the first time I saw a murder. I had a neighbor get robbed on his porch once, and the guy shot him in the stomach with a shotgun. I'm also a veteran. Not that I had to shoot my gun ever, but I've had lots of them going off around me. I've also had the back of my house shot up. I've been shot with frozen paintballs, jumped repeatedly, stabbed twice. Philly has not been good to me. At an beach party in West Australia around 2013. Couple hundred people there. Standing by a fire with my girlfriend, when suddenly there is a commotion, where some dude is running towards us with a mob of like 50 people chasing him. Few dudes catch up to him, and start throwing punches and kicks at him as he's trying to flee. Falls down to the ground and rolls onto his back. He sits up as he tries to get up off the ground and just see this orange flash right behind him as some dude ran past and hit him in the back of the neck with something. Dude just drops backwards onto the sand. People start screaming and running around like crazy. It really didn't look like much, but the orange flash was the light from the fire reflecting off of a machete that was swung at him and hit him in the back of the neck. We got close enough to have a look since I still didn't really know what had happened yet. It was only 10 seconds after he was struck, but his skin and lips already had a grey-blue tinge to it, and he was clearly dead. Not even any blood to be seen. Guess the sand was absorbing it. Some poor girl got down and was crying trying to give him CPR, but she clearly didn't know what she was doing. Story went that apparently he had abused or groped some dude's girlfriend in front of everyone, hence the angry mob chasing him down. And then some dude macheted him. Girlfriend and I were high on ecstasy too, so it was pretty crazy, but really, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought witnessing a murder would be. Maybe had the wound not been hidden underneath him, and not on sand, the ordeal probably would have been more traumatic. 3 buses of police showed up the next day with like 90 police officers, and it was a 3-day manhunt to find the dude, since he had just turned east and fled into the desert after he killed him. What was a much more traumatic experience was seeing a dude get brain damaged in Sydney Central Station on my way to a rave about 10 years ago. Dude is walking along with 2 girls when 2 blokes can running up from behind him out of nowhere. The first dude at a Sprint King hit him in the jaw from behind. The dude never even saw or heard them coming. He was clearly KO'd before he hit the ground, but it gets worse. His head has hit the concrete ground with a sickening crack and his head bounced up like a soccer ball bouncing. The second attacker has then, again at running pace, kicked the dude's head mid-bounce as hard as he could, and then both attackers fled. The dude immediately went into that fencing position with a leg awkwardly raised up and hands curling around in a weird way. The fencing position means brain damage from my understanding, and started having a full-on seizure a few seconds later. My friends and I were just in shock, and the women with him were trying to help, but no one knew what to do other than try and stop him swallowing his tongue and calling an ambulance. Friends and I left about 10 minutes later, since there was nothing we could do to help, and the dude still having this crazy violent seizure. When we left point, also not one I witnessed, but a friend's sister was a meth addict and was brutally murdered and dumped in a lake by 2 other junkies that stole like $50 and a couple hits of meth from her. They broke nearly every bone in her body. Some people in this world are faked. I moved into a new condo. Nice neighborhood. Nice building. Half of the complex was open-aired, with a big fountain on the first floor. There were also nice amenities, pool, gym. I was moving in and was unpacking with the door open. This new place was on the second floor and the door to the condo was at the end of the hallway. I heard what sounded like a kid/kids yelling outside, like they were on their way back from the pool. But the yelling/screaming was getting louder. When I came out to see what was going on, I saw blood all over the floors on my level. Like a lot. The walkway was probably 200 feet in length. I could see who it was, but when I came out further and looked down to the area with the fountain, this lady appeared. Her head was split wide open. I saw everything, but I feel like I've blocked it from my memory. I ran into my apartment and grabbed a towel and my phone and ran down to her. I called 911, and when I got to the lady, another girl in the complex took the towel and wrapped it around her head and held her. 911 said they've been getting a lot of calls and asked what happened. And I said I figured she had fallen and split her head open. They asked me to ask her. Meanwhile, the police and ambulance were on the way. I asked her what happened. She at this point was barely able to put a sentence together, understandably, but she then said something husband, something baseball bat. I told 911 I think she said her husband hit her with a baseball bat. They told me to make sure the police can gain access easily to the building. So I opened up all the gates and prepared for them. There was about 8 to 10 cops that showed up, guns drawn. They asked me to lead the way. I basically started to take them where the blood trail was, which lead to the second floor and into the second half of the building, which was not open-aired like my side. At one point I just stopped going with the police and held back to direct the rest of the latecomers. But as cops would go by me, you could hear other cops reporting on their walkie-talkies. Stuff like he's barricaded himself in his condo. We are breaking down the door. I went back down to where the lady was with her head split open and there had been another neighbor who had come home to the scene, who was a paramedic. At this point the lady was losing it, and the paramedic was talking with her and asking her not to close her eyes and asking all sorts of questions. The police bring out this 80-year-old man in handcuffs. The lady that spilled her head open survived. It turned out that it wasn't her husband, but her mother's husband, her stepfather. She walked in on him beating her mother to death with a baseball bat, and he cracked her over the head with it, and she managed to run away afterwards. The police interviewed me pretty quickly. I had blood all over me and my hands. They told me to go back to my condo and not wash my hands or not to leave the apartment until the crime scene investigators could rule out who or what. I was pretty shocked and just went ahead and washed my hands and changed my clothes. They pretty much locked down our building. News helicopters were flying around. News cameras were lined up outside our building. We got interviewed by some. They asked if I would be willing to be a witness at the trial, but he ended up getting convicted pretty quick. Shut and closed. I knew the restoration company in person who were hired to clean the condo afterwards, and they seemed quite bothered by what they saw. Not a great first day at my new home. Our next door neighbors had 3 kids. 2 hers, 1 his. That's important. The 2 oldest were girls and my youngest daughter was right between their ages, and they were all good friends. The girlfriend/mom Kayla and I were okay friends, and I was always trying to help her with her boyfriend's daughter Lily. She had the kids all day while he worked. Lily's birthday was in the first week of December, and she had a wonderful party. Her daddy got her a Power Wheels motorcycle and Kayla got her a Tinkerbell cake. She introduced everyone to everyone as they came in, And yeah, I've never seen a more excited little girl. 2 weeks to the day later, I was out on a walk and I chatted with a friend and came home. As I walked in the door, a hand reached around and grabbed mine. It was Kayla. She begged for help, saying Lily wasn't breathing. I got through her front door and saw Lily blue as a Pepsi can on the couch. I ran and grabbed her, frantically looking for signs of life. I'm a trained lifeguard, so I jumped into action, slapping her feet and checking for body heat. She was ice cold. I moved her from the couch to the floor for better airway access and started CPR. At this point, other neighbors had entered and 911 was on the line. I did CPR on that baby until the police officer took over, and then before the ambulance got there, he had Lily in the back of a cruiser rushing her to the ER. Another neighbor took Kayla to the hospital and came back more than an hour later hysterical to share the bad news. Her funeral was right before Christmas, and it was the saddest I have ever been to. Days before Christmas, I had to tell a mother about giving her baby CPR. My 4-year-old cried about it, but to this day she cries when she realizes a little more that Lily is gone. When the house got cleared out, my daughter got to keep some things and still has a tangible memory item of both of her friends that she won't see again. One lost her life and the other lost her mother and sister. Everything about this is sad. I'm Native, and we do not believe shaving our heads unless close family dies. I testified at that hearing bolder than I was born. Evidence showed that Lily was beaten to death and died within seconds of a blow to her head. Since COVID, Kayla has tried to get out of prison, and the officer who took Lily from me that day testified again, as he had at every court proceeding, in tears about how his daughter is exactly the same age as Lily and how that day shook him more than any other in his career. He was not a new cop, and that was not his first time performing pediatric CPR. She's still in prison and doesn't deserve to ever be out again. 3 times. Haven't seen the act itself, but saw the person who did the killing immediately after it happened first. My neighbors 2 doors down in a cul-de-sac I lived in through high school. It was a family who had recently moved from Kenya. Single mother, 2 daughters, the older of whom I rode the bus with every morning. 1 son, all between 8 to 16 years old. I was sitting in the garage looking outside on a Saturday. I had been gaming all night, and it was about 3 AM. I noticed my neighbor's garage door was open and the light was on, which was unusual. I saw a dark figure, a tall and broad man, walking from the garage and sitting at the edge of the driveway. He seemed calm and pensive, not unusual for someone walking late at night. I forgot about it and went back inside. 2 days later, my mom called me down from my room. There was a woman crying hysterically in front of our neighbor's house. Not long after that, the entire police department, CSU, and a bunch of federal agents had blocked off the neighborhood. Lights everywhere. The mother and both daughters had been brutally murdered on the same night I saw the man. I heard it was a gruesome scene. I gave the police a statement. We later learned that they were on the run from the father of the family and his church in Africa that performs ritual female genital mutilation. From what I've been able to piece together, the father found them, and together with at least 1 other man, broke in, performed the ritual they had been running from, then killed all the women. The boy, 8, was severely beaten but survived. I don't believe they have caught the murderer. He came from Kenya to do the murder and fled back there before the dead was discovered, and I don't know what became of the boy, other than he went to live with cousins. Second, not a murder, possibly a suicide. I was walking on a bridge over a busy freeway. Out of the corner of my eye I saw someone fall into traffic, get hit immediately by a car going at least 75 miles per hour. I didn't see the body, thankfully, as it had landed under the bridge, but I saw their shoes, which had been knocked clean off at the moment of impact. I stayed for a few minutes and saw the driver of the car walk over to the median and sit on the concrete as his head in his hands. I have never seen such abject misery in a person. Even though I couldn't see his face, I could see from his posture and his shaking that he was utterly defeated. I can't imagine what was going through his mind. Third, I volunteered for work on Christmas Eve. We had to make a run to a bad part of the city. A bar was having problems with its soda machine. I rode with one of the senior employees who is from that neighborhood. I'm glad he was with me that day. We were nearing the completion of our job when I had to go outside and downstairs to check a water line under the building. The closet space was small with only one exit directly behind the building. I heard some pops coming from the front of the building and I instantly knew it was gunfire. Being outside and as close as I was, I ran to the door and closed it, but it wouldn't lock. I was trapped. I cracked the door open, figuring that if someone was coming to kill me, I'd be better off seeing them coming. Sure as shit, as I'm standing there with a socket wrench in my hand, a young man runs by me. I could have almost reached out and touched him. He was so close. He was wearing a black beanie, black sweatshirt, and black gloves. He had a pistol in his right hand. He looked like he was on a mission. I saw his face clearly, and I felt no emotions from him whatsoever. Whatever was inside that young man was stone cold. I don't think he saw me, and he kept running. I was terrified for my life in that moment, but it passed without incident. I called my coworker upstairs, and he convinced me it was safe out there. A man had been shot in the head, killed in his car on Christmas Eve. He was parked at the barber shop next door. As far as I know, that murder is also unsolved. TLDR, I didn't witness the murder per se, but as a kid we were trick or treating at a house where a murder was taking place. When we were kids there was a house on my street where the old man on the corner would have full-size chocolate bars and would dump the whole bowl into the last few kids who showed up. So, about 5 kids, aged 9 to 13, show up late and the lights are still on. We are knocking on the door and no one is answering. We can see that there's lights on through the living room window. There's also a light on in the kitchen. So we are not taking no for an answer. After about 10 minutes we see someone shut the light off in the kitchen and the curtains closed on the living room. We know has in there. So we just keeping banging on the door. We are shitty kids who want sugar. Anyway, we end up leaving and keep on our route. The next day the house is crawling with cops and police tape. Turns out that the old man and his daughter were tied up and being murdered by some random friend of the daughter we had to talk to cops to, I guess, give an idea what the timing of it all was. Anyway, I don't know if this counts, but I remember having weird guilt thinking that maybe if we were just greedy enough for those full-size chocolate bars that maybe we could have saved them. But I think that's just a young kid's thoughts. Lucky me, I've witnessed 3.1 freeway shooting, laid back '90s. Car 1 pulled alongside car 2, and a man leaned out the passenger side window of car 1, pointed a shotgun at the driver of car 2, and fired. The car I was in drove past car 2 a few moments later, as the driver was coughing up gouts of blood. Somehow he had managed to get onto the shoulder of the freeway, but I'll never forget how his rear wheels were laying rubber, the tires squealing, as he writhed in what must have been terrible agony. He and his passenger, who I don't remember seeing, both died that day. Gang shooting. I don't think the killer was ever caught. 2. Murder/arson next door to my house, mid 2000s. Turns out my neighbors, a bunch of 30-something guys who ran a liquor store in my neighborhood, were actually using the house next door to mine as a secret party house where they hid their drugs/drinking/girlfriends from their wives. Evidently one of these guys was disgruntled with the others for whatever reason, and if I understand it correctly, he waited until everyone was asleep, killed one of them, then lit the house on fire. I was awoken by my roommates pounding on my door at 4 AM, both of them shouting fire. Before the fire department arrived, another neighbor was helping pull people out a broken window, cutting himself to ribbons in the process. One of the first things that happened after the fire department arrived was they pulled the body of the murdered man out, put him in the driveway, and covered him with a yellow tarp. The house was about 50% gone in a couple hours. Weeks later, the wife of the murdered man came knocking on our door, looking for any answers we could give her about what he had been hiding from her in that house. Terrible. I believe the killer was arrested that same week. 3. Retail theft gone wrong, mid 2000s. I happened to be in the parking lot of a Toys R Us when a thief came running out with a PS3 in his hands and several employees chasing him. As he hauled us diagonally across the parking lot, presumably towards his car, another man in the parking lot, who was in the thief's trajectory, decided to intervene. He grabbed at the thief, who threw a punch, knocking the man down. He fell, hitting his head on the asphalt hard. I ran to help and found him unconscious. As a friend called 911, I did what little I could to monitor his pulse and hold his hand. Then a young kid ran up, and I realized the victim was his dad. He turned around and ran into the Toys R Us, and within a minute, the man's wife and several children were there, all of them screaming and crying. The cops had arrived by this time, and they had caught the assailant. Soon an ambulance arrived too, and it was around that time that the victim came back around and started screaming in pain. His skull was broken. Absolutely awful to witness this poor man in so much pain. It was worse to learn he died later that week. I testified against the assailant in court. He was convicted of murder, and as far as I know he's still in prison. I hope I never see anything like a murder ever again. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. This will get lost in all the replies. I came home from work one afternoon, and there were a dozen cars in my neighbor's driveway. My driveway and my yard. We had a partial shared driveway. I rolled my window down and kinda gave a friend beep beep for them to move their cars, so I could get into my driveway/garage. They moved out of the way, but got real shitty with me, but whatever. While watching out the front window of our house, making sure they didn't start and cheat, a couple of them started to throw punches, so we called the cops. About 4 minutes later, the girl who owned the house came out to break them up, and one of the guys pulled a gun and shot her right there, point blank. We didn't know what to do, cause there were about 20 people outside still, most of them probably armed, and it was just my wife and I, and we only had one gun at the time. So I called the cops back and was explaining everything, trying to get them to know the situation had turned south. While I was on the phone with the police, the girl's boyfriend showed up, pulled a rug out of the house. They rolled her body up in it, tossed in the back of one of the cars, and then all the cars took off. The cops pulled up just as they were pulling out, and they did nothing. I went out there since everyone was gone, and the police were like, "Oh, aha. Someone was killed right here." Yeah, right. Until we took them over to the blood in my yard. Then they lost their shit and took off after them. But there was almost a dozen cars, no way to know where they went. Since they argued with us for a good 5 minutes, a detective came back a while later, got our statement, and took my security camera footage, but I don't know if there was ever any arrests. The house went into foreclosure and we moved a few months later. Happened about 3 weeks ago. Quiet suburban neighborhood. One house across the street from me is very private / kinda standoffish. No one really talks to them cause they are extremely guarded. Never wave back at you, etc. Young couple. Man, woman and 3 kids. They never really come outside and no one knows their names. It was a Friday about 5 PM. I just woke up from a nap. My roommate was getting home from work. I see him pull up in his Uber. I decide I'm gonna go get the door for him. Since I'm up. On my way to the door, I hear what I think are fireworks followed by a woman screaming for help. I come outside in my roommate, and I see the guy from the quiet house executing his wife and infant in his front yard. Something like 20 shots. I look around and all my neighbors have come outside too, and we are all just in shock. He starts firing at people who are coming outside. I hide behind a shrub near my house while my roommate calls the cops. My wife pulls up as he is still shooting, and I wave her down and rush her inside. Cops pull up in like 5 minutes time, and he is still shooting at neighbors. Shot a woman in the leg even a street over. He tosses the gun, and they haul him in right past my front yard. My whole street is mostly older people of color with kids, and we are all faked up and traumatized. Turns out dude had a criminal background and a history of abusing his girl. He was also a schizophrenic off his meds. He killed her with her own gun and their infant baby. The other 2 kids survived because they went and hid under a bed. Don't stay with abusers, and don't be afraid to get mental help, y'all. I was about 10 or 12, visiting my aunt in Cairo from Greece over summer. We were driving back to her house on a motorway. There wasn't much traffic, and I remember looking around at the scenery because we were driving past the City of the Dead, a huge slum where people live in poverty. I found it interesting that some poor locals apparently squatted in hollowed out ancient Egyptian tombs. As we were driving along, my eye caught a young girl, maybe 15 or so, crossing the motorway carrying something up ahead. Cars must have been traveling at 60 miles per hour on that road. A car ahead of us hit her, sending her flying into the air, and she landed in a heap. It happened in slow motion, and the car that hit her did not stop. and nor did we. My aunt assumed / hoped I hadn't seen it. It happened somewhere ahead. The windows were closed, AC and radio on, and I could have easily missed it, so nothing was said about it. Thinking back, she must have been so worried about me seeing it and being traumatized on my trip, being so young, that I understand her reaction. This was before mobile phones, so we couldn't call an ambulance, and stopping to help, given the girl's state and the area we were in, wasn't an option, and would mean she would have to expose me to a gruesome sight up close. It was a surreal moment, and the fact that we didn't say anything about it, and I didn't see anyone stop to help or even react, made it even more surreal. I remember being disturbed by how the value of life changes depending on where you happen to have been born / live. I have no idea what happened to that poor girl, but I assume she died of her injuries, but that scene has stayed with me. When I was in college, a man was thrown out of the bar across from my apartment in Cincinnati. When I say thrown, I mean the guys escorting him quite literally threw him out of the front door of the bar. They each had an arm under his. They were facing out, and he was facing in, flailing, like they were breaking up a fight or something. As soon as they chucked him, he flew / fell backwards and smashed the back of his skull, where it met his spine, into a giant concrete planter that one would normally plant a small tree in, but it was empty, near the edge of the street. He didn't get up again nor move. I immediately called 911, and the guys stood there, looked at him, looked at me, then at each other, and then went back inside, like nothing had happened. As I talked to the dispatcher, I went over and checked on him, and he had no pulse. Another bystander who was pre-med also saw it and started CPR. But this guy was gone. The dude didn't really even bleed that much. I don't know. It was like his heart stopped pumping blood immediately, like somebody switched him off point. Not like a knockout you see in boxing. Not at all like that. A knockout has a stiffness to it, almost like the brain is trying to fight unconsciousness, and the body has a rigidity, a defiance. This guy had none of that. He was like a rag doll. I don't know how to describe this. I guess like a sack of groceries? Like, he was alive. I saw him flailing around, screaming, then they threw him, he hit, and just, crumpled point me, and the pre-med stayed there till help came. No one else did anything while we waited, and the pre-med kept doing chest compressions. By the time the EMTs arrived, it had been 10+ minutes, since the guy had no pulse, and after talking to the pre-med about a bunch of stuff I don't understand, they basically declared him dead, and a lost cause right then and there. Police were next, I don't know, 20 minutes after the guy was killed. Then the coroner came an hour or so later. They bagged him and hauled him off point. We gave a statement to the police and a description of the guys, but they had left out the back door of the bar, and no one else wanted to say anything that night. People in the bar kept saying I didn't see anything, at least from what I could hear. Anyway, I don't even know the name of the guy that got killed, and I was never contacted by the police or the court about being witness to a murder or manslaughter, even though the pre-med and I both gave statements saying we saw two guys chuck the dude out the door and into the planter. To this day it is so surreal. Like a bad dream. In fact, I completely forgot about it until I read this post. I'm pretty sure it's been exactly 13 years to the day. Weird. HRM. I'm super weirded out right now. TLDR. Fuck. Okay, that could have been worse. So I was out having brunch with my brother. Since we were drinking, we decided not to carry our guns with us. Plus, restaurant was in a upscale area of town, and it was a beautiful Sunday morning. I had just finished my food and started on my second supermassive mimosas and was feeling pretty toasty. Then I hear two handguns firing in a rapid pace, about 10 to 15 shots. I have a significant amount of tactical training and immediately started assessing my surroundings and go over my options. All I had on me was my knife. I immediately assume active shooter and think it's one man two guns based on how they were firing. I also notice everyone on the patio had dropped to the ground waiting for the gunman to kill them. Pro tip: if you're in an active shooter incident, you run, hide, fight, in that order. I then yelled in my army voice, everybody faking move. I make my way off the patio with my brother and I wave him off to leave, and I turn back. I realize that I'm likely the only person still there who know emergency first aid / crazy / drunk enough to go back, plus I saw a couple babies when I sat down, and I know this sounds bad, but kids get left behind in active shooter situations fairly often. I pull out my knife and pray to God saying, please don't let it be today, and started sneaking back where I heard the gunfire. I'm trying to stick to the corners, so I could maybe get a lucky slice on the gunman and he doesn't know how to clear a corner. Most mass shooters have little to no tactical training. As in clearing my corners, I noticed there was no bodies, and no shell casing, and no screams for help or mom, which confused the shit out of me. After another minute of investigating, my brother shows up, much to my anger, and tells me the person who got hit was 30 meters from my location. I immediately start running over and taking my shirt off to give the man medical treatment with something. As I got closer, I saw someone was taking care of the man. Cool, so I start looking for work, seeing if someone got hit by a ricochet or looking for someone going into shock. Yes, it is possible to go into shock even if you're not hit. Sure enough, there is the girl from the restaurant I was eating at having a full-blown panic attack. She has 3 other girls around her and is slowly whipping them into hysteria. I immediately go up to her and get on my knees in front of her. She was sitting on a bench, asked her name and if she knew what day it was, trying to bring her back to the here and now. I eventually have to get her to look at me and watch me breathe and to mimic it. I took big deep breaths and she slowly started to match me. As she calmed down, the other girls also calmed down. I then went home with my brother, grabbed my gun, put on my desk, and took 3 shots of tequila, cause I know what was to come next. The chemical cocktail dump from my brain. I called out of work that night, to which my bosses tried to shame me for, and I told him to go fuck himself, and some people at work talked shit. But I already knew I had to A, process what the fuck just happened, and B, get ready for the longest nap I was about to take that comes with sudden spike of adrenaline. I then slept for 6 hours despite getting a full night's rest before. No long-term side effects personally, but just happy only one person died. Especially since the guy who was shot had his kid in the back seat. So glad he wasn't hit. It ended up being a gang drive-by on the nice side of town. But I'll tell you what, I take my gun everywhere I go now and curtail my drinking in public. In my city there's a large railway bridge, and the area underneath it has a pretty bad reputation. Stinks of cigarettes, weed and alcohol the whole time, and it's not uncommon for fist fights to break out. I'm 13 at the time, and I'm out in the city with one of my mates, and we're running as fast as we can because we are late for our train. It's pretty late and it's after sunset, and we have no other option but to go under the bridge. There's a guy, maybe like 18 or 19, walking ahead of us. When we are under the bridge, a guy comes up to us and haggles us for some money for the bus. Pretty common in my city, and he's quite obviously drunk. My city is infamous for alcohol and drug misuse. As I said, it's pretty common for this to happen. But after a bit of verbal back and forth, he realizes I'm not giving him any money, and so moves on to a couple behind us. The guy ahead of me and my friend seems to be having a similar issue, but the guy asking for money starts to get aggressive. A fight breaks out, and the other guy is trying to get away. He's fighting in self-defense, but the guy trying to get the money pulls out a knife and slashes him across the stomach. The guy falls to the floor and is further kicked and stabbed. He is already dead before an onlooker has the chance to call an ambulance. Me and my friend left before the ambulance arrived, as we still had to catch our train, but I saw the story in the paper the next morning. I will never forget the look on that guy's face as he lay there on the street, the life draining out of him in a pool of blood. It was a real tragedy, as he was only a teenager, not that much older than myself, and had his whole life left to live. Back in the late 90s or early 2000s, I was spending the night at my friend Drew's house. I used to live right next door to Drew, but had since moved. So, I knew the area really well. It was, and still isn't, nice area. So, Drew's bedroom was the attic of the house, and he had one big window that he would literally need to pop out if we wanted it to be open. We wanted to smoke some weed, and being that neither of his parents smoked anything, we had to take plenty of precautions to make sure that the smell of weed or cigarettes didn't permeate the house. So we had a system set up to where we would angle the window frame and use a clip-on fan, and it was just a whole process. So anyways, we were loading a bull and talking, laughing, joking around. You know, that excitement time, right before you smoke up. When out of nowhere we started to hear some raised voices. We look out the window and see a guy across the street arguing with a cop. The arguing turned to yelling. The guy went into his house and came back out with a shotgun. The cop yelled for him to put it down, but the idiot wouldn't. So, the cop shot him 3 times in the chest. Me and Drew sat there watching this whole thing play out. In a coincidence, turns out that I knew the cop. He was the stepdad of a girl that my sister was friends with that. Once again, we used to live right next door to. His name was Bruce. I still talk to his stepdaughter now and again. But that's my story. It wasn't a suicide by cop sort of thing. The guy was just faked up and pissed off. Don't know if this counts or not. I didn't actually see the incident, but I heard it. Back in 2009 my neighbor committed suicide. He shot himself under the chin with a .30-06 shortly after eating his breakfast a little after 9 AM. I'm used to hearing gunshots around here where I live out in the rural parts. A few of my other neighbors target practice throughout the year, but they usually ramp up during hunting season, and also with all the farms around. Farmers here are on the lookout for coyotes and foxes, so you may hear them shooting at one of those. This gunshot was loud, and though it wasn't hunting season, I just figured it was one of them sighting in a new gun, or shooting a coyote. However, there were no more shots after that, and about 15 to 20 minutes later I heard sirens. There were several ambulances, fire trucks, police cars and a slew of various other vehicles outside his house. My neighbor directly across from them is a volunteer fireman, and told us what was going on. His wife said he got up that morning, it was a Sunday, helped her make breakfast for him, her and his 2 daughters, ate with them, helped clean up, and then told her he was going to go make the bed. Instead he went to his gun cabinet, got his rifle, went to the bathroom, and sat in the tub, and proceeded to blow the top of his skull to kingdom come. She said there wasn't an inch of that bathroom that didn't have blood or brain matter or skull fragments on it. She got her 2 girls and sent them next door to her parents. While she called 911, my neighbor who is a volunteer fireman came over to help, and when he went to go assess the situation, she told him no, there is nothing you or anyone can do for him. He's gone and you don't need to see the sight of that bathroom and have that on your conscience. I know she sounded cold or uncaring, but she is a nurse, and believe it or not she says she's seen way worse, and honestly the shock of the whole thing set her on autopilot. Her main concern was getting her girls out of there and then calling the police. My neighbor was a great guy. He was very kind and friendly. No one ever saw this coming, and his wife said he was a little depressed, but was seeing a doctor and on meds and was doing great, and she never thought in a million years he would ever do this. Homicide, yes. Murder, no point. I was a news photographer in a medium-sized city out on the Great Plains. Headed to a story out on the fringe of town, and heard the police put out a call for an assist. Basically everyone in the area, get your ass there now. It wasn't too far away, so me and my reporter friend moseed over there. These things usually don't turn out to be much point rolling up. There were 8 or 9 cops, all armed, in a, mostly, dry creek bed, surrounding a guy with what appeared to be a penknife, or some other small knife, in his hand. This was adjacent the parking lot of a couple big box stores, and a small crowd had formed. I grabbed my camera and tripod, and got to work. After a couple minutes, they sent a few uniformed officers to push the crowd back and shoo us off. I moved a couple dozen yards up along the bank of the creek and resumed taping. A couple minutes more, and a couple more cops came to move us again. We ran way up to a bridge probably 100 yards away. Long lenses and tripods are your friends, kids, and set up. After rolling for about 10 seconds, yet another cop comes up, pushes my camera aside, saying I'll be arrested if I don't. Boom. Shotgun goes off. The camera settles back in place, just as the suspect falls dead on the scene. There was maybe a second and a half of the whole shooting not clearly visible on camera. While I was looking directly at the scene, the cop provided a substantial distraction, and I honestly can't say exactly what happened, but it appeared the scared dude with the little knife never moved on the police in a threatening manner over the next couple days beyond the regular requests for the unedited footage, all handled by the station attorney. There were a couple backdoor requests from a couple cops I had good relationships with, if there was any other unaired footage of the incident. There was not. Turns out, many of the civilians who witnessed this, white cop / white victim / white witnesses, by the way, never saw what the officer who fired the shot described as the suspect raising the weapon in a throwing motion. A couple of the other officers on the scene didn't see it either. Others said they did, or may have seen a motion that could be taken as such, though turns out, though, a lot of cops, the ones who contacted me directly, for sure, thought this was a trigger-happy officer, bent on street justice. This was his 4th fatal shooting in the line of duty, which is pretty damn rare. Was it murder? I can't say. Was it suspicious as fuck? Oh, yeah. Note, I'm being purposely vague about some of this. It was a long time ago. I don't have all the facts. I haven't been a journalist in a long time, but casting suspicion on someone without real evidence is still something I'm very hesitant to do. It was 1999, and I was working in a restaurant. I was 19, and it was after our Saturday shift, so we decided to drive to Atlanta and fuck around. I was in the back seat, and had a few drinks, and traffic in Buckhead was standstill. The drinks had made their way into my bladder, and told my friends I was gonna hop out and take a leak. I had seen a gas station a few blocks up, so I jogged over toward it, and realized there were, like, a sheetload of people at this gas station. It's not uncommon on the weekend for people to park and show off their cars, so I didn't think a whole lot of it at the time. I cut through the crowd, and was greeted by the sight of 2 men arguing loudly next to one of the pumps. Again, not completely unheard of on a weekend night in Atlanta. Whatever they were arguing about, one of them pulled out a gun and shot the other. I'll never forget seeing his body just go limp. People don't fly backwards or flail around when they get shot. This guy just went limp like he fainted. The crowd erupted into screams and we started running away. It was the closest thing I'll ever get to running in a stampede. I remember holding my right hand behind my head in case the shooter fired on the crowd. No, it doesn't make sense. I got back to the car and frantically screamed at my friends to unlock my door. They did, and I dove into the car and we peeled off onto a side street. I told them what happened and that I didn't really want to go out anymore for the night, but I still needed a restroom. We ended up finding a bar and I got to pee. They had some drinks, but I was done for the night, so once my couple of beers from earlier wore off. The drive back home took us by the gas station, and it was deserted except for a bunch of crime scene tape. I just kept thinking, holy fuck, that guy faking died right in front of me. I will 100% admit I don't know for sure what the outcome was, but I fully believe I witnessed a murder. I just don't know if the man died or not. The people tried very hard to make that happen. I was out with 2 girls I worked with. We were all servers at a shithole restaurant in a shithole town that had a population of like 3k people. We decided to go to the much larger Knoxville, Tennessee to visit a bar called Cotton Eye Joe's for some drinking and dancing. I don't think I was old enough to drink at the time, so this was roughly in like 2000 or early 2001. Based on my memory of when I worked there. So, we are on our way down to the bar/club and decide to stop at a gas station with Wendy's inside. I'm the only male in the group. I'm very wiry and nerdy. I weigh like 165 pounds at 6 feet 1. I'm sort of in shape, but by no means strong or physically imposing. I just want you to understand that I was going to be doing exactly 0 things to help anyone. So, the 3 of us are sitting down to eat and chit-chat. I was to the outside of the booth, girl A beside me on the inside and girl B across from her. We are talking about nothing when I see a dude in a motorcycle, street bike style, outfit with a helmet, walk in. He is talking to a group of dudes about one booth and one walkway behind me. They are talking about a party. I casually glanced back at the group, but don't know any of them, and I'm outside of my home city, so don't expect to. The guy in the biker gear is speaking to this very large guy who is sitting kinda in the center of the group. Like he's holding court almost. The conversation keeps going sourer and I couldn't tell you now what was being said or who started the nonsense, but they were continually getting louder and louder. The girl across from us gasps and looks directly behind me. I quickly turn to see that the guy in the motorcycle outfit is being held in like a wrestling cradle, as if he were about to be body slammed by the big dude. I quickly scooch into the booth seat against the girl beside me to both shield her and get out of the way of this guy's head. They completely ignore us, thankfully, and carry him outside. The like 3 or 4 other dudes with the big guy following behind them. For a brief moment, I thought it was a skit or friends behind jackasses. That was until the dude being cradled had his head bounced off the door frame as he exited the building. The girls and I look at each other like, what the fuck do we do? And about that time hear someone say, I'm calling the cops. This was before everyone had cell phones, but the store employees had a phone and there was a payphone there, I'm sure. So, we just sat there blank-faced and scared. Barely out of high school myself, and completely outside of any comfort zone I had. I remember a man in a wheelchair came and asked what happened as they saw us looking around. I told him we didn't know, and he confirmed he heard them argue about a party. That's to this day all the information I have about the incident. About the time this guy left, I decided to look and see what was happening with the fight. Out in the parking lot / by the pumps, I saw 3 of the other guys with the big guy taking turns kicking the guy in the leathers. I then saw one of them walk up to the guy, who was on his knees trying to stand at this point, walk up with a board and literally break it over his head from behind. I lost my faking sheet. Dude went completely limp and the aggressors promptly scattered. The girl across from us said, we are leaving now, and ran for her truck. Her being our eyed knew we were following her or staying behind. We jumped in the vehicle and drove away back towards where we came from and freaked the fuck out over what we had just witnessed. I'm convinced the man died. I may be wrong, but they gave it an honest effort at trying to kill that man. I don't know why he was beaten. I don't know what I have done differently, and I'm definitely sorry to anyone who was denied justice due to my fleeing a crime scene. I just was scared and young and with people who were scared and young. I know this is poorly written and chaotic, but I really don't want to rder to fix that. I forgot how much I hate thinking about this when I started writing the story just now. Sorry. I went back and fixed the red squiggles, but the bigger mistakes get to stay for now. I know people have worse stories and can shrug them off, but this type of thing never happened before or since to me. Playing golf with my paps in a pretty rural area a few years ago. We are putting on a green right next to a road, and as we get ready to go to the next hole we see a FedEx truck stopped on the side of the road. Guy jumps out with hands over his head screaming. Look, about 30 feet away there's a motorcycle on its side with a guy lying about 10 feet from that. Looks like it would have been a minor accident. Bike appeared to just be dropped. Saw no damage to truck, and guy lying in road appeared to just be laid out. He wasn't in an odd twisted position or anything. Had his helmet on, so I figured worst case was he was knocked out. Father and I and driver helped guide traffic around motorcycle and guy while ambulance came. Knew we weren't supposed to move a guy after an injury, so just waited the 5 minutes for EMTs. About 45 seconds and I hear a single sound that was like a gurgle / aspiration, followed by some blood flowing out of his helmet. EMTs get there and go to guy. Can't remember exact sequence of events, but they ended up taking his helmet off, and to my shock they didn't put hands or a pad or anything under his head when they did this. The sound of his head hitting the pavement from just that 5-6 inch drop sounded like a cantaloupe being dropped. He was dead on arrival according to the next day's newspaper. I'm assuming they had already taken his pulse or something, because I don't know how else they could have just let his head drop like that. While I've been the first, or close to it, person present in a number of situations where someone had died, the only time I ever watched someone die was my father. He had fallen some months earlier and broke his neck. He survived but needed constant hospital care and a breathing machine. He eventually decided he was ready to be taken off all support and it was my job to oversee this. They drugged him up and I gave the orders to remove support. He lasted 24 hours. During the course of that time he awoke. I guess they didn't keep up on the meds well enough, and I noticed him staring to stir. I should have acted more quickly. His eyes opened, and he was gasping for air. He looked terrified and panicked, mouthing that he couldn't breathe. Nurse ran in, shot him up, and he went back to sleeping. This part still bothers me so much. I feel like I faked up and failed him. When he got to the end of his life, his male beds were turning grey, his lips were bluing, and he became more pale. He began breathing more like well-spaced gasps. The space between grew longer and longer. We thought he had finally passed, and it must have been nearly 5 minutes later he took one more gasp. That was it. Once he actually died, his skin felt instantly clammy and cold. It was an odd feeling that made you know death had truly come. Almost an instinctive knowing, just by the touch point. I really haven't spoken much about it since. Was nice to write it out and get it off my chest a bit. I'm going to start by saying I didn't witness this, but 2 of my friends did, and were the ones to call the police / try to help the person. In high school, 2 of my friends, one a junior and one a freshman, were walking home after school one day in late February / early March. They noticed 2 other high schoolers starting to yell at each other / fight about half a block down the road. They were far enough away to not be able to hear or see clearly what was being said, but the guy in the doorway looked to have struck the kid a few times as they saw his hand move, and the victim stumble back. The victim then grabbed his bike and started pedaling it down the road towards them. When he got closer, they could see he was pale and didn't look too good, and eventually collapsed in the road near them. My friends immediately ran out into the road and grabbed the kid and dragged him to the curb while trying to protect his neck. One stayed with the kid while the other ran for help, thinking that he had gotten dazed by the hits and that the fall to the pavement was the more pressing issue as he wasn't wearing a helmet. My friend focused on his head. What he didn't know was that the kid wasn't hit, he was stabbed. Eventually the police and paramedics came, but it was too late. The kid died that night. My friend who stayed with him was super torn up about it and was almost a zombie the next day at school. Kept saying that if he had just knew he was stabbed, he could have done something. One of the things he was super caught up by and kept repeating was that there was no blood, and if there had just been blood he could have helped. Unfortunately, the fact that it was still winter meant that there was very little outwardly sign that the kid had gotten stabbed. The placements of the stab wounds also caused all his bleeding to be internal. I've seen a couple, but the one that faked me up the most was the murder of my girlfriend. It happened 5 years ago, and I was 15 or 16 years old at the time, and I was kind of a troubled kid to say the least. I won't go into details for what I was involved in, but let's just say I'd probably have spent a few years in prison. Anyway, we were leaving a Canada Day party a friend of mine was hosting, and me and her had some drinks and were fairly drunk, and we were gonna walk back to my place and sleep it off. This part one vividly remember, but I remember her squeezing my hand really tight as we crossed the street. She turned to me to say something, and then I saw a loud bang and a flash simultaneously, and grabbed her and took cover behind a car as bullets were whizzing by. I managed to get a glimpse of the men shooting, and there were 3 of them. My friend's house wasn't too far away, so my friends ran out with their weapons and fired back, causing the gunmen to flee because they were outnumbered. I looked back and saw she was bleeding from her chest. I immediately put pressure on the wound while my friends put their guns away because the cops were closing in. She looked at me as she was dying, then she went out. I went from fear to anger and sadness, and I sat there holding her head up until the Mounties forced me off of her. The next couple hours I were a blur of the cops asking me questions and me giving them half-truths because I didn't want them arresting them before I could get my hands on them, but someone else got them for me. I miss her every day, and this is a reason I'm afraid of loving someone ever again. Never take the ones you live for granted. I still have nightmares about what happened, and it'll haunt me until the day I die. Was when I was about 9. Neighborhood I was living in was quite safe for kids to play outside during the evenings and nights, and me living in the same flat as a few friends, it wouldn't be surprising that we'd be playing in a field in front of the flat until bedtime or no night. However, down the street lots of honking and ruckus. Us being kids, our interest immediately got pointed towards where the noise was coming from. At that moment a car drove straight against a scooter driver, proceeded to back up and drive straight into the scooter driver a second time, pinning him into the wall. He was dead at the scene. Driver couldn't escape however, as he broke one of his legs and people living around pinned him into the ground. Apparently he was very intoxicated with various substances. And he did all that just because the scooter driver cut him off and flipped him off. Apparently his lawyer tried to write it off as an accident. Second time was just after I moved to a new town. New Year's Eve 2011. 2012, just minding my own business with a couple of friends at their place. Standing outside interacting with the neighborhood when across the street a man comes out, yelling about demons and explosions, proceeds to stab his wife and his sister-in-law who was pregnant, before carving into his own chest. It was a fucking bloody mess. Sadly the wife didn't make it, and still I frequently get nightmares from this crap. Why can't people just faking act normal for once? Early 90s, I was washing my car at a coin op, late morning. I was the only one at the car wash. I glanced up the street as a rather small boy in his early teens seemed to challenge a young man next to the young man's car. The boy pulled out a gun and shot the man, got in the car and drove off. I ran over. The young man lay on the ground, dark blood coming from a neat wound on his closely cropped hair. This was in front of a liquor store. A man working in the store called 911, then came outside and offered me a can of Pepsi. As we waited, the county sheriff's deputies arrived, as well as an ambulance that took the man away, though he was obviously dead. The deputies said I needed to come with them as a witness. Almost no one had been around, but there were a couple of boys, aged 10 or so, playing in a front yard across the street. Had to go to the sheriff's station and wait around all day to be questioned by detectives. I was not allowed to leave, and a woman deputy even had to go with me when I used the restroom. I had to be at work at 3 p.m. and so was given the phone to use to call my boss. He said don't worry, he'd cover things. This was before cell phones. One of the worst things was that I was there most of the day, but had almost nothing to read or occupy my mind. I had a tiny spiritual booklet in my purse. Read that and every word of a small local advertising paper. Finally spoke with a detective. Told him what I knew, which was very little. It turned out that the young man who died was only 19 and had been working by going to various businesses in the area and trying to sell them first aid kits. The boy had come from a well-known drug selling spot nearby. He'd wanted to steal the man's car to get money for drugs. He was only 13. The car was a large older car, but the dead man had refused and wasn't going to lose his car, so the kid killed him. I made up my mind then and there that I would never risk my life for a car or for money, just take it. Years later, was in that situation, and of course let the thieves have my car. Nothing is worth your life. I posted this on another subreddit, but here we go. I didn't witness it, but I heard it. So as a child I was what my mom called una chiva loca. I was a crazy goat as a child. I would run around the house, fall down, and get cuts and bruises on my legs and arms. Whenever I visited Mexico it seemed that my craziness level increased. My mom would get mad that I would go out with my cousins and get home at 3 a.m. Now since Mexico was safe around that time, it wasn't uncommon to see kids out on the streets late at night. I never saw anything wrong with staying out late. We were just kids having fun and living our lives. My point of view changed one night. I will never forget that night. It was 11 p.m. I was staying over at my aunt's house and my 3 cousins, Montserrat, Noy, and Jesus, and we decided to go out and buy snack and drinks. Now where my aunt lives you walk for a few minutes, roughly 30 minutes, and you're in the town where my grandma lives, and in between these 2 towns there's Rasula's snack store. We weren't even halfway through the walk. We were around 8 minutes in when suddenly we hear footsteps and we see lighters flickering in the woods around us. My cousins swear they didn't hear anything, but I did. I heard the hushed voice of a man saying it's only kids. As an 8-year-old I never felt fear. I wasn't scared of things little kids were scared of. That night was different. I felt fear. It was as if the devil himself whispered my name. I made a decision that possibly saved my life. I started running. Soon after I ran, so did my cousins. Then I heard the blood-curdling scream of a woman. I ran even faster. It felt like I was running forever. I couldn't breathe. I thought I was going to die. My heart was beating so much I thought it was going to explode. My cousins and I got back to the house. We had to calm down first before we entered the house. We never told anyone, in fear of us getting in trouble. The next day a missing persons report come out, a young woman from Zacatecas. Sadly they didn't find her alive. She was found in a ditch in the forest. We heard those voices, and where we saw the lighters flickering 8 years ago. I was never scared of anything, but now I'm scared of what lies in the dark, and what would have happened if I never ran away. In my dreams I hear it still, the horrifying scream of that woman. Didn't witness a murder, but I was an indirect witness to a suicide. I lived with my brother at the time, and he had it rough. I let him live with me rent-free, but because of unfortunate circumstances, I had to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, as he was unemployed. I was stressed from working so much, so I would lash out at him. I know he didn't deserve it, but the pressure I was under was unbelievable. In the past, our mom died from cancer, which hit both of us hard, but him especially so, and I guess he never really recovered from it. It took a major toll on him mentally. One day, as I got a new job I was excited about, since it paid so much more than my other jobs, I invited him to go with me to our favorite buffet, but reneged, since I realized I had to sleep for work. Soon after, I woke up to the sound of what I thought was a motorcycle backfiring. Since some motorcyclists lived in my neighborhood, so I went back to sleep. When I woke back up, it was dark, so I called to my brother to tell him I was going to work. He didn't respond, so I knew something was up, since no one sleeps that hard. I turned on the lights and saw him lying there with his mouth open, but didn't immediately realize he had shot himself in the head. It was about 10 seconds later when I realized he was dead, so I called 911, then saw the blood leaking from the couch. When the cops came, they tried to ask me if I killed him. Told them I didn't, and I would gladly submit to a luminol test and a gunpowder residue test. They dropped the subject at that point and had the nerve to put blood-soaked bullets in my trash can in the kitchen. That can has been sitting there over 6 years, since I'm too afraid to touch it. Was talking my daughter to daycare in Harlem a few months ago. My wife was on a conference call while we walked. I heard a loud pop, but didn't sound like anything I've heard before, so just kind of ignored it. I then see 3 guys running away, which starts to raise my alarm. We turn the corner they come from, and I look around. I see a car, and think maybe that was it. As we walk another 100 feet I see the body first, and then I see the blood. It was not like the movies, it was just a dark red puddle. He's not moving, and there's a wound in his head which is just pouring out blood. I pull down the shade on my daughter's stroller in hopes she doesn't see. She's about 18 months at the time, and my wife sees him then too. This was about the same time others began to see him, and people are beginning to scream. I don't know if it was because New York City has gunshot detectors around the city or just pure luck, but a cop car is driving by as we move past the body. My wife goes running for them and tells them someone is hurt. The cop looks at her then out the window and says oh fuck as they jump out of the car. We just keep moving to get my daughter away as fast as we could. Thankfully, she didn't seem to notice or was too young to comprehend. On the way back there were a good number of cops. I gave them a description of what I saw beforehand. I learned later on through the Citizen app that he passed. It's hard to walk by that corner still. I don't think I'll ever get the image of his body out of my mind. 45 years ago I was working bass guitar in the band at a dive bar called the Paradise. Now long, thankfully, gone. 2 scenes come to mind to describe this bar. Scene 1. Remember the Blues Brothers movie bar scene with the chicken wire fence? We had a wrought iron fence. Rather than warding off thrown bottles, this fence would keep the bodies from the bar fights from knocking over our gear and us. Scene 2. The bar scene in the original Star Wars movie. I stood up in the movie theater and yelled I know that bar. I played in that bar. My wife yanked me back into my seat. Okay. So, there were a group of folks doing armed robbery in the town. They'd pull into the bar, brandish guns, shoot a few rounds into the ceiling, collect money, leave. There were a group of dangerous fellows that loved a horror band. They would have us sit with them and tell us stories about walking out the back door of various dive bars and having bullets hit the door frame. Yup, Fallout amongst thieves. One fellow was a really large, really built, really intellectually challenged fellow. I saw him get in many a fight. Usually, someone would crank him up, he'd try to throw a punch, and then screw himself into the dance floor. Then he'd get up and flatten the other. One time, a girl was the aggressor and he took her handgun from her, so the guy who had fallen out with them was Kenny. He was the one plinking at them. Kenny was a horrible ratty guy who picked fights with everyone he could. The night in question, Kenny had been sticking his head into the front door and showing his rifle. Duck back out, repeat. The large clumsy fellow walks out the front door at the end of the night, sees Kenny starting to aim the rifle at him, pulls a handgun and bam through the heart. Seconds later, I'm leaving the place bass guitar in hand and have to step over the body to get out the door. I went to the cop shop, said they killed one at the Paradise, and went home. For days, weeks afterward, I would be in a gas station filling up and there would be a car full of poundage challenged girls screaming, I kid you not, really, they killed Kenny, 45 years ago. I cannot see a South Park episode without totally cracking up. Sitting in the bar under our hotel in Belize City, chatting with the owner. Sudden, why there is some commotion at the door. We look over and there are 3 young men marked with bandanas point handguns at us. My wife and I being city dwellers hit the deck immediately, while the handful of other patrons just look perplexed. The owner jumps up, hollers not my bar and runs at them. Pop, pop, pop. I look up, the guys are gone, and he is lying just outside. We rush over, and he is making very bad noises, a death rattle. He's hit twice in the chest, and once in the leg. No ambulance, they won't come after dark. Early 90s Belize City is not a nice place. So one of the employees gets his pickup, and we hoist the guy in, but he's dead at this point, and off they go. He was an American and his wife is English, so shortly after the police arrive, diplomats from both countries arrive. We are taken to the police station for statements, and when we return the US diplomat is freaked out that we had been gone for several hours, concerned that something had happened to us. We are moved to another hotel with a fellow Yank. The next day we are processing the whole thing in the new hotel bar, when 2 men make a beeline across the room and call me by name and identify themselves as State Department agents. The guy we are with says that we don't know anything and he is who they want to talk to, and off they go. We had been in Belize less than 24 hours when it happened. The trip was 2 weeks long and the saga followed us everywhere. The bar owner was somewhat well known, and there were many conspiracies floated. A day or so before we left we ran into one of the local investigators at a beach party in a small Garifuna village. They hadn't caught anyone. I suspect they never did. My best girlfriend was a party girl. She was everything to me. My BFF. She started seeing a guy who elevated everything bad in her life. More drugs, more alcohol. I get a call one night that she is holed up in her bedroom with one of his guns threatening to kill herself. Me, drunk, drives to her place. Her boyfriend disappears. I have to break down the door because she put the kitchen table in front of it. I make it to her bedroom and I don't recognize the girl that's sitting there. I sit down with her, try to talk to her. She puts the gun to my head. I leave and call the cops. Meanwhile some woman that her and her boyfriend were hanging with decides to get really mouthy. Really mouthy. I find out that they were doing meth before this all happened. My BFF warns the other woman just foo before she shoots her. I tried to get the woman into my car to shut her up. We're standing outside the front door. I hear the gun go off. She shot the floor out of frustration. Me and the mouthy chick are standing shoulder to shoulder. Next thing I know my BFF busts through the front door and shoots the other woman in the stomach. She would have shot me. She didn't even aim. I stayed with the woman who was shot, tried to keep her calm, but I knew she was gone. My BFF just stood there on the front porch stunned. She wasn't herself. I held her until the cops showed up. She's spending 27 years in prison. She's got 20 left. I used to talk to her and write her whenever I could, but she was transferred and I lost contact. Stay off drugs and stay away from toxic relationships. Happened when I was 7. So I had an aunt and uncle who were both really into pills at the time and both began to fight pretty badly. My aunt by marriage, decided to get clean for my cousin who had just turned 5. In doing that, she also decided to leave my uncle because he refused to quit doing drugs. So she filed a restraining order against him in order to make sure he stayed away. Anyways, several weeks of not seeing him, my cousin was getting sad, and so my mom, uncle's sister, allowed me to go over and spend the night with him and my aunt. We were upstairs watching TV in her bedroom when my uncle used a wrench to smash out a window downstairs in the living room and break in. This part one didn't see, but found out later what happened. My aunt left us in the bedroom with the door closed while she met my uncle coming up the stairs. The two got into a screaming match and she began to say how she was going to call the cops and have him put in jail and he wouldn't be able to see his kid again. He's had extreme anger issues since he was little, so he flew off the handle and struck my aunt in the head with a wrench, knocking her unconscious, although he believed that he had already killed her. So he went in the bathroom and grabbed the shower curtain and wrapped her up in it. At this point he went into the bedroom and grabbed me and my cousin and carried us downstairs because he didn't want us to cut ourselves on all the glass laying on the floor from the broken window. After sitting us on the couch, he went and began dragging my aunt down too, still wrapped in the curtain. However, when he made it to the bottom of the steps where the broken window was, she woke back up and began screaming, which surprised him and caused him to panic. He grabbed a large shard of broken glass from the window and proceeded to stab her in the neck over 20 times with it, to the point where her head was barely hanging on, which he then pulled out a knife and used to finish the job and tossed her severed head across the room into the kitchen. At this point he in the house is now completely drenched in blood and me and my cousin, who saw the whole thing, are in hysterics. My uncle comes over and grabs us, covering us in blood too, and takes us out to his truck and drives us over to my dad's house, where he gives us over to him, before attempting to make a run for it in his car. He made it to Ohio, before deciding to turn himself in. Coming back to my grandma's house, his mom, he first decided to call my aunt's mom first cause he wanted her to hear of it from him instead of the police. After that he called the police on himself, and we all sat and waited for them to come and get him. I won't lie, it messed me up pretty bad for a while. I had to be put on medication and therapy to present day horrible anxiety where I constantly think something bad is about to happen at any given second. I'm 24 now and still have bad night terrors from time to time. I have forgave him and went and visited him several times since then. I know this doesn't technically count as a murder, but I experienced someone's successful suicide attempt up close. This happened about 11 or 12 years ago. My dad and I lived in a houseboat. One Tuesday morning, we both wake up at 6 a.m. because we thought we heard something. He took a quick look outside, but it was very misty, and we saw nothing weird. We both went back to sleep and got up an hour or two later. While we are having breakfast, our neighbor comes up to the door. She asked us about the van in front of our boat blocking the street. It was a dead-end street. We were the second to last boat. Neighbor was the last. We hadn't spotted it earlier because it was so misty and the street was up a couple of meters. We lived at a sloped embankment. We went out, took a look at the van. It didn't look familiar. It wasn't locked. Keys were in the ignition, but it wouldn't start. All of a sudden my dad and I got this ominous feeling, linking the van to the sound we heard. We called the cops and explained the situation. Neighbor went to work on her bike. Little later the cops show up and they look up the van's owner. Turns out he works at a factory nearby. They give them a call and they find out he was supposed to work that day but never showed up. They investigate the van and find a goodbye note on the dashboard. They call it in, secure the scene. More police show up. They find out the van wouldn't start because the car battery was missing. Fire department gets called in and they bring in some divers. After a while they found the guy on the bottom of the canal with the car battery in a backpack. Presumably he jumped off of our boat. There's a railing on the outside or near to it, which was the sound we heard earlier that morning. Can't recall the exact date, but I know it was a Tuesday. I can still remember pretty much everything that happened that morning, like watching the two cops fumbling while trying to tie the police tape to a tree and the firemen's dark jokes. A few years ago I was pulling into my apartment's parking lot. A car was blocking the way, but moved to let us through. I was in the backseat of a two-door car, so it took me a little longer to get out, but as I was stepping out of the car I heard gunshots, which are surprisingly distinguishable. I saw a person about 15 feet from me shooting at the car that was blocking us, so I pulled the door shut and ducked back into the car. After the gunshot stopped I peeked out and saw the person jump into the car and peel out across the grass onto the point. At the same time I saw the car being shot at crash into the garages in the parking lot and heard the tires continuously peeling out. That was the moment I knew someone was hurt. I ran around the other side of the apartment and told my brother, who was in the car with me, but in the front seat, so he was able to make it inside the apartment as the shots were going off, that we needed to help whoever was in that car. We ran out, and I lifted the garage door so he could move in and out. There were at least 3 people in the car, and my brother helped pull the driver from the car. He was completely lifeless. My brother attempted to give him CPR, but it was no use. I was surprised to see so many people standing around with their phones taking pictures and doing nothing. They were so vicarious, and it still makes me angry to this day. The person in the passenger side was the driver's brother, and I haven't ever heard as much anguish in a single cry as I did that night. I imagine it would be the same if my brother was shot dead before my eyes a few years and 2 trials later. The accused was found not guilty, and honestly I don't know who did it. From the grapevine I heard that it was over less than $2,000 worth of weed. It's not worth the loss of life. I still think about this very often. Not that it haunts me, but it reminds me how cruel the world really is, and living in America, we don't really see it all the time. We are disillusioned, call for harm to those around, without really thinking about what it means. We all just need to be a bit more forgiving. If that was the culture in America, this probably wouldn't have happened, but it's not. The culture in America is to cause harm to those who wrong me, and that isn't good. I truly believe we have to stop using violence as an answer for justice, because it isn't justice, it's vengeance. We see it everywhere, and very prominently on Reddit even. Just today one of the top posts was about a politician having their home vandalized, and nearly every top comment in that post was that something more should have happened. We all know that the call for violence was being made, but nobody admits it, because then they can be implicated. Please Reddit, be more forgiving. Edit formatting for easier reading. I've seen a couple mostly while growing up in South Central La Pointe. First I remember vividly was in 5th grade. My school was 3 blocks from home, so I would walk home by myself after my decathlon practice. I was at the corner of my street when I see this guy on a bicycle hop off and start running. A white Mustang pulls up, tire screeching, and the passenger hops out. He catches up with the dude on the bike and stabs him roughly 10 times in the abdomen. Dude collapses. They grab his bike and haul us out to their point. Saw a dude get shot in the head a couple blocks away while just standing in a parking lot. Someone ran up to him, shot him, and ran away just as quickly as he appeared. Woke up one night to gunshots outside a house. Look outside and there's a dude holding his stomach writhing in pain in the middle of the street. He didn't make it. Drug deal down the block went wrong. Number of people were murdered. They decapitated a few, chopped up a few, hung a few, and strangled a few. There were roughly 100 cop cars on our street. Last I remember was actually about 15 years ago now, when I was roughly 20 to 21. My sister didn't hang out in the streets, so she was much more sheltered. I took her to watch a movie and was driving her back to our parents. I'm in the turn lane. Guy in lane next to us hops out of his car and appears to start talking to the car in the lane next to him. It escalates and he tries punching the dude through the car window. He pulls open the driver door, pulls out a handgun and unloads on him. Driver mashed his foot on the gas, but he was already gone and wrecked into whatever was in front of him. My sister is yelling and crying hysterically for me to get out of there, but I wasn't going to do anything stupid with his car right next to us. He hopped back in his car and took off. As soon as he was gone, I also got the hell out of there. Mine is more of an accidental killing than a murder, but first job in high school, aged 16, was helping move freight around in a big box store. In the giant parking lot of the store was a locally popular little snow cone stand that had been around for my entire life. As I eat a cone one afternoon on break, a couple in their mid-20s starts arguing a few tables away from me. I don't know what the argument was about, but it slowly escalates until the girl throws her cone on the guy's chest. Guy gets up and stomps over to his truck, ripping his shirt off and getting in. He starts up the big diesel and then starts honking the horn, yelling for the girl to get in the truck or he's leaving her as there. She just turns her back to him. Now I want to see this drama play out, but my break is almost over, so I start walking back across the parking lot. I was about 75 feet away and my back was turned for the action, but I can still hear everything in my head 20-ish years later now. One last horn honking. Fuck you then beach. Diesel engine whirring up. Tires lightly screeching. Tires rumble smoothly over asphalt for half a second. Small thud sound. Tires crunch like suddenly over gravel. The strangest wet popping sound I have ever heard. Screams. So many faking screams I turn around and see take a few running steps towards the scene until I'm 15 feet or so away and then realize it's a little boy that got backed over. There is so much blood under the tire, I'm just standing there frozen. I see people rushing to the body and one of the snow cone girls yells at me to go call 911 from my store. So I ran and got my manager to call while I watched the rest of the scene from across the parking lot. I found out some details after the fact. Guy was arrested and later released since it was ruled accidental, but he killed himself later on. Little boy was 7 and was running to get a toy from the family car while his mom stood in line. He was shorter than the truck tailgate, so there's no way the guy could have seen him. He was pulled under the truck and the front tire crushed his skull. He died instantly. The snow cone stand closed shortly after, but there was always a wreath by the road. Please watch your kids in parking lots. If they are shorter than a car's windows, then they are permanently in a blind spot. This is my husband's story, but he's not on Reddit. And thankfully no one actually died, but my husband witnessed a double shooting. He was driving a cab at the time and was waiting on a side street to pick up customers. This side street is one way and goes through a pedestrian mall area. It has a couple of tiny restaurants and apparently a very tiny club. We live in a small town, so club is generous. It's around 11 PM when he sees people pouring out of the club, lots of jostling and angry voices. He has his windows down because it's a nice summer night. He looks right and sees a guy walking up to his van with a gun, stopping right at my husband's passenger window, pointing it down the sidewalk. Suddenly a bicycle cop is throwing his bike down in front of my husband's car and is yelling, "Police, put the gun down." But the guy shoots another guy who is about 2 feet away, and then the officer shot the shooter. This all happened so quickly, in a matter of 2 minutes. My husband freaks out, runs over the police bike, and just speeds up our main highway, where he saw a bunch of police cars headed toward the scene. He called me and told me. I didn't believe him. We live in a small town. Stuff like that doesn't happen here, and we certainly don't witness it. He parked his cab and then came home. I made him call the police to let them know he was a witness, so we ended up going back to town. He was interviewed and they looked over his car, but there was no evidence on it. Both men survived. One was charged and is serving time. My husband didn't have to testify or go to court. He quit driving a cab about a week later. He was just too freaked out by what happened. TLDR. Husband witnessed a man shoot another man, and then a police officer shot the shooter. Thankfully no one died. Both happened when I was pretty young. The church down the street had the nicest hill in the neighborhood. One day after school I was riding bikes with my brother and cousin. We wanted to speed down the hill on our bikes, but there were 2 older men there in the parking lot of the church. They started fighting, and one pushed the other down. He hit his head on the cement block that parking lots used to stop cars from parking too far forward, and I saw him get stabbed with a big knife once. After that my brother grabbed me, and we rode off as fast as we could on the bikes. After a while we heard lots of ambulances. Later that night on the news we saw the same man had died. Again, the neighborhood had some nice hills. One summer afternoon I was sitting on the front porch overlooking a busy section of the road. Our house was the first house on the street behind all the street plazas. I saw a little old lady trying to cross the street. I remember thinking she must be playing Frogger the video game, but in real life. Even as a kid I knew this was really dangerous, but she was an adult, so I figured she knew what she was doing. She was going really slow as she had a cane and was crossing a 4-lane road. Since she was at the top of the hill, I'm guessing the little red sports car that sped up and hit her thought they could fly past her before she got in the lane. She probably thought traffic would stop for her. They were both wrong. The only thing I can remember after that was how high the cane flew. It flew directly up, and it must have gone about 30 feet high. I don't know why I don't remember how she looked on impact, but I'm pretty glad I don't. I'm going to preface this with more of an accident, 'cause it was. But it was due to the recklessness of someone that led to the death of someone else. This was a couple years ago. Me and my buddy had a business doing drone photo shoots. Mainly real estate and commercial construction stuff. Always were looking for something new to get into. So when we landed a gig doing a promo shoot for a snowmobiling company, we jumped on it. The day was going great. Got to rip snowmobikes around and film way up in the mountains. We were posted up filming a tour group going by when I panned to the back of the group. There were 2 people lagging behind. All of a sudden the driver gunned it. He lost control and went off the trail straight into a tree. His wife was on the back and was flung into another tree, suffering some severe blunt force trauma and a broken neck. When it happened, I obviously said something along the lines of "oh fuck, holy shit." Our guide and us sped down there. They were able to get her on a stretcher while we sped ahead to tell the main home base, or whatever you want to call it, what had happened. Flight for Life came in. They got her on, and she died on the way back. They had been barely able to keep her alive and had resuscitated her multiple times. Her children were there, and they were absolutely losing it, screaming at their dad that he killed her. This in a way was my fault, since I was the only one to see JT. I told the story to the guides and EMTs when they asked what happened. The sad part is that he did kill her. He only had a broken arm and has to live with that the rest of his life. What an incredibly sad way to end a family vacation and to lose a loved one. Motorsports are not a toy if you don't know how they operate. Stay safe and know your limits. He was trying to have fun, but was completely out of control. Flight for Life pilots are crazy mad. This dude did like a 360 landing through a bunch of trees into 3-foot deep snow. Mad respect for the EMTs and pilots that do that shit. I have the footage still, and it haunts me, knowing I was the last one to see this person really alive and see the way they died from a drone. Always thought about contacting the family, but never thought that was something they would benefit from seeing. So it will live on my hard drive, because for some reason I can't bring myself to get rid of it. I have no way of describing the feeling I get when I try to delete it. It feels like I would be disrespecting them or acting as if their death is just something that can be thrown in the trash. I was on my way to a party on a Saturday night in February 2011. In a cab, I was sitting on the right-hand side passenger seat when we were driving down a main street in a gentrified area of Brooklyn, New York, when on both sides of the street there were 2 groups of kids yelling and acting like they were going to cross the street to fight. I got to the stoplight, and one of the kids from the right side comes charging, and the kid on the left side meets him in the middle, which is pretty much right next to my side of the car. As the kid from the right side went to swing, the kid from the left side with all his strength stabbed him completely through his body with a 10 to 14 inch machete. The kid probably didn't know what hit him. The kid that was stabbed tried to chase him around the car, but probably took 3 steps before he fell to the ground, dead instantly. The machete group fled, and the victim's friends dragged him to the side of the street. They nudged him with their feet to see if he was alive, like he was some type of animal. That's the part that messed me up. It was some gang shit, though the kid stabbed actually had nothing to do with any gangs. They were playing soccer or something equally meaningless, and the other group had some type of beef. He was 16 and the guy who stabbed him was 18. Since it was a gang thing, nobody said anything, and I was the sole witness. The case went on forever and started to give me some serious anxiety, and I also hate dealing with court/cops/detectives/law enforcement in general, but I had to do it for that boy's mom. I'll never forget it and remember every little detail almost 10 years later. Okay, so throughout school, I was never really popular. I never had many friends, you know. I only ever had a total of like 10 to 12 good friends, and became good friends with this kid named Jason, and we ended up getting to know each other, and we had a lot in common, except he was popular, and we ended up becoming like best friends, and we'd always ride our bikes around town, or be hanging out playing the PlayStation at his house. Well, about 4 years ago now, we decided to not ride our bikes one day. We were walking to the pharmacy to get some chips and soda, but as we were crossing the street, there was somebody that was texting while they were driving, and Jason decided to play the hero and push me out of the way, but he ended up getting hit, and he ended up not recovering and dying. Well, since he was really popular and I wasn't, rumors started to spread at school about me being the town murderer and how him dying was my fault and it should have been me instead. So of course I ended up falling into depression, more than I already had, because my home life sucked, and it still does to this day, and I became that one sad kid in the corner that nobody liked. This went on for about a year, until a girl named Autumn came and sat by me of her own will at lunch one day, and she started talking to me about stuff and she seemed really friendly with me. She asked if I was doing anything after school, and I said no, so she offered to let me come hang out with her. I said yes, but OFC I had to sneak out cause of my shitty home life being held captive basically, and we got to know each other over the next year or so and eventually she became my new best friend and my only friend at the time. She was pretty popular, but not like oh my god it's Becky popular. Her friends weren't into me that much but me and her became basically inseparable. We were always together whether at school or at one another's house, and we just kinda started doing everything together, you know? Everything from homework to gaming to even showering together a couple times. That was because somebody was in the other shower. We had slept in the same bed a few times. No sex though, and well I think you get it. We were always together. Well, it's about 10 months ago now, and her family was going on vacation to Florida and she invited me, and I said I would go with the permission of my parents. Fact that took a lot of convincing, and that was that. Well, while we were down there her parents had us stay at a hotel, and they gave us permission to go out and have some fun, so we did. We were wandering around and there was a pay to enter party, but we didn't have party clothes, so we decided to go shopping and buy some outfits. We got back to the house, but there was nobody outside, so we both paid our fee and walked in and well, had some fun feo. Well, there was nobody outside keeping watch of the door or anything, and there was some guy that probably saw the jar of money on the table and he ended up wandering in. Well, he ended up crashing the party by firing a shot into the ceiling and freaking everybody out. He had a bag, and he made everybody put anything expensive they had in the bag, and when he got to us, he told Autumn to put her jewelry in the bag, and she said no. He said it again, and she repeated with a no. So he shot her, right there about 4 feet from me. I was obviously very upset, because I had just watched my best friend, and probably also my lover get shot dead in front of me, and she literally smiled at me while she died. I was so upset at myself, because of the fact that I didn't do anything, because I know I could have, but I was too scared to move. But then my fear turned to straight rage, and I hit the guy probably harder than he was ever hit square in the face. He ended up the ground without a weapon, because the force of my first punch made him drop his gun and grabbed his nose. I broke it, and I was on top of him beating the living shit out of him. By the time the police showed up I had nearly killed him in rage. I broke 2 of my knuckles from hitting him so much, and people had to drag me off of him. And I was still super upset, because of the fact that I didn't do anything before he shot her. But that's basically it. That's my life story. And that's why I don't like making friends in real life anymore, cause I'm afraid they'll get hurt on my behalf. If you have any questions then reply to this, or just send my message. Edit. Sorry about the fact that there's so much reading here, I just kind of started venting, and well, emotional word vomit, am I right? About a month ago, I had caught someone shining a flashlight at my roommate and mine's car about a week before. Also had a friend down the street have her window smashed out. So I was watching my street pretty closely, point laying in bed around midnight. I hear a bang bang bang, and I go to my window thinking I'd see someone breaking into my car. Then I hear someone yell and see a car speed off. I go outside and flip my porch light on and turn right expecting to see my window smashed out of my car. Maybe even a wreck point. Nope. I turned left, and a dude is in my street. Shot in the head, about 30 feet away from me. And everyone started coming outside. And the cops were there a few minutes later. I knew the guy was dead, because my neighbor told me as he talked to me, and the lady next door, when we were on our porches. When the cop got there, they flipped the guy over onto his back from his stomach. He was like a rag doll. It was a holy fuck, I just saw someone dead for the first time outside of a funeral moment. My roommate and I were so shook up. I had to take several shots of liquor to even go to bed, and barely slept for a week. I'm finally less anxious about it, but I still concealed carry most of the time. And I'm definitely watching my back and locking my car doors when I drive. I don't live in a bad neighborhood, but it just feels completely different now. I have come to terms at least that if someone wants to break into my car or even steal from me, fucking go for it. The world is crazy, and I'm done trying to confront people, because that could have been me. When I was 8 to 9, my friend, we will call her X, and I were playing in this abandoned lot. I grew up in the projects and the hood around us had mad abandoned houses. Anyways, we could hear two people fighting, and being the nosiest kids that we were, we went and looked. X was 10/11, so I felt safe with her. We made the turn around this abandoned building to see this woman getting stabbed repeatedly. Guy seen us, and started coming towards us and we ran. Went and told her Abula as her project building was closer than mine's. She called the police and our description of the man got him caught. I didn't know much else about it then as my mammy didn't feel the need to tell me as I was just a Nina myself. But some years later my mammy told me that it was basically a drug deal that went bad. Woman didn't die right away, but I guess died a few days later. About 3 weeks after the incident I was playing with Barbies on the steps with my Rottie. Thank God for that dog. 2 Hispanic men approached me trying to get me to go with them. When I refused, one grabbed me trying to pull me off the steps. My dog attacked the guy that grabbed me long enough for me to slip away and get inside the door to get my pappy. The dog saved my life. I don't know if the incident was related, but me familiar always thought so, as I was easy to pick out in the projects I lived in as I was the only blonde blue-eyed Hispanic little girl in the area. The men were never found, and they never came back. I wasn't allowed outside alone anymore after those incidents and my pappy moved us out of there into another house with the help of my bulo. It's not a crazy story as I'm sure similar ones happen often. ESP in the hood. But it impacted me a lot and now I'm a parent myself. I don't let my kids go out unattended either. I wouldn't be here writing this if I didn't have my dog. And back then there wasn't cameras and shit all over the projects, like there is now. Only on the entrances, pointed directly at the door. So no one would have seen shit. But stay safe people. There's monsters everywhere. Keep your kids safe. If there's anything I learned from growing up in that environment, is to always watch ya kids shit can pop off quick. And if you ain't there to protect ya kids who will be. The hood is unforgiving and no place for a child to mess around in alone. I wasn't a witness, but did have to watch the CCTV of a very good friend of mine be murdered, so it may not count toward this thread, but it's something I will never forget. My friend Donna was a store manager for Family Dollar in Lawton, Oklahoma and was murdered by her abusive boyfriend that she tried to get away from by moving into my parents' pool house. My mother was her district manager and her best friend. But her and I also got pretty close after she moved in because we both understood how difficult my mom could be some days, and anytime I was in town, I always made it a point to stop at her store for a snack, drink, pens, notebooks, or whatever else I needed for class that day, and we would talk for an hour or so. Donna opened her store one morning in December and watching the footage from FD after she did her morning opening routine. She was in her phone texting. Turns out she was texting her ex to get the title to her car back. She goes out right before the store opened and walked to the right of the strip mall instead of the left by the empty storefront like usual to smoke her cigarette. The FD footage doesn't show anything past her walking to the edge of her storefront. The smoke shop across the street, on the other hand, caught the entire thing. He shot her a handful of times, missed at least once, and then killed himself. The shock and look on her face, the way her body language just conveyed her being scared and terrified, is something I will never forget. When she saw that gun pointed at her, all because he didn't want her to leave him and have the title to her own car. So, didn't witness it, but was involved in the case. I was about 18, hanging out with my boyfriend at the time, my brother and a couple of our and his friends. Everyone had left by this point. We were just chatting, music and beers. Pretty late. My brother headed out to go buy some more beers and came back. Guy was outside the block of flats shouting to the flat above, tried to get in with my brother, who didn't let him. Continued shouting. Eventually above let him in, and he goes up. About an hour later he just walks into my brother's flat and sits down. Starts talking about his kid and stuff, crying, drunk. Had red on him, but honestly nothing noticeable, until we thought back about it. Pretty awkward situation to say the least. Bang on the door. It's the police. This guy runs out and back upstairs. We open up the front. They bust the back door in. Start asking about him. Go upstairs. He's not there. Check all my brother's flat. Upstairs. Shared toilet / bathroom. Third flat which was empty. Only exit his front door and my brother's back door. Eventually we learned he jumped out second floor window and ran. He came to the flats as he used to live in my brother's and knew upstairs. Eventually get pulled up for interviews in court, etc. He'd murdered a friend for talking about his kids when he couldn't see his, by shoving a teddy in his mouth, choking him and beating him to death, then come straight to the flats. Had to attend court a couple of times and as far as I'm aware, he's still in prison to this day. Not much to it really. I was working at AutoZone at the time, and in a not very good area. Was in the middle of doing something to someone's car, can't remember what, but I was reconnecting the battery, when all of a sudden there was 3 very loud pops / bangs to my left. The first thing that went through my mind was who the fuck is setting off fireworks in the parking lot. Well, it wasn't fireworks. When I looked to my left I saw a dude with a gun, and the guy who was parked in the space 1 over falling to the ground pretty stiff. I dropped my sheet and ducked behind the fender of the car I was working on. I heard a few more pops and then peeked over the fender to see the dude on the ground and the gunman still standing there, and more shots went off. All in all I think it was 9 shots total. I remember looking at the people in the car next to the one I was working on and in the one I was working on ducking down as far as they could, looking pretty damn terrified. After a pause of fuck knows how long when the shooting stopped I quickly got up, reconnected the people's battery, shut their hood, and told them to go, which in hindsight probably wasn't the best thing to do as they were prime witnesses. They sped off as fast as one could. When panic driving out of a shooting point I quickly scuttled inside past the dude on the sidewalk, at which point the manager closed and locked the doors while we waited for the police to arrive. The part that bothered me the most out of the whole ordeal was not witnessing the guy get shot, but the fact that when the police arrived all they did was stand there and stare at the guy bleeding out on the sidewalk while waiting for an ambulance to arrive, which took around 20 minutes. And the worst sound was not the sounds of the gunshots, but the scream of the guy's girlfriend / wife when she showed up later looking for him, only to find out he was shot. As amazing as it is, the guy was actually alive when they loaded him up and took him to the hospital. It wasn't until a week later when he finally passed. I know this because I was contacted by an investigator saying it was a homicide case and changed departments after the dude died. It was also super unfortunate timing that it happened when it did, sometime between 4:30 to 5 o'clock. Because every day at 5 we actually had an armed security guard that stood by the front door inside. He showed up later after the police cleared the area and let the store open back up. He said he was down the road and actually heard the shots. He asked me if I was okay when he found out I was the closest one to it and outside at the time. Said I was totally fine, and he just laughed and said it'll be totally fine. In the military was a part of ROTC at the time. It was a very intense experience and for sure a day I will never forget. I didn't come down off the adrenaline high for at least 8 hours and never felt adrenaline like that before or since. Definition felt a little jumpy around pops and bangs for a couple weeks after that too, lol. Pretty late. I just got done smoking a blunt with my buddy and we drove 2 blocks to the gas station. It felt safer. He went in to use the bathroom apparently, even though we just left the place where the better bathroom was, and he wanted snack as I was sitting in the car listening to music, and all of a sudden right in front of me a dude just walked up and stabbed another dude. I watched all of it and barely knew what I saw. It was so fast. I watched the guy hold his stomach and he went in and went straight into the bathroom and died in front of my friend. Just bleed out right there, and then we were both stoned out of our mind. Teenagers. We were not ready for any of this. He ran out and was like, we have to go, and we left. Sounds bad on the surface. Like we both just dipped on a murder. One that I saw. I honestly couldn't even describe what the other person was wearing because it happened so fast and the dude just ran. I was spacing off and jamming and saw the movement which caught my attention, which is what made me look up and see what happened. The next day we were sitting there talking about what we should do because we felt super faked up about it, and my other friend came over and said his friend's dad got murdered last night. He said where it happened, and we both immediately confessed we saw the whole thing, and we were just talking about going to the police, even though we really didn't think we could give them anything that would help. Friend 3 said they already had the people in custody. Everything happened on camera, and they were regulars. Pretty much caught dead to tights. The sad part is why it happened. The dude who died saw a chick he thought was pretty and hit on her, and she denied him, and he said sorry and walked away. Her boyfriend was there, and he stabbed him to death right in front of me while I was high as fuck. He got killed for hitting on a chick. What a shit way to go. For some reason I'm always 2 seconds away from a death scene. I mean, my country isn't that violent, but over the course of 22 years I've seen a couple murders. I went to get lunch and managed to enter my workplace 2 seconds before someone took like 7 bullets right next to the building. I joked about someone being shot with my cowhawkers because quite frankly I didn't know how gunshots sounded. I came back to the scene and the guy was still breathing, but pretty much on his way. Was at home in the living room playing video games when I saw a couple unfamiliar bikes heading up the hill, turned and went back down. Turns out they put 3 bullets in a guy's head. It was during carnival too, so there was a lot of kids and dense crowds. It was weird seeing that guy around alive and stuff, and then couple hours later dead in a pool of blood. Was walking in town with a friend, saw this guy running after another guy with a large piece of wood, and proceeded to hit him directly on the head with it. I swear it sounded like a bat hitting a 6. Cricket reference. It was surreal. The guy fell to the ground and started to shake. I called 911, and they took forever to get there. I called again after like 20 minutes and the lady seemed to be annoyed that I called again. It took about 30 minutes for the ambulance and police to get there. I'm still pretty pissed about this because I could have literally walked to the hospital in like 10 minutes or walked to the police headquarters in like 2. They were that close to the scene. There was another murder I witnessed, but honestly it's too much. My family doesn't know how much these things affected me. It's damaging to know that I know what brains look like. I don't have anything like some of the other stories here. I've never witnessed a murder firsthand, but I did happen to catch a glimpse of something pretty wild once. This was just a few months ago, and the town still talks about how crazy things are getting. Sheltered. This kid, for whatever reason, leaves home and decides he's gonna hurt someone. So he grabs a sledgehammer and tries to hurt this old guy working in his driveway. He hurts the guy pretty bad, then turns his attention to the screaming women across the street at the daycare center, where a bunch of kids have just arrived for school. He goes over there, hits a bunch of kids and a teacher, then just leaves. This happened a few blocks from my house and he walked past my house. Police helicopter and news helicopter circled above for a couple hours until they found him. I happened to see him walking in front of my house as I was smoking. A couple years ago I think. I'm outside at like 1 in the morning smoking, and I hear this airplane, but it's a sound I've never heard before. So I run out in my yard looking all around trying to spot what I think is a low-flying F-35, and I don't see anything until it's so loud it's booming in my chest. Finally this huge dark black object flies over, no lights on it at all, so of course I'm like aliens bro. Well, turns out some dude stole an airplane from the town over and partially succeeded, to fly it into his house with his wife and stepson in it. His house is about 5 blocks up from mine, and it's a straight line between the airport, my house, and his, so he flew probably within 100 feet or so of my house in a medium-sized private jet. He came in too low and too slow though, so he clipped the shed across the street from his house, and then the curb on the road pretty much stopped him. Some slight damage to the road, barely touched the house, and he was the only one killed. This was over 10 years ago now. Was working second shift at the time, 5 PM to 1+ AM. Got off early and decided to meet up with 2 friends at the local club having nickel draft night. Had 2 beers before the kegs were tapped. Soon after an argument occurred at the bar between 2 people/groups. It became heated because last call happened and one guy took another guy's drink. Bouncer kicked one group out and the other stayed, but as soon as the bouncer came back in he kicked everyone out. While my 2 friends and I are trying to get out with another 100+ people at the same time, one gets separated and goes to one door and my other friend and I go to another. We get out onto the sidewalk first and see that the bouncer's bar stool has been slammed against one of the outside windows and realize this is why everyone is getting kicked out. My other friend calls at exactly 2:06 AM to see where we are when a car backfiring sound happens down the street. Bang, bang, bang. I along with everyone else soon realizes these are gunshots. Before I can even react, I witness a man 5 feet in front of me and slightly to the left get shot twice. Once in the upper left chest region and once in the right side abdominal region. He goes to clutch his chest and begins to fall backwards, arms going limp before they can reach his chest, eyes rolling into the back of his head till I see nothing but the whites of his eyes. His head hits first with a resounding thump, and I instantly knew he was dead before he hit the ground. I have just witnessed a drive-by shooting and murder. My friends and I are okay physically. I'm the only one that witnessed it that was basically sober. One friend got pushed back into the club and the other was 6 or 7 drinks deep and does not remember it as vividly as I do. Sadly 2 men were shot and killed in the drive-by, but somehow no one else was injured. This was a very surreal experience and the emotions, feelings, and adrenaline rush that you get from this are like nothing else. This experience gave me mild PTSD, and I have had social anxiety and commitment issues since. The shooter was charged with both murders and is currently in prison for life without the possibility of parole. I was either a junior in high school right before summer break or a senior right after senior break. I went to a school in America that went from 100% white students before the 90s 2000s to 92% Asian when I was in high school. So the concentration of Asians bred Asian gangs like Dragon Family or TRG and such. Well, I was kinda close with a guy that was in one of the 4 main Asian gangs at my school, who I've known since middle school. When I met him, he had the typical teenager long hair and innocent in his early stages of puberty. By the year of the incident he always had a buzz cut and typical gangster store, but all black, except white long socks and black shorts. So there happened to be a new kid that just jumped into a different gang and thought he was hot shit and started running his mouth and doing stupid shit to start beef between the gangs. It got so bad that week after week groups from both gangs always fought wherever they saw each other, whether it was at school or out in public facilities. Then one day the one friend I was talking about found the new jumping along at the park trying to talk up a girl as I was skateboarding on the basketball court. I saw my friend and waved and continued practicing whatever bullshit trick that I was trying to learn that week or whatever. Next thing I knew the new recruit was down on all 4 weeping with my friend standing over him with a pistol pointed at his head. Bang point, and that was the last time I saw either of those guys. For the next couple weeks everyone that I shared a class with that used to have my friends would ask where he is, and another member from his gang would make up a lie like oh he joined the triads on China or he moved to Florida shit like that. But from what I heard from the reliable gang grapevine is that the family gang moved him into safety immediately after he reported the incident to the gang, and he is now somewhere in Asia Point. I still see the event in my head now and then. And then I look back to how nice and innocent he was when I first met him. Mine is probably not the same as the others here, but after my grandmother died my grandfather started slipping mentally He had dementia, but we didn't know it yet, and my uncle, we'll call him Robbie, was the executor of my grandparents' estate. Now they already weren't exactly the closest at best, but my uncle agreed to do the job, so that my other uncle, who we'll call Eddie, couldn't take the job. My grandmother knew exactly what he was, and refused to give him any power. My mother couldn't do it, because of family politics, which for me are complicated at best. After a while though, my grandfather was getting more hostile towards my mother and Uncle Robbie. We didn't know it at the time, but Eddie was mentally manipulating my grandfather and trying to turn him against my uncle and mother, and it worked. My grandfather said some horrible things to both of them, and everyone kinda withdrew for a week, figuring he needed some space after the death of my grandmother. In that time though, Eddie had basically kidnapped my grandfather and moved him to his house against his will. Understandably, my uncle Robbie took exception to this and moved him back after giving some choice words to Eddie. A few weeks after this, tension between my uncle Robbie and my grandfather rose and basically culminated in Robbie resigning as executor. They didn't speak after that, and no one knows exactly what was said, but we know it was horrible. Then after that, my grandfather managed to alienate my mother as well, at the behest of Eddie of course, and everyone kinda withdrew again. What we didn't know however is that Eddie had been busy manipulating my grandfather into naming him executor of the estate, although my grandfather had my mother named a co-executor, much to Eddie's chagrin, and then later having him declared financially incompetent within the week. On my grandfather's birthday, I decided to extend the olive branch and bring over some cards and cupcakes on behalf of the family. We knew he'd be at Eddie's house, so that's where I went. When I got there, my grandfather and Eddie were nowhere to be found, and my cousin was acting scarily. Side note, he had all my grandparents' valuables stashed in his living room, but considering the suspicious circumstances, that was the last thing on my mind. She called Eddie and got him to come home, and when I started asking him about my grandfather's whereabouts, he went from defensive to angry, which ended in a verbal confrontation. He's a bit of a coward and terrified of my father, and I think this is the moment he became truly terrified of me, as I have a background in several different martial arts and can be pretty imposing for a 5 feet 9 inch woman, where he fled his own house after saying, "I don't have to take this from you." I stayed behind and questioned my cousin for a bit and found out that Eddie had put my grandfather in a home for Alzheimer and dementia patients. She couldn't tell me which one. She wasn't malicious, just afraid of Eddie. I drove home and told my dad, who helped get the ball rolling with locating him. My mother tried to get Eddie to tell her where he was, but he wouldn't, and took calls to the police. Later we found out the name of the place. When we visited, he had only the clothes on his back and an armchair that he slept in. The poor staff were desperate to get into contact with anyone who could get him more clothes and furniture. Eddie basically dropped him off and left. We fixed the furniture and clothing situation, and the next day my dad took my mother to the bank and had them print out all statements and transfer the remaining money into an account Eddie couldn't access. I audited the accounts myself, and 3/4 of their life savings was just gone within about a month after Eddie taking over as an executor. I won't tell you the exact amount, but I will say it was a pretty large amount, even going by upper middle class standards, as they were big savers, always living under their means. Within a few days, Eddie contacted my mother screaming about how she'd better give back that money because he'd tried to withdraw some from an ATM and failed, and then discovered what we'd done. He gave some excuse about paying for the home that was verifiably false. Things were fake civil after this, and it wasn't all bad. My mother and grandfather got to make up, and I had some nice experiences, and it ended up making me realize that I wanted to go into the medical field. But that was soon wrecked after Eddie made his last few moves. He tried to manipulate my mother, but that didn't work with my dad and I playing watchdog all the time. And he then put things into motion to take my grandfather to a small town in the middle of nowhere, the old family cabin. He also got his hands on that before this happened, but none of us cared enough to do anything. Is in for 3 weeks. I remember finding this out from one of the nurses and thinking, he's not coming back from this, and 3 days later he had taken him. There was nothing we could really do legally, and my mother was trying to be optimistic, so I let it go. At least we got to say our goodbyes and I managed to give him a pocket-sized framed picture of my grandmother that I hope brought him comfort. About 4 weeks later I had a copy of the death certificate. It said natural causes, but I looked into the doctor who wrote it, and what I found was not good. Not only was he a personal friend of Eddie's, but he had legal action taken against him by the medical board. I don't know what he did. No matter how much digging I did, I just kept running into red tape, and whatever it was so bad that he had to leave his fancy career in the city for this crappy post in the middle of nowhere. After looking some more, I found out his wife left him during all this, and it looks like his kids don't speak to him. I know that Eddie killed him. I'm pretty sure with hemlock for reasons I won't go into here, but I have some pretty good reason to believe that, and had his body cremated, and his doctor friend either cover it up or look the other way. He waited way too long to inform us, and there's not really a way I can prove it, but there's just too many coincidences, and combined with the other things he's done, and who he is. So that's the story of how I and my whole family slowly watched my uncle commit patricide. There were a lot of points where someone cold done something, but it is what it is, and my mother is suing him now to hopefully at least make him account for the looting of the estate. One more thing, while all this was going on he was renovating his house, and sold it after my grandfather died. He's now moved into that cabin and I haven't spoken to my cousins in over a year. Sorry if this is too long and not what you were looking for, but I felt like sharing, and it was nice to vent a bit about it. TLDR, my uncle murdered my grandfather and covered it up. This the story of how he got away with it and still is. The neighbor was a little odd. I didn't want to assume anything about him, but he had problems. I'm pretty sure he hoarded garbage. He wasn't great at caring for himself. He likely didn't get out much, but he was a nice enough guy. He once asked if it was okay to feed my cats some wet cat food from time to time. Let's call him Bill. A little backstory. Bill at one point, maybe a month or two prior, extended a gracious arm to some of the local vagrants to sleep in his yard. This is of course a beautiful gesture, but because the people who wound up in his yard were the type that spent more effort on getting drunk and high, it didn't feel like the best move. It was typically a middle-aged couple that stayed though, and they were generally okay. Their fellow vagrant buddies came over all the time too, but after a few instances of people getting drunk and screaming at each other, one neighbor told them to chill out or cops would get involved, so he kicked some of the more problematic people out. They'd still get drunk and shout, but it was less frequent. All that said, I worked in a restaurant at the time, and one particular day we launched a new menu. As a result, we were extremely busy the entire day. I worked several hours overtime, and by the time I left, I picked up my phone and saw I had missed calls from 4 or 5 different people, at least 2 of whom I didn't know, about 12 times. I called the first one back. It was my roommate. Dude, Bill's dead. Apparently, some non-regular vagrants came around the night prior and got into an argument with him, and one attacked and, accidentally, killed him. I called the other numbers back and reached the detective involved, and before I could say too much was told they got all the information they needed that day and had a suspect already, so I didn't even have to answer questions. I walked home and saw my entire block roped off. CSI van parked outside the dude's house. Had to explain where I was going to the guard keeping the street locked down. He let me through, and when I got home, I noticed the body still laying in his driveway next door. It looked like he was drunk and passed out, but landed weird and obviously never got up. That's just what it looked like, but the coroner declared physical assault. I didn't see any blood from my porch. I think it was just a blunt force kinda death. It's just weird to see a dead body. TLDR, neighbor let homeless people sleep in his backyard. One came over who didn't usually stay there, got in an argument, and attacked the neighbor. I only saw the body after they roped off the whole street. This may not count. It wasn't a murder, but I killed 2 people. Here is my story. It's been 2 years and 4 months. Every day that goes by is very one foot in front of another. I'll make a long story short. It was a freak accident, to say the least. A horrific freeway accident. No drinking or drugs, speeding, texting, or calling, reckless driving etc. The highway patrol officer who read through the reports told me, you would have had to be a ninja to avoid it. You are not at fault. Relief, right? Wrong point. Survivor's guilt, sadness for their family, sad for them, guilty that I facilitated their transition, angry that I didn't do things differently, wanting to end it all, because I know I don't deserve to live more than them. The list goes on. It's hard to drive, because I get flashbacks, panic attacks, shaking, crying, nightmares of that night. I didn't deserve this. Their family doesn't deserve this. They were both beautiful people with potential, love, family, life, and then it's over. And I did it. I have come to understand how different forms of guilt works, and I have become accustomed to the torture I inflict on myself mentally. I deserve at least that. I will never fully forgive myself, and I will never get over it. I think of them often. Sometimes I watch their videos. I include them when I pray and meditate, and I ask them to forgive me. I pray for their families to find healing one day. They were heroes. They were beautiful people. 2 stories. I was hanging around with my friends on Bloomfield Avenue in Newark. We stopped at a gas station, and it was like 11:30. We went inside to get snacks, but the inside was locked, so we had to purchase stuff through a window that also had an account unit above it. We were there when 2 minutes pass, and a man runs up screaming at the attendant with a woman behind him screaming, "You faked her? You faked her." The stupid, and I mean stupid, cashier comes outside. He said something like, "This is where I work. You need to leave." Well, the angry guy grabs the account and starts smashing his head open right in front of me and my friends. The girl is vomiting, and the man under the account was twitching until he died. The police were passing by, or I don't think he would have been caught. 2. We had a laundromat owned by this guy, Jefferson. He was like 50. He employed this Bengali woman who was young and really pretty. Well, they began an affair that lasted like 2 months, maybe more. Only know this cause it was in the newspapers after she was murdered. We used to go there a lot as kids, cause they sold beef patties and candy. So that was like the hangout. Now she wasn't murdered in front of me, but myself, my younger brother, and 5 of my friends were the ones who found her head outside the door of above mentioned laundromat when we went to buy beef patties before school. Turns out her man found out and chopped her up and sent her parts to all of the buildings Jefferson owned in the area. It was brutal. She was so nice, and really I always felt like she slept with the owner to keep her job. I've never shared this story. Doubt it will get read anyway. My mom has always been an addict. Various things over the years, but when I was really little, it was heroin. My dad was working 3 jobs and living with his mom to save money so he could afford a place so the court would award him custody. So, he was literally doing everything he could to help me, but at the time he just couldn't be there for me all the time. He was working. Also, of note, my parents grew up in the same town with the same friends, but didn't reconnect and have me until they were in their 30s. So when my parents were divorcing, my mom knew all the right people to use to annoy my dad. So she started dating an old friend of my dad's. Let's call him Al. I always liked Al. Al gave me Necco wafers and always let me pick whichever pillow I wanted to sit on to watch TV. I was a chill little kid. Well, I'm pretty sure it was Al that got my mom into heroin because he sold it. But luckily, I don't really remember them shooting up or the people who they'd sell to. They usually made me go to another room or something, but looking back I know what they were doing. Anyway, one day I remember Al loaded us up in his car. I remember it was his because I didn't need to sit in a car seat, and we went to a friend's house. It was the shittiest little trailer in the shittiest little trailer park in town. It was bad. But we went inside, and there was a guy there with long straight hair, tied up in a red bandana, and he was real skinny. My mom has always been petite, so thin people never really registered to me as a kid, but this guy was just skin and bones. And he was acting jumpy. The adults said stuff, insert peanuts, wah wah wah. I was in front of a TV in another room. Al gave me a whole roll of Knickers. All for me, but well, that's really the issue. Al always wanted the black Knickers. Licorice flavor has never been my favorite, so he was probably just keeping me from wasting the candy. I don't know. But he gave me the whole roll. Even the blacks. So after I watched a bit of Hanna-Barbera, I had to go out and make sure to give him the black ones. I remember walking out of the little room in the back and into the front room. I was little, couldn't have been more than 3 or 4, so I was quiet and small, easy to overlook. So I stood near the end of the kitchen counter, waiting for the adults at the table to notice me or finish talking, because interrupting is rude. I remember Al talking to the guy saying, "Don't worry about it, we all go through rough times, and I can wait a few more days, but I don't think you can, and don't worry, it's my treat." I remember he said treat in a not good way. It didn't sound the same way he said it when we talked about necklace. But then he started tying a bow on the guy's arm with his red bandana. The guy squeezed his fist a few times, and then I just remember him slumping over into the table. The adults didn't talk for a minute, so I walked over with the black necklace, rolled up as nice as I could in the wax paper they come in, and I said, "Here Al, I saved the black ones for you." My mom was sitting at the table too, and her face was as white as I'd ever seen it. Was I not supposed to share? I was thinking. My mom got up and hustled me into the next room and then started frantically looking for my gloves and jacket. Al was shouting at my mom about something and I was just confused. My mom bundled me up and I remember her saying, "I don't know what you saw, but you never saw anything." "But mom, I was watching TV." "Yes, that's all we did here." Al overdosed the guy on purpose. The guy owed him money and Al was a genuinely evil person. Apparently my mom had no idea what was going on until the guy just straight had a heart attack in front of her. Still though, Al and my mom just left him there. The only memory I have of the rest of the night was getting carried out of the house, all bundled up, and looking over a shoulder to see he hadn't moved at all. It literally only clicked with me now, nearly 30 years later, that immediately after that night, my mom stopped contesting the divorce, stopped requesting joint custody, and let my dad just have me. He got sole custody, but still had me visit my mom every weekend until high school. I don't know if it was because she was involved in the murder investigation. The body was discovered the next day. It made the paper and my dad just knew enough about the small town to put 2 and 2 together. My mom just moped out, or what? But Al never got imprisoned, and I've never talked about it with anyone before. I didn't witness a murder, but I cleaned up a murder scene after it had already been investigated, of course. I had a friend whose husband was shot and killed in their trailer in the living room. In the middle of sweltering summer, his body was in that unconditioned trailer for like 4 days. My friend at the time was spending the week at her grandma's cause they were always back and forth with each other, though despite that he texted her every day because they have 3 children together. After not hearing from her husband for days, my friend got off work, picked her kids up, and headed to her house. She found him laying on the mattress that he pulled into the living room. Shortly after that, his body was taken out of the trailer to be looked over for evidence and such, but they left the mattress he was on. My friend came over to my house with her husband's birth certificate. It had been laid at his feet. We still don't know the reason why. She asked me to smell the paper and to tell her what I thought it smelled like. Death. I don't know how I knew, but I knew it wasn't something I've ever smelled before, and death was my only answer. To which she replied with the news of her husband's passing. She came over to ask if I could help her clean the trailer, mainly the mattress he was on. Of course, I wanted to help her because she was really going through it, and part of me wanted to help because of the obvious fact that you don't get to see a crime scene in person on just any average day. Nothing could have prepared me for this kind of event though. At first, I was kind of indifferent to it and didn't really grasp the concept of the fact that a human died horribly in that house. From the outside, everything looked normal, aside from the smell of death, so strong you could smell it before even going up the steps. And let me tell you, there is absolutely nothing I can compare to what rotting human flesh smells like. I will never forget it, and when I think about it, I can smell it almost as strong as the first day I experienced it. As soon as I stepped into that house, I was filled with such emotion that I dropped to my knees and cried. To this day, I don't understand why, but I believe the emotions I felt were that of my friend's husband. I felt scared, sad, angry, all at the same time. Mind you, I only met her husband one time, so he didn't have any real impact on me for me to be so emotional. Right inside the door was the mattress he was on. The blood and bodily fluids perfectly outlined the shape of his body. There was hair, skull fragments, and brain matter on the pillow. We got the mattress out and burned it, and then stayed the night in the living room right where he was killed. To make it even weirder, a black cat jumped into the kitchen from a window we forgot to shut. My friend thought it was her husband's spirit and her kids started freaking out. This sheet has been burned into my memory forever, and I've had weird dreams from it since then, most of which include the rotting flesh smell. Almost murder, but luckily he survived. My two neighbors have been feuding for months now, and quarantine didn't help. For weeks on end they would fight in the street between their houses. Cops ended up patrolling our neighborhood for weeks. It's a weekend when they usually would fight. But it was quiet, it was nice for once. I hear yelling from outside, assuming they are going to fight again. I look outside. Might as well enjoy the show. There's someone at one of the house's front door, yelling "shoot me," over and over. I didn't think too much about it, because it wasn't uncommon. The man on the porch opened the front door, and I heard 3 gunshots. I had already called for my dad, and told him they were fighting, but fighting was so common it wasn't enough to drag him away from whatever he was doing. Before I had time to even realize what just happened, my dad had already called the cops, and was sitting in the window with me. Before he could even give our address, the cops were already here. The man who got shot was brought to a hospital and the other man was taken in for questioning along with his whole family. All the neighbors who were there had to fill out witness statements and the cops were there past 3 AM to investigate. The man who got shot was in the hospital for about a month and last I heard, can't walk and is bedridden, almost died. The other man was let free later that night because it was self-defense. They still fight here and there, but it's nowhere as common as it used to be. Plus, now everyone in the neighborhood immediately calls the cops the second anything happens. Last thing that happened was on New Year's Eve when the man who got shot's family was lighting off fireworks at the other family's house. I believe someone was almost arrested. Fun times. Longtime Bay Area nightlife security officer here. Over a 15-year career I've had the misfortune of witnessing 7 murders while on the job. The craziest / most violent one was about 7 years ago. A fight breaks out at a bottle service table. At the time I was working the front door. When the call went out, I run upstairs, locate the table, and make my way through the crowd. I'm within 10 feet when out of the corner of my eye I see a glimmer above the crowd. It was a bottle, and it was about to be broken on a regular's head. I'll never forget the sound as it made contact with the top of his head. No less than 5 seconds later I'm at the table peering down on a man whose head was split open so badly his eye socket was exposed and you could see his skull where the bottle had made impact. 2 minimums later we had rushed him out the door into an ambulance where he passed away from blood loss on the way to the hospital. The guy who hit him was caught instantly on the spot. His girlfriend actually pointed him out of the crowd to the officers on the scene. I heard he ended up getting life for having 2 previous strikes on his record, one of them being a violent felony where he strong-armed an old lady. To this day I'll never forget the smell and the amount of blood that literally leaked from this man while we rushed him into the ambulance. We watched the video and my heart broke as I watched him try to break up the fight by getting in between his friends and the other party. He was a solid dude, coached local little league, volunteered at an animal shelter, and consistently visited elderly people and performed music for them. Moral of the story, it's never worth it. So many lives were changed in a matter of minutes that will never be the same, all over confusion from who drank from which bottle. So tragic. At the beginning of quarantine I was home all day with my dad and baby brother, about 6 months at the time. I live in Oakland in an area that is sort of sketchy. I don't live in a low-income area, but I also don't live with the people that have Teslas. I'm on the edge of both neighborhoods. I live in an area with shootings every month or so we sort of got used to the sounds. There are 2 families neighboring my house who, like us, were friends with the family living across the street from us. The victim, who I'll call Miles, had been arguing with someone who was squatting in his house a few years ago. Before he bought it. There began the incidents. The man who he was arguing with got upset with him and threw a rock at his house one day. He was chased away by my father and a few neighbors. 2 or 3 weeks later, the windows were replaced and broken again by the same man. This was when Miles started getting threatened by the squatter. This is also when he decided it was time to move out of his house and sell at point, then started the renovations. His family moved, but he came back to the house every day for 2 or 3 weeks to fix his house up with help from the 2 families that we were all friends with. One day, Miles was working with the guys from the 2 families we were friends with while their kids played outside the house on the sidewalk where their dads could see them. I'm sitting in my living room, right next to a huge window facing his house, while playing Call of Duty with my dad, while we watched my baby brother, the man Miles had been arguing with, walked up to him while he went outside to get some paint. Miles had been very passive in this whole ordeal, but this times he was going to stand up for himself. He walked up to the guy, about to tell him to leave him alone, when the guy pulled a gun in him and shot him once in the face and 6 more times in the back while he was lying on the ground. When I heard the first shot, I looked out my huge window at the house to see the guy standing over the dead body of Miles, still firing into his back. My dad, who is an army veteran, dropped to the ground as I watched my neighbor get murdered, stood still in my place. My dad gave me my baby brother and had me run to the back of my house, where I stood still shocked. I saw the poor little kids running away from Miles toward their dads. It was something I'll never forget, especially what happened at the end of the day when the 4 or 5 friendly families came together to talk about Miles and how wild and sad it was. I remember when the cops and coroner came. I remember the shriek of Miles' wife when she saw her husband. I remember my dad freaking out, trying to save the man who had no hope of being saved. I have wristbands that his wife gave me with his name on them. She gave birth to their 4th child a month after his death. Their house was finished by the same friends that were working on it when he died, and the guy who killed him is in prison, and my father testified against him, as did the guys working with Miles. The house is sold with a new family living in it, and they are nice, so I just think about the family sometimes. I'm driving to church one Sunday with my pregnant wife and 2 little kids in the car. This sub/crossover vehicle is really tailgating me, but there's nowhere to let him pass. I notice a couple police cars with their lights on, but no sirens, following at a significant distance. Long, straight, 2-lane road with no turn-offs. We pull up to a stoplight. 1 car is already stopped there. I know the police cars will be there in 30 seconds, so I pull off onto the small shoulder. The tailgater aggressively pulls right up beside me, so close our mirrors almost touch. I can't pull forward because there's a large sign right in front of me. He looks like he's trying to find a break in oncoming traffic to get around the stopped car and run the light. Suddenly, police vehicles screech into the intersection, 3 to 4 from each direction, sirens on, and the 2 following us arrive with their lights on. They skid almost into contact from every direction with the 3 stopped cars, my family, the tailgater, and the car that was already there. Over their loudspeakers, the cops are shouting, "Don't move, let her go, it's over," and similar messages. The car beside us reverses, but slams into a police SUV after a few inches. Goes forward, slams into another blocking vehicle. Neither move, he's trapped. The police keep saying give up and let her go. Suddenly there's 4 to 5 rapid gunshots from the car, which partially shatter his passenger window, which is about a foot from my driver's window, but a bit higher. There's a red spray on the window. There's a half-second pause, then more shots, as he apparently shot through his windshield at the police and the innocent bystander vehicle in front of him. Multiple windows on police cars shatter from the shots. More police vehicles screech in. Within a second or 2 of the first shots, my pregnant wife is unbuckled and leaping into the back seat to throw herself over our kids' car seats and shield them. Police had jumped out of, by then, over a dozen vehicles and are charging the vehicle returning fire. I'm the vet, but I'm the last to realize what's happening and react. I start trying to back up onto the shoulder, but slowly with blinkers on. I don't want the continually arriving police to mistake my silver sedan for the silver crossover and think I'm the fleeing suspect. I manage to make eye contact with one of the charging officers and make the open door hand motion. He realizes I'm trapped, reverses, jumps into the blocking vehicle, and floors it to get back so I can get out. I pull way onto the shoulder, around the police in a wide, moderate speed. I'm not fleeing, circle, then out onto the road, and I'm out of there. Dozens of shots are fired, too close together to count. As I glanced back I saw police literally climbing all over the vehicle, many still firing. I thought I saw 1 or 2 officers drop. A few didn't have guns out, but were pulling someone out through the broken passenger window. While tearing open first aid kits we drove back through the intersection, after waiting about 15 minutes just around the corner. In that time, 2 ambulances left the scene at high speed. We saw 2 more there, with the paramedics standing calmly around stretchers that seemed to have fully covered bodies on them. The car looked like Sonny Corleone's from Godfather, and there were several damaged police vehicles best we can figure. An unknown violent person had kidnapped a woman, and police tailed him at a distance to avoid risking the hostage in a high-speed chase. When they cornered him, or her, theoretically, instead of surrendering or negotiating, he immediately shot the hostage repeatedly and opened fire on the police and other bystanders. The police charged straight into his fire so they could get the hostage and try to save her. They were really heroic and reacted fast, but I really doubt there was anything they could do for her. 2 people died at the scene, almost certainly including the murderer, and at least 2 more were rushed to the hospital. Probably police or the bystander in the car in front of us. The whole exchange from stopping at the light to getting out of there was probably under 20 seconds. We still went to church. It felt like a good time to talk to God. We were all fine, though shaken up. Couldn't find anything about it on the news, but it was a bad area in a big city and I guess it might not have seemed newsworthy. Boring story to tell, but being part of it was an adrenaline rush. This was in Washington DC, about a block from my house. I went on a date with this guy when we were about 19. When it was over he walked me home from the metro/subway stop, hoping I'd invite him inside I'm sure. Lol. The metro stop was 2 blocks from my basement apartment and right across from my apartment was a little bodega/pizza delivery joint that stayed open until 2 AM. We were about 1/2 a block from my apartment, and I see one of the delivery men come out the bodega and start walking towards us. I knew who it was, as is part of the family who owned it. I holler hi to him and tell him I'm hungry and want some pizza. He said I had to come in and make it, and at the same time he was at his car and set the pizza on the roof to open his car door. From out of nowhere a man comes up behind him. No mask on, no disguise, and yells at him something about give me your money, I'm assuming. I remember Aziz didn't even have time to go in his pockets and this asshole just shot him right in the back of his head, then went in his pockets himself. The guy I was with grew up in DC and basically ran the opposite way immediately after we heard the shot. I was naive and fresh out of Louisiana. For some reason, I ran straight towards Aziz and the crackhead. The man barely looked at me and took off running. By this time his family that was inside at the time had ran out, and I went in the bodega to get something to help and find a phone to call 911. I was freaking out and got a roll of paper towels for some reason. Aziz was still freaking alive and talking, and I found out he died the next day. The man who shot him was also caught that morning. The bodega never opened back up. They were just trying to live the American dream and they worked hard trying to do it. Good people who didn't deserve their dream to be taken away over less than $100. My wife and I were traveling for our anniversary through Switzerland and Germany. We had flown all night from Texas and arrived in Zurich around 8 in the morning. Then took the roughly 1-hour train to Bern, which is where we'd stay for a few nights. I don't sleep well on planes, so we intentionally try to arrive in the morning and push through all day so that we can fall asleep that evening and adjust to the time difference quicker. Somewhere around 6 PM, 1800 hours, I caught a second wind of energy, but my wife was dragging. So after dinner we decided she would go to bed and I would walk down the street and get a beer. Tucked her in and locked the door. I found a place. There were maybe only 3 people in there. Started talking to this one local guy with my broken German. I took 2 semesters in college, but that's really nothing, and his broken English basically conveyed to me that if I'm going to be in Bern I should go to this badass bar down the street called Bar Cuba. Well, I thought that was a weird name for a bar in Switzerland, but I was down. He had already closed out and I was waiting on the bartender, so I told him I would meet him there. I walk in and this place is like 3 stories. I can't find him, so my plan was to sit at the bar and he would probably find me. Well, I start talking to these two local guys sitting next to me at the bar. They start to tell me once they find out from Texas about this other place that, even if I only had one night in Bern, I should go. Their English sucked, but I understood them saying, "It's the best." Since they said it wasn't far, I said, "Screw it. Let's do it." So we walk out, and they start getting into their BMW SUV. First remark, I thought you guys said that it was close. Yes, close. But have to move car 2 hours. I knew that you were only allowed to park your car at that place for 2 hours and that was a law in the city, but there was this moment where I thought to myself, maybe you shouldn't get into a car in Europe with people you don't know. But I'm pretty good at reading people, so several drinks in compounded with trusting my gut, I made the completely irresponsible decision to get in. Bern is a pretty small town, so it only took a couple of minutes to be out of the city. So maybe about 10 or 15 minutes in I started getting nervous. I say to them, "Guys, I thought this was like close. Yes, it's the best. Close. Almost there. 30 minutes into the trip and I haven't even seen a street light for like 20 or 25 minutes of the trip." I say to them, "Look fellas, it's been a good time and I wish I could've gone, but I need you to take me back to the city." My wife is a little crazy and has the app on her phone where she can find where I'm on the map. So if she wakes up and just opens that and sees that I'm not in the city, she's going to call the police and I don't want to cause anyone trouble. Sorry this didn't work out, but maybe tomorrow? That was a complete lie. No one in the world knew where I was. I didn't even know where on the map I was. I just wanted them to think someone could find me. Well, they refused and said they were close, and it was the best point. We finally start pulling up to this long tin metal building with a gravel parking lot, no windows and a blue neon light around the roof. I knew for sure I was going to die that night. I was faking living the movie Hostile. Idiot. I'm thinking to myself, I need to find a big rock whenever I get out of the car. Could I run into the fields of darkness? I said, "Whatever you came to do, go in and do it. I need to leave before my wife sees that I'm gone, so I'm not going in. Please just hurry." One of the two guys says that he is going to stand outside and talk with me, and the other guy goes in. We were standing outside for about 20 minutes, and I'm trying to eye which rock I'm going to David and Goliath these mfers with when I hear a faint siren in the distance and it's getting closer. It sort of disappeared, and then all of a sudden 20 Swiss police cars come barreling up the gravel way. They jump out and start yelling at me and this guy in German. Their lights illuminated a dead body like 90 feet from me. They brought everybody out of this place, questioned us and then explained that they had to take us in to get us to sign our statements. I remember being dumbfounded by how unprepared they seemed in dealing with something like this. Like, as they explained they needed to take me to the station, they asked me if they should put handcuffs or not. That would never happen where I'm from. Well, they take my statement and then they tell me I have to sign it, but it's all written in German. I told them they needed to translate it to English and then I would sign it, but they said that they couldn't. I was recording with my iPhone. They said it was against their law for me to record the questioning. But they never checked my phone, so I recorded like 35 minutes worth and texted to my wife and my father. That was a huge phone bill. They said I couldn't take pictures of the police report, but walked out of the office and left it on the desk, so I just went over and snapped pics. All in all, they kept telling me their law stipulates they have to tell me if they think I'm a suspect. That they don't, and they just need me to sign this document. I kept refusing, saying we could wait it out until the morning and call the embassy or they could hire an unaffiliated translator. They ultimately hired a translator. I signed it, with the recording and pictures probably being enough to get me off. If this was a scam. I got on the train to head back to the apartment around 11 AM the next day, which is now our anniversary, and nearing 72 hours without sleep. Another shitty part was we were doing an Airbnb. This particular apartment you had to use the key to lock the door once inside as well. Since I had the key, my wife was locked in until I got back. So had I died or been locked up for a long time, she would have been screwed. What if the place caught on fire or something? Anyways, I finally got back to the apartment an hour later, emotionally and physically shot and profusely apologized. I felt so shitty about the danger I put myself in and her as well. She actually took it really well. Wasn't pissed because she said she could see how shitty I felt. I took a short nap and we tried to enjoy our trip. I didn't know what happened until months later I found a news article. Apparently there was a brawl at this brothel, called Club 3000 or 2000 in Rapperswil. Someone stabbed someone else. The stabbed person stumbled out into the parking area and died, and we happened to show up shortly after that, but before the police arrived, because someone from inside called them. They were unprepared, because it had been several years prior since anything like that had happened in that part of Switzerland. All in all, I'll never forget the time I was questioned about a murder in the safest country in the world. One for the books edit. TLDR equals on an anniversary trip, got in car with strangers like an idiot. They took me to an extremely sketchy place. Someone got murdered there, and I was questioned all night about it. I'm not sure it counts as a murder, possibly manslaughter, but here goes. Christmas Eve 2018. My family and I are driving back home from a larger family gathering a few hours away. We've made the trip dozens of times, so you start to recognize things as you speed past time after time. Middle of nowhere, Texas, 15 miles from any town. I see a few cedar trees in the barditch broken and laid down. Seemed odd, stood out, and something just felt off. I slowed down, whipped a U-turn, and pulled over. I jumped out and see a barbed wire fence broken, a trail of thrashed trees, and what was once a book pancaked into a 100-year-old oak. I yelled to my wife to call 911, trek back to the book, and I hear someone talking calmly. I think to myself, damn, that's a lucky break. Guy must have 9 lives. This car didn't have a front end. It had been completely collapsed. I yelled to the guy and get closer, and what I saw shook me. The guy on the phone was inexplicably alive. I say that because the engine had been rammed into him. His legs and torso were just gone from the navel down. He asked me to find his friend, that he must have gotten out. I tell him I've called 911 and the guy panics, looks me in the eyes, points toward the passenger seat, and says I can't reach those beer cans. Toss them out, or I'll lose my license. I look in the passenger seat and can see the other side of the windshield, which has a sizable hole in it. I'd been so mind blown by the guy in the car that I didn't see his body. He'd been ejected when they hit the tree. Looked to have glanced off the oak and head first into another. He'd hit hard enough that scalp and face were on the tree. I didn't need to check the guy, he was long gone, but in my head I'm saying need to check his pulse, need to check to see if he's breathing. He didn't have one, and I couldn't tell where to check his breathing. I turned to find my wife walking down. I waved her off and asked her to wait by the road for the paramedics. She's generally not a take orders from her husband type of woman, but I suppose the look on my face explained why she should point. I'm startled to hear the guy in the car trying to open his door and get out. Guy is now pissed, yelling. I crawl back over the trunk and tell him to be still. He says he's leaving, and I can give him a ride to the hospital. Again, this guy was damn near cut in half. I tell him the paramedics will be here anytime. I hear a sound behind me, and after I very nearly soil myself from the surprise, I realize it's a state trooper. Followed immediately by rural FD and an EMT point. After he assesses things, the trooper and I begin walking back toward the road. He asks what I saw. When we are far enough from the man in the car, I tell him about the friend. In my mind I didn't want the guy to know that his friend was dead, like it had caused him to realize he was knocking on death's door himself. He trots back down, looks at the guy, then tells the EMT. Guy in the car yells at the trooper about his buddy. Trooper turns and says your buddy is dead, isn't it? Stop yelling. More rescue guys show. I head back to the car with the trooper, who takes my info. I hear 2 of the rescue guys talking on their way back to their truck for tools. Neither thinks the guy will live if they pull him out. Still don't know if the guy made it. We take a different route to the Christmas gathering now. And if it needed to be said, don't drink and drive. I'm a trained first responder. I worked for the BSA as a camp director and was also trained in wilderness first response. I'm in no way a paramedic. I was on my way to work one day when a truck ran a red light and T-boned a smaller car. I instantly jumped out of my car and began to assess the situation and decided that the occupants of the car needed help far more than the driver of the truck. I began telling witnesses what they needed to do while I started tending to the victims. It was a grandmother and her grandson. The woman was unconscious, but the boy was still alert. He had a shattered leg, crushed pelvis, broken arm, and a broken neck, just from what I could see. The truck had struck his door and crushed the car in on him, requiring the use of the jaws of life to cut the car away from him. I immediately secured his head to prevent further damage and began talking with him until paramedics could get there. This poor boy was only 14. Once paramedics arrived, they took over caring for the boy, then asked me to start helping get the woman out of the car and onto a stretcher. As we worked, she became semi-conscious and began screaming horribly. As we finally got her on the stretcher, she lost all vitals. They quickly started working on her while they called in a helicopter to airlift both of them to a hospital in Houston. She died en route. The man driving the truck ran the red light because he was texting and driving. He was completely unharmed and had to sit there and basically watch someone die because of his actions. Please don't text and drive. It literally kills people. I saw a guy get shot right off his motorcycle. He was riding behind the driver of a motorcycle down a long hill. I had just come out of a friend's house when a guy came out from the corner house and was waving a stub-nose revolver in the air, telling people to get down as he was going to shoot. As the motorcycle approached, the shooter fired 5 rounds. Several rounds struck the passenger and one into the driver. The bike went down. As the shooter approached the wreck, approximate 10 to 15 meters after the stopped sliding, he was reloading. He was obviously shaken/nervous as he had trouble loading the 5 new rounds into the cylinder. While he had his head down, someone opened their door and pulled the wounded driver into their house and closed the door. The passenger hadn't moved and was in an contorted position. The shooter stood over the passenger and fired 5 more rounds, point blank, into the still body. It took the police close to 30 minutes to respond. Someone draped the body with a blue tarp. It was a hot, humid summer day. Death stinks. The passenger's blood ran down the gutter. In the end, the shooter had returned to the corner house where they lit fireworks to celebrate the kill. Come to find out, the shooter had meant to kill the driver. The passenger was the driver's you get brother edit. I would have to say it was rather surreal. I remember thinking, bummer, that scissor guy's brains on that garage. Who's going to wash that off? Sad as well. Sad that it was a celebrated death of the wrong person. It didn't matter. It was a few years ago. I was at a bar and it had just reached closing time. They turned on the lights and kicked everyone out. I was waiting with my friend in line for some nice 3 AM street food and I hear an ambulance pull up a meter or two behind me. I look over and there's a guy laying in the middle of the street on his back and the paramedics started doing CPR on him as he was laying there. I was a bit drunk and confused at the time and watched in horror as he was seemingly unresponsive. As I was watching, some cops started caroling everyone on the sidewalk as they started putting up yellow caution tape. Eventually he was placed on a stretcher and in the ambulance all while they were still attempting CPR. My friend and I were a bit spooked, so we walked towards the nearest intersection, just around 5 meters away, and we saw there were a few more cop cars and ambulances, as well as another 2 guys laying on the ground receiving CPR from paramedics. At this point there was a pretty large crowd looking on, and we tried asking around to figure out what happened. All we could determine that there was some type of confrontation when everyone was leaving the bar we were at. I checked the news the next morning to see that a few of the people at the bar got into a fight as they left, and 2 of them were killed. One of them died to knife wounds, the other to gunshot wounds, with a couple others with serious gunshot/knife injuries. Late, so probably won't get much traction, but I saw the most horrific likely murder in New Orleans, 1999. I was driving in the Marigny with 3 friends in my car, coming back from my friend's dealer's house. I got turned around in the maze of streets and ended up lost. As we drove down a dark, very wide street, we saw a group of about 40 men standing in a circle ahead. Pulling closer, we noticed there was a man hogtied on the ground in the center of the circle, and there were two men beating him without mercy, one with what looked like a tire iron. He wasn't moving, wasn't making noise. I'm sure he was either dead or soon to be so. As my heart started pounding and my ears buzzed loudly, I heard my friends screaming at me to back up, but they sounded like they were underwater. I froze. My vision was literally tunneled onto the man on the ground, and I could not think or breathe, couldn't move, couldn't do anything but stare. At this point a few of the men who had been in the circle were running for what I assumed were their cars, and others were running on foot toward my car. My friend in the passenger seat had to throw the car in reverse and lift her leg over the center console to ram the gas and my foot, which I didn't feel at the time, down to the floor. This finally snapped me out of my stupor, and I managed to steer the car backwards through at least 10 blocks with someone else's foot on the gas and 3 screaming, traumatized women locked in their own personal hells, just as I was locked in mine. We could see headlights heading toward us from the area we had just vacated, and I managed to turn the car around and take off. I made random turns repeatedly until we were sure no one was following us. The fear I felt was like electricity snapping through my body. My vision went in and out, I hyperventilated, and it took almost 5 hours before I could stop shaking. Pure terror. The most disturbing thing. One of my passengers had a cell, not so common in 1999, and called 911. She told the operator what was happening and gave her the cross streets where the men and their victim were. NOPD refused to respond without an exact address. She said that cross streets were insufficient and that unless we could go back and get her a house number, there was nothing they could do. NOPD was notoriously brutal and corrupt during this period, but this utter indifference destroyed me. I was plagued by guilt-driven nightmares for years. I can still see that man, faking hogtied, lying on his side in the road, unmoving while he was brutalized. I will never forgive myself for not being brave enough to go back and get the faking useless NOPD an exact address so they could help him. I know I share responsibility for his death, and I'm absolutely convinced that he died that night, hog-tied on the dirty asphalt, surrounded by men that despised him, in agony. No one deserves that, no matter what he did. This wasn't street justice, it was murder. Seeing how low humankind can go changes you. That night was the end of my carefree, trusting nature, and was also the first of 3 murders I would witness during 10 years in Nala. One shooting, one carjacking turned homicide as the thief rammed the owner of the van being stolen into a parked car as he was hanging onto the passenger side door. After the last one, I left and have never returned. I wish I never stepped foot in that godforsaken wasteland. If you want to see what generations of grinding poverty and racism do to a community, go walk Nala at night. Head to Desire, to Magnolia. Just remember, you won't ever be able to unsee the things that happen there in the dark. It changed me forever, and not for the better. Last year, a few weeks before Thanksgiving, I heard screaming and commotion outside in front of our house. We lived in a very sketchy part of town with the cops frequently visiting our next door neighbors specifically. I opened the door to see what is going on and 3 men are arguing outside a parked car in the middle of the street blocking our driveway and yelling whilst a woman is trying to buckle her infant child into the car seat. She is crying and screaming and one man, actual neighbor, grabs a board of a broken fence and beats one of the other men, not neighbor, while chasing him down the street yelling about beating women and whatnot. Third man also was neighbor and was yelling at non-neighbor / consoling woman. I had been trying to call the police and they had put me on hold for over 10 minutes in the car. I assume the woman with her child drove away. My husband and I concluded that the situation had just diffused itself as things like this happen frequently. About 1.5 hours later, I'm in my bathroom standing next to the open window and hear 3 loud pops. I yell to my husband to see if he heard that and he says some probably dropped some pallets or something, but I knew it was a gun. I look outside and just down the street visible from the window I see people looking and panicking. I open the door and people are starting to gather and panic. In a restaurant literally less than a block away, the man who was accused of abusing the women shot the man who was my neighbor who was consoling her in the face 3 times. I know it was irrational, but I was scared to death. because I thought the shooter was going to come kill me, because I had tried to call the cops earlier, and I know he saw me at one point during the original confrontation. A few days later I talked to the restaurant workers, and they said he tried shooting them too, but the gun jammed, and he ran off on foot out of frustration. I wasn't an eyewitness, but that was the closest I've ever been to witnessing a murder. Super scary and get super anxious when I hear any kinds of gunshot now. FML. Hopefully that's the worst situation I ever encounter. Holy shit. Something I can actually talk about. A couple of years ago I was working from home with my girlfriend. We live in Los Angeles, and as such am very used to noises, and can ignore most distractions. Well, turns out there is one noise that you can't ignore. My girl and I heard this most horrible piercing scream from a woman. It was a scream of someone in danger. Where we lived at the time, our back door connected to a little alleyway with a motel across the way. Before I even had time to register what was going on, I ran outside and was over to this motel. I told my girl to call 911 and stay put. I bound up the stairs to the second floor. My goal was to figure out where the scream were coming from, and that is it. When I turned the corner I see this bloody body half in a room and half out. Slowly I crept forward. I get to the door and slowly look in, fully expecting to see some carnage. There is a second girl laying on the bed. The room is a wreck and blood is everywhere. Seeing no assailant, I grab the arms of the girl laying half in the doorway next to me and start dragging her out of harm's way. Turn out she was alive and kinda stands up and starts kinda following me. She starts to freak out as the other girl attacked her with a knife or something. As I'm moving her down towards safety I look back and there comes the other chick. She is about 5 feet away from me and I realize I'm kinda in deep shit. I have no idea if this other chick had a weapon. If the one I was half dragging was going to attack me. I could tell they both were on some drugs. I've taken martial arts most my life, and anyone who knows how to fight can tell you when shit hits the fan you go into this mode. Time feels like it slows down and you start sizing up how people walk and stand. You can tell who has training. So I looked at this new chick and just say, if you take one step closer I will kick your faking chest in. That got her to take a couple steps back, and I got the one girl out of there. The cops finally arrived and secured the scene. The other girl fled the scene. Yay. So that was a weird event during the day. Went back to work 45 minutes later after the adrenaline left my system. TLDR to lesbian junkies tried to kill each other and I dragged that girl out of there. Not a murder, but an attempted murder. It was 2 years ago, when I was 13. I was with my younger brother who was around 6 to 7. We went to a nearby playground to play. As I was a little too mature I just sat down beside other parents and watched my brother. Out of nowhere a very strange looking old man came to the playground and just sat on the ground looking at the kids playing for about a few minutes. I was a little alarmed, but I played it cool and continued keeping a close eye at my brother. Suddenly the old man stand up and pulled out an extremely rusty knife. I don't know what is it called, but it those that can be retracted. I was the first one who noticed it and immediately shouted and called my brother to come to me. Confused he ran while also looking at the old man, which took the knife and stabbed his own neck multiple times. I can still remember the first stab was extremely fast. Before he pulled it out and stabbed himself again, there was like 20 plus kids just staring at the old man killing himself. I still remember vividly the crime scene. Everybody just froze before all hell broke loose, and so many people started shouting, and blood just started gushing everywhere. It landed on so many people. I can't really describe it as English isn't my first subject, but it was so chaotic and insane. Just imagine you're only like 6 years old and you happily went to the playground with your parents just to witness a murder right in front of your face. Till this day many people still do not have a single clue why the old man did that. I had a sister who was seriously addicted to black tar heroin. She'd smoke it off foil 4 to 7 times a day, tried to get help multiple times to no avail, and would do such work in order to pay for it. I'm never gonna shame someone for that type of work, and I was more than happy to pick her up from jail or give her a ride from time to time if she needed one, just so I knew she was safe. I obviously didn't support her drug habit, as I could see the effect it was having on her, but outside of taking someone to rehab and being there to support them, you can't force somebody to get clean. Long story short, she pissed off her dealer and got grabbed at gunpoint and dragged out of her house back to the hotel they were working out of. She would work for him to pay back her debt, and if she ran, she dies. This whole incident lasted for about 3 months, and I would bring her food, clothes, and supplies once or twice a week. As much as I wanted to get her out of there, I'm not dumb enough to run in guns blazing against 15 heavily armed dudes who openly murdered people in the parking lot. If I called the cops, it wouldn't have ended well either, so I just did what I was told to and left. On 2 occasions though, I saw the parking lot justice. One was a guy who refused to pay for services rendered. He was belligerent, said the hoe should be on it, he had sex with her, and spat on the leader. He shot him in the head. No hesitation, no words, just pulled out a gun and shot him point blank in the head. Maybe it was the shock, but the only thing I remembered about that one was how the head didn't really pop like in the movies, and that he fell funny. It was a bad situation. About a month later it happened again, but with an underling skimming off the top, and he got curb stomped. I'm probably never gonna forget that image, as long as I live. Let's just say it was incentive enough for me not to get slick. My sister got out eventually, after paying her dues, and died of an overdose last year. She had an 11-month-old daughter that one of my other sisters is now raising. And the dealer, well, he's in jail now. So that's my story. This is about 20 years ago. I was skating to work, which took me past the main crack dealing spot and scuzzy drag in Denver. People hanging out drinking at 7 AM, got propositioned a few times by prostitutes, etc. There was a McDonald's on the drag, and this particular morning 2 homeless guys were fighting with each other in the area behind it by the dumpsters, almost incoherent in what they were yelling about, but basically one of them was accusing the other of smoking his crack rock. Then the guy who was accusing the other guy pulled out a small cheaty knife and just stabbed the hell out of the other guy in the torso, stomach and chest, maybe 80 times. I wasn't able to count because I was so shocked. The guy who was stabbed sort of stumbled over and fell face first into the pavement, and the other guy just shuffled over to the curb and sat down, where I guess he had a burger or something in a bag that he started eating. All the street people who saw this were just kind of hanging around, and then maybe a minute or 2 later the police showed up with 4 cruisers and got the guy to do the whole stand up, lift your shirt, throw the knife down, get on his face, and get cuffed with a knee in his back. I stuck around because I figured they might need a witness, but the cops knew pretty much everyone there and asked them what they had seen. They tried chest compressions on the stabbed guy, but there was so much blood that there wasn't much they could do from what I could tell. Then I skated on to work, which was providing tech support at a web hosting company. Alex was the name of a big don in our locality. He was a big shot and his main occupation was doing murder for money, real estate businesses and all those things. Anyways, many other small dons who want the big money wanted to murder Alex. And one day, when I was returning from my coaching center at night at around 8, Alex was coming in a bike with his companion, and 2 bikes with 2 in each followed him from the back and first. They put a cut in his leg so that he couldn't escape, and his companion ran away, and Alex ran into an provisional store for cover, but the guys chased him there and put exactly 32 cuts. As per the post-mortem, I saw a piece of his brain just fly away and fall on the road. That ducking shocked my brains out, and I ran. Okay, now lemme tell you all who arranged the guys to kill Alex. The police investigation has started, and it was found that my uncle had arranged the guys to kill him, and what blew my brains was that when they were chopping Alex, I saw him standing there, and he had a evil smile on his face. That's when I knew what a villain's evil smile looked like. And fun fact guys, he was put into jail and the MF came back in a week. And as days passed, we got more info that my uncle had planned this 2 months before the actual murder. It sent that once Alex was with his daughter and the second time he was with his wife. Hence the backed away. And now after 2 years, Alex's wife and daughter are not looking for a revenge, I think, but even my family members want my uncle to die. What do y'all think? I used to be a military medic. I have a few stories about the accuser, but those have never haunted me as much as this one. One day we had a commander's call on base. The meeting went on a little longer than it should have, causing a friend of mine to be late for class. We got dismissed, and I gathered the 2 new medics I had been training. We got in the car and started driving to the dorms. Halfway across base I see a motorcycle fly through the air and didn't wait for the car to come to a stop before I started sprinting towards it. I came into the scene to see a motorcycle in fire, a car with a pretty damaged hood, and a man laying in the road. I got down next to the man and looked him in the eyes and asked if he was okay. He nodded his head. I told one of the new guys to call 911. He couldn't get through, the line was busy. I looked around and there was a crowd of 30 people and growing. I worked out of the and knew who was on duty. So I called their phone and told them to get the hell across base. Then I got back down on the guy's level, looked him in the eyes, and asked if he could still breathe. He was lying prone with his head turned towards me, hands by his sides. He coughed and blood poured from his mouth. I stated barking orders at my medics, one on C-spine and the other on the same side as me, to help me roll him. I distinctively remember some high-ranking officer telling us not to move him, and my response was "Fuck off, sir." We rolled him over and cleared his airway. At that moment I witnessed him take his last breath. Turns out he was in a hurry to get to class and was going through a yellow light when a cop made an illegal turn and ran into him. Not quite murder, but I had nightmares for years. There is more to this story, but I'll leave the rest to your imagination. I was about 10 years old on vacation visiting my mom's home village in Sinaloa, MX. I'm standing outside a small store waiting for my mom to walk out, and we head back to Abuelita's house. As I'm admiring the old church bell in their downtown area, I hear women yelling obscenities, so I turn around. I see 20 or so women in a posse, crunched together, walking towards the white painted stage in the center of the small downtown area, cursing and spitting at something being dragged beneath them. I then see, as they pass by me, a man beaten to a bloody pulp, hands tied up with clothes torn up as the thing being dragged down the dirt street. Behind these women is the town sheriff, shotgun in both hands, dark aviator glasses, cowboy hat, the works. My mom is still in the tender, so I walk a few steps alongside them to get a close up. I don't know why my curiosity was like that at that moment, but I was at first concerned for the bloody man. The posse arrives at the freshly white painted center log that is occasionally used in ceremonial and traditional rope swinging events. A young man climbs up the pole like a palm tree climber does, while carrying a rope from one of the upset women and ties it through a thick metal loop about 20 feet up. I was small and now witnessing this from about 100 feet away. The next thing still haunts me. I can't see past the posse. The rope begins to wind and tension. Then beat up guy gets yanked up by his neck. Choking sounds are echoing off the old buildings as this dude is unable to raise his arms, as a posse of pissed off women had tied his arms to prevent him from raising them. I watched in horror until my mother ran up to me and covered my eyes from behind. Apparently he had raps a couple girls and the people wanted him dead. My mom said the sheriff was protecting the women. His face, flailing legs and sounds are what still get to me. This is a bit outside the scope of question above, but a couple of things I witnessed while living in DC. Turns out it's a pretty violent city. Shocker, was moving into my first condo on S. Saint Denis. Just graduated, landed a decent entry-level job in the GUT, ECT. So yeah, I'd think I had made it in Hollywood or some crap. Anyway, across the park, me and my friend saw some rough-looking dudes walk up from the halfway house into the park. They were arguing about something, but also walking side by side at first. Usually not serious. They entered the park, and it started to escalate. We repositioned to get a good view, and were expecting a little entertainment, a little brawl. Nope. Dude immediately pulls out a screwdriver, stabs the other guy, and stomps on his head. I was very surprised how violent and quick it went down. Afterwards, we and a few other PPL came up to the guy on the ground and called for help, but this guy was in pretty bad shape. Other guy had casually walked off, as if nothing had happened. He may have made it, but it definitely left a mark. I have been in and seen my fair share of fights, but this was straight up prison yard style. So in the same park a year later, saw a dude get shot 2 to 3 times. It was near the 4th of July, so kids were running around popping off fireworks. My neighbor, a local dude, had been asking me to play spades with him in the park. We had shared a couple drinks here and there, and being very hospitable and welcoming me to meet his PPL, I accepted. Unfortunately, timing wasn't on our side. Around dusk it was yet another reality check for a white dude from Kai. 7 or 8 loud pops rang out. PPL scattered amidst the gunshots and fireworks. They all immediately knew the difference, and I, after serving several years in the army, somehow did not, but quickly did. 3 teenagers came running up. One collapses right in front of me. You could see the blood on his leg and arm. The guy I was with knew I had spent some time in the military and handed me a towel to perform first aid. Couldn't do much other than do a quick assessment of his wounds and assure him he was fine. Most had left by the time the police showed up. EMT didn't arrive for a bit longer. They were pretty casual about the entire thing, not even questioning anyone. I was the only white dude, so assumed the white cop would ask me something, but didn't, which is good, because I didn't have shit to say, and I lived across the street. I just walked home, drank a few shots and watched TV. I witnessed my father, who is a fundamentalist Mormon, poison 2 people on different occasions. The first one I was about 12. I was riding with my dad and one other guy named Val. We were doing a flooring job at the north rim of the Grand Canyon. Val was driving us to work. He got out and went into a gas station. My dad told me to go lay down in the back, so I went in the back of the van. I saw my father open the lid to Val's coffee and he dumped some brown liquid into the cup and put the lid back on. I had a dark wave of negative energy come over me that was so strong I almost passed out. Then Val came back and we drove off. I saw Val drink the coffee, but I didn't say anything because I didn't know why my dad would do that. Val later died of a heart attack according to the church people. The second poisoning was when I was about 15. I was helping my dad install vinyl flooring in a man's house named David. My dad made him a drink in David's kitchen and left it there until David arrived. I saw my dad holding it out to him grinning. David said he wasn't thirsty, but my dad forcefully insisted that he drink it. After an awkward conversation, David took it and drank it all. The next day, the church leader Warren Jeffs called David and told him he was kicked out of the church and he should leave his family to them. So David drove off a cliff and committed suicide. I know this was a murder with a suicide drug because 4 other fundamentalist Mormons committed suicide right after being kicked out and losing their families. And I have been poisoned with that suicide drug. It tastes like aluminum and made me suicidal for about a week. I also witnessed my own murder. This is a true story. I'm not faking kidding. I was poisoned with cyanide by my FLDS cousin when I lived in Phoenix. In a nutshell, it killed me. I went out of my body and got automatically pulled to the sun. It felt amazing. I saw a white fiber optic tree branch and I reached out to grab it so I could get all my information back, but the people on the sun suppressed me so I couldn't phase in. Then they called a higher intelligence who came over and scanned my consciousness. He carried me back to my body on the earth. I could feel the gravity from the sun. He was holding me above my body. After our conversation was over, I reached down and grabbed my shoulders and pulled myself up off the bed. I went over an indefinable black gap. I just decided that I was going to make it. I went back in my body and I started to phase back. I was sitting up on the bed. God reached into my body with his mind and siphoned all the cyanide out of my body. He pulled it up through my blood into my tonsils. The poison was negated or so nothing. But the next day my tonsils swelled up and burst, leaving a pocket of cyanide under my tongue, between my jawbone. I was quite literally resurrected by God after traveling 93 million miles to the sun. And 93 million miles back. My body was cold when I went back in it. So I was dead for at least 30 minutes. Probably longer. I also ended up solving about 12 other murders in my small town after I came back alive. It was me against 50 American people who were working for the most powerful drug cartel in Mexico. I was able to link my life experiences together and defeat the largest drug smugglers in North America. The FLDS are middlemen, importing drugs to sell around the country. But the don't use drugs, so it's a good disguise. And all their murders go unsolved because the church has their own police who have never investigated any deaths as murder. I have red hair. I was resurrected. I was told I had to come back and shut them down. I was the only person capable with the tools to defeat them. I was resurrected. The proof is in a pocket of poison in my jawbone. It looks like I'm the real son of God. Yes, this is real. I really went to the sun. And there really is a God who can move matter with his mind. DM me if you have questions. I lived in a town in Chihuahua, Mexico called Cuauhtémoc for some time. This particular town was ridden with and controlled by drug cartels. There was a constant war going on between the police and the drug lords. One particular day I was sitting on the passenger side window seat of a city bus. We were stopped at a red light. To my right, maybe 5 feet or so, there was a police car parked on the side of the road with 2 police officers in it and 2 others standing next to it having a conversation. For some reason I became affixed on them and just spent a couple of seconds watching them. Then, all of a sudden, a big black SUV pulls up and blocks off the bus and the police car. 3 men jump out wearing all black and carrying heavy machine guns. They start to fire thousands of rounds of ammo at these police officers right in front of my eyes. The sound was deafening. The air turned to a red misty color as their blood sprayed everywhere. But I just couldn't stop watching the carnage. I didn't even duck for cover like everyone else. I wish I would have pointed then. After about 30 seconds of straight shooting, the men hopped back into their car and sped away. All I saw now was body parts and blood all over the streets. I couldn't even tell what was in the police car anymore because the windows were caked in blood. I could easily see the 2 officers that were outside the car. One of them didn't even look human anymore. His face was completely gone. The other one was still alive, and he was holding part of his cranium in place with his hand. Then he just let out this horrifying scream before blood filled his lungs and mouth and made a piercing gurgling sound. He then collapsed, and his hand that was holding his head fell out of place, which allowed his brains to spill out of his skull onto the streets right in front of me. I finally turned away and vomited. To this day I still dream about that one police officer, and thinking about it makes me nauseous and gives me the cold sweats. That strange gurgle / high-pitched scream is, to this day, the most chilling, horrifying, and awful thing I've ever heard. Saw 4 police officers get shot at by cartel members. One survived and I watched his brains spill out of his skull onto the street as he died. Same thing happened with me. I was heading to a meeting way back in 2013 in Nice Road, Bangalore at around 2 p.m. Suddenly the truck in front of me made emergency stop, and I was fortunate enough to brake on time, and I had maintained pretty good distance from the truck. Still, due to the higher speed, the braking distance to stopping was really crucial as I was about 2 feet away from the truck when my motorcycle halted. I was so angry and directly went to the truck driver, only to realize in front of him there was an accident, and around 6 to 7 years old girl's head was crushed beneath the auto rickshaw wasn't allowed on this highway, and this auto driver illegally merged to this highway. Upon seeing this horrific scene, nobody dared to volunteer or ready to step in, and I begged help with others to lift that auto. Once done, the girl's head was crushed and blood was all over, and I was shivering upon seeing this. But I've acted quickly. I called 108 ambulance and Nice Road quick response team. They've said that they will reach location within 5 minutes. I was not ready to leave that girl on road bleeding on scorching sun, hence I took Kharkiv and tried to tie it on her head while I saw the skull was kinda open and was able to see the flesh and blood was coming out from her ears, and I have placed my both hands beneath her body and lifted her and placed on my lap. By this time her mom, who was in the auto, came crying. People consoled her, and meanwhile I heard the ambulance siren, so lifted her and walked towards ambulance. The girl was unconscious, but was breathing. Her blood was all over my body and a few flesh sticked on my t-shirt, and I was looking at her, tears in my eyes, then saw as the girl inhaled kind of bubble was forming on her ears with blood oozing. This memory is so fresh to me. As I walked to the ambulance and placed this girl on the ambulance seat, her mom and others asked me to go with ambulance, but I wasn't ready. Hence ambulance moved. Still, I don't know what happened to that girl, and I wish she lived, and I don't want to know also. I went to Poland to work there for a few months and lived in an apartment complex with furnished apartments for temporary living. One night I heard some commotion going on in my neighbor's apartment, but didn't think much of it. It sounded as if they were having an argument, but it didn't sound too dramatic, as they were speaking Polish, and I don't understand a lick of Polish. I had no idea what they were talking about. This on and off fighting went on for 3 or 4 hours that evening. All of a sudden the door to the neighbor's apartment burst open, and it sounded as if people who were wrestling or fist fighting entered the hallway. Then I heard yelling and people running up and down the flights of stairs, door slamming, a woman screaming, etc. Shortly later police and ambulance arrived, and a guy that was lying in the courtyard was zipped up in a body bag. I was waiting for the police to knock at my door and ask questions, but they never came. So I barely slept that night and wanted to go to work the next morning, but I couldn't. There was crime scene tape right in front of my door that blocked me from leaving my apartment. And there were huge puddles of blood on every floor, blood on the walls, blood on the rails, a bloody handprint on the wall with finger marks dragging down, as if someone that was severely injured tried to drag himself out of the hallway, etc. They mopped the blood up, and it was so much blood that there even were small waves in the puddles of blood. I have never seen such a bloody mess outside of movies. Later I heard that they got into a fight and someone got stabbed up. This happened a good while ago. When I was in college I had a part-time job working with a guy, Mr. A, who used to rent out sound equipment for bands. Maybe once during the week, and once at the weekends I'd get a call from Mr. A asking, was I interested in a night's work? The work was long hours, but it paid the equivalent of 3 weeks rent, so it was worth the effort as I had no grant or scholarship. Most of the venues were just large bars that had local bands on. Anyway, this one night we had set up for the band, and they had started playing. Mr. A was the sound engineer, so I was just standing round the bar listening to the music. By chance there was another friend of mine there that night, Mr. B, so I chatted to him a bit. This other guy, Mr. V, came up talking to me. I thought he was more than a bit stoned, so I didn't really engage with him, so he was just standing about a yard away from me. About 15 minutes later I watched another guy, random guy, Mr. M, get up and go to walk out. As he passed Mr. V he made a swipe towards his head with his right hand and was gone. When I looked back at Mr. V, milliseconds later, he was covered in blood everywhere. Mr. M had cut his throat. Mr. B had some paramedic training, and we both tried to help the victim. I have a vivid memory of huking 2 fingers, index and 4, and trying to clear his mouth of blood, but that wasn't going to make any difference. It took a few minutes before he died. By the time the ambulance arrived his blood had started to coagulate, and we had to peel him off the floor to put him on the gurney. The murderer didn't get very far, was caught, charged, and eventually brought to trial and found guilty. As he pleaded not guilty and was found guilty he got a life sentence, 25 years, which is coming up in the next few years. The incident keeps popping up in my life. I failed college, and before going back to try again I moved to another European city. One random Saturday night out for a few beers, I bumped into somebody I thought I recognized. He had been in the bar that night and promptly introduced to his friends, "Hey everyone, remember I told you about that murder last year?" This guy was there. My friend Mr. B committed suicide a few years later. The college I went to had large grounds. The brother of the guy who was killed, who looked the same as him, was a landscaper, so I would see him maybe once or twice a semester walking into college. He killed himself a few years later as well. The national broadcaster where I lived did a series on how the family of murder victims survive. The family of this victim were the basis of the first episode. A local politician gained nationwide notoriety for supporting a campaign to get the murder victim out on early release. That failed once details of the murder were exposed. The company where I used to work merged departments. One of the new guys in our department used to play in the band playing that night and recognized me. I'm sure there are enough people out there calling BS at this point. You're entitled to your opinion. I do remember during the court case, when the pathologist gave evidence, he said the cut was 4.5 inches long, and that the victim died as a result of drowning on his own blood before, rather than exsanguination. I also remember the victim's mother sobbing at the back of the courtroom whilst the finest legal minds in the land doing free legal aid almost got the case thrown out on a technicality 2 years ago. Roughly 20 years after the incident, I started going to a professional to talk about it. I was about 12 years old. The area we lived in had been one that had transitioned rapidly from a decent area to a bit of a crime hotspot over a few years. We lived there for my entire childhood, and at that point, hadn't really been directly affected. My parents had been waking up early to watch the Cricket World Cup as they were huge fans. Naturally, as kids we'd get up as well, just to have any chance to watch TV. It was a Friday morning at around 5:30. My parents were in the living room and I could hear the sounds of the TV and chatter between them as my sleepiness faded away. My bedroom was right at the front of the house and I shared it with my younger brother. My bed was against the far wall with the head against the wall, which also had a large window. If I sat on my haunches in bed I could clearly see out the window. Out the window was a street, and across the street a large empty field and a house to the right of it. As I sat up in bed to get up and go to the living room, I heard a bang which I knew had to be a gunshot. I peeked out the window. Across the field I described in the road parallel to my road was parked a blue car, a Datsun. There was a man running away from it. Running down the road was another man in work overalls belonging to a factory at the end of the neighborhood. He ran and turned into our street. As he got to just outside of our house he stopped in his tracks. Another man who I hadn't seen had been running from the other side. Now the man who was running from the blue car had caught up, and the other man had also come into view. They both had guns and both started firing. They shot the man in overalls about 7 times. The blue car came around the corner and they both jumped in as the car sped off. I saw the man they shot get up and stumble. He made it another 10 meters or so before collapsing just outside the neighbor's house. I saw everything. I never said anything to anyone. I was coming home from class in the mid-afternoon and parked on the street behind and Suv. I remember noticing the car in front of me because they were like 1.5 feet away from the curb, which made it tough to parallel park. I saw 2 people sitting in the car. I was a bit distracted and bringing some things into the house, so I kinda walked in with my head down, fiddling with my keys. Go in the apartment, a 3-story walk up, and by the time I get to the 2nd floor landing I heard pop 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 pop. I ran upstairs to my apartment and looked out the window. At first I couldn't really make sense of what I was seeing. The 2 people were still sitting in the Suv, buckled in. Everything looked normal. Then I saw the person in the passenger seat take the person in the driver's seat's hand, lift it up, and let it fall limp on its own. All at once I had a clear picture of the scene. Blood on the driver's shirt, not his seatbelt, bullet holes in the side of the car, broken back window. My roommate and I ran downstairs and called 911. She got towels and told the passenger, a justifiably hysterical woman, to panic to think to hold pressure on his neck. I was too panicky to do anything but shake and gawk after I got off the phone. As the police and ambulance came, so did our neighbors, walking with a stroller. We stood in the doorway together with their 2-year-old daughter, watching all the pretty flashing lights through the mail slot. The man in the driver's seat was pronounced dead later that day. The police barely even tried to find out who did it. Despite being about 10 seconds away from being caught in the line of fire, which according to the evidence markers originated from right next to my car door. And despite being the one who called the police, I was never so much as interviewed. Part of me was glad I was so distracted walking from my car to my house, fearing I would have been a target had I seen the shooter's face. Part of me wonders if I could have saved a life just by looking around and noticing whoever was a few paces behind me as I walked out of my car. I cut my hair short the next day, just in case, and now I always look around wherever I'm going. I was about 8 or 9, I wanna say, and I was on a family road trip. My mom asked the manager of a Denny's if we could sleep in the parking lot for the night. My sister and I had trouble sleeping as we were sharing the backseat. Next thing I knew, my mom was telling us to get down and hide. After following her orders, I looked up at the gas station directly in front of us to see a man getting his head absolutely bashed in by another guy, and a woman running out begging and screaming for them to stop. An older woman ran after her and held her away from them. I just remember being extremely confused, but aware enough to know we weren't in any danger, as it was clearly a personal thing. Though it seriously could have not been, and I'm glad my mom is smart enough to know that. The guy's head had kind of concaved in on itself. My mom was telling us not to look, The ambulance and cops came not long after, and I remember them putting him in a stretcher, and he was kind of vertical, completely facing us, totally displayed for my young eyes to see. It was horrific and bloody, and he definitely wasn't conscious. His face and upper body were smeared with blood, his eyes were closed, and, of course, his head was caved in and deformed. To be fair, he may have lived, I have no idea, and neither does anyone else on that trip with us. But it still haunts me. I'm now 19 and this is the first time I've looked back on it and fully, consciously realized I probably saw a man get murdered in what looked like a brawl over a girl. Another time, again around the same age, I was leaving the YMCA with my mom and sister when we saw a biker who was hit by a bus sprawled out on the ground, blood and what looked like brain matter escaping him. That Sunday though I went to church and told our Sunday school leader. He said he actually heard about it and visited the guy and he had lived. Part of me wonders if that was just a white lie to get my child brain to not worry about it, but again I have no idea. I could probably look it up though, unlike the other event. I never actually was able to watch it myself or see the body completely, but it was when I was about 7/8 years old. My neighbors had 2 kids, one boy and one girl, around my age, and I would go over and play with them a lot. One afternoon the boy was playing out in the road. It was an alright neighborhood, a little sketchy in some areas, with many children, and not a whole lot of traffic, so seeing kids in the road wasn't uncommon. I think the kid was on his bike, but I'm not sure. But when he was out on the road playing, a girl, 20 I think, but definitely under the legal drinking age, had come speeding down the road, intoxicated, and ran over the kid. She didn't realize what she had run over, so she backed up, running over the kid for a second time. I remember this being about a couple houses down, maybe 300 feet, and my parents wouldn't let me leave the doorstep outside our front door. All I could do was watch from a distance, very confused and concerned about what was going on. I was young, so my parents didn't want me seeing or experiencing something like that, so it took them a while to explain what happened. But I remember seeing neighbors gathered around on the sidewalk watching as the ambulance and the EMTs took care of the kid. The kid managed to survive being ran over twice, but a few weeks later, while staying in the hospital, he ended up dying. I'm pretty sure it was from a heart attack or something similar. It's sad, because he was very young too, a couple years younger than I was at the time. I sat on my doorstep with the kid's older sister, my age, through the whole thing, and that was the last I had saw her. The family ended up moving, because of the trauma and the reminder of what they saw every time they went/left their home. Their kid died only about 2 houses down from theirs, so it was very hard to be reminded of what happened every day. Anyways, the girl had gone to jail. I'm not sure of how long exactly the sentence was, or if she's still in there, but we've since moved across town from that neighborhood. Lots of child memories there, and a lot of faked up ones too. When I was 16, I'm 21 now, I was drinking with my friend. His mom and stepdad were drinking/doing drugs. It was an overall fun night. Me and my friend were jamming, having a good time. My friend's mom and stepdad left and came back arguing. The mother was telling the stepdad to get out and that she just wanted him to leave. My friend got involved and was telling him to get the fuck out. It turned into a yelling match and my friend ended up pulling out a gun and shooting him a couple of times. At the time it felt unreal. I was really drunk and just sat there for a minute processing what happened with all the commotion that was going on. The yelling got louder and mom started crying. He ended up dying on the front lawn in the rain. I ran back to my mother's house a few doors down and slept it off. Woke up and thought it was a bad dream. I looked outside and saw that there was a swarm of police and they had the area taped off. When I saw an opportunity to leave without being noticed, I ran off to a trailer park in the middle of nowhere with cousins for a year or so. My friend hid for a while as well. He ended up not getting charged. When I finally came back to the city I was arrested and interviewed within hours. My friend ended getting convicted on manslaughter and getting a 10-year sentence a little more than a year after all this happened. His mother is currently getting sentenced for perjury for lying on the witness stand for her son. For more background info, The stepfather got my friend's mother hooked on drugs slash pimped her out slash sold coke and heroin. He was very abusive to my friend and his sister. We lived in a project housing community and we did things we should never have had to as kids to make ends meet. Point. If anybody wants to see how it played out in the news, Google Jacob Thompson at Ottawa, Ontario 2016. Never shared this story with anybody. Refused to give a statement to police. Hope everyone enjoys. Not sure if this goes here. Direct me to where I can share, but still a faked up possible death I unfortunately witnessed. My first and hopefully last point. I was riding with my friend in her car Christmas Eve 2019. We were in ATL, near the college she attended. We worked earlier that day and we were chilling and ready to eat. We were on the way to get some food, and we are literally talking about how crazy the city is. I'm a homebody and hate lots of noise, so I'm never in the city, but my friends are, so I sacrifice. And as we are talking, we are pulling up to a yellow light turning red. We are in the left turning lanes, so the straight lane with main traffic is on our right. As we approach the light, we see a lady literally already kinda just in the street. Don't know if she was a prostitute or just high on whatever. It is ATL after all. Anyway, it looks like she's about to cross the street illegally. Our light turns green and my friend doesn't go in order to let the lady cross, because that's genuinely what it seemed like she was about to do. Instead, the lady, still standing in the road mind you, just starts yelling some sort of nonsense. No idea what she was saying. My window was up. Then in a literal blink of an eye, a giant black pickup truck zooms through the lane and hits her. The sound was something I never thought I'd hear. I saw their headlight glass fly everywhere, and she went flying too. The truck did not stop, and they were going hella fast. Point. She flies all the way down the road, ragdolling and rolling. Then she stopped. She just laid there. I could barely see her anymore. My friend and I freaked the fuck out and were screaming, and I started to cry a bit. Our plan was to pull over and call the police. But luckily right after our turn, there was a cop posted up in his car in a nearby parking lot. We zoomed up next to him, and my friend explains that we just witnessed a lady get hit by a truck literally just probably feet away. We pointed to where. The officer just nods to us, turns on his lights and pulls off to the scene. Point. My friend still wanted food, and with her living in the city she was probably used to seeing crazy shit. I wanted to go the fuck home and never leave. I suffer from major anxiety and already had my phase of graphic gore videos that faked me up as a teen. To see it possibly happen in real life, I'm still a bit shook to this day, and for a while it replayed in my head, because it happened right next to me. There 1 minute, then gone the next. I can only assume she passed, just because of the brute force of the truck and the way she literally flew. Really messed up right before Christmas. Felt weird for a while, but nowadays it's just a difficult memory. Thought I'd share, in case this has happened to anyone else. My first post, I made an account especially for this. It's not murder, but possible manslaughter. In 2018 during our town's big dance music weekend, we were sitting in a supermarket car park in town center at about 1 AM on a Saturday. Everyone goes out during this time and you're either out dancing or out in your car driving around. The whole town center is mobbed with drunk people running across the road and hanging about. I was out in my car because I had just purchased my dream car, a Nissan GT-R R35, and I was showing my friends. We were having a general chat when a friend's BMW M4 came around the corner, and that's when I first noticed that it wasn't my friend driving the car, but another local boy who was 17 and had no license. He glanced over at us, and by the time he turned his head back around, I heard a loud bang and a body doing a big star-shaped cartwheel through the sky and crunch as it hit the floor. My friend driving the BMW, now ex-friend, stopped for about 3 seconds, then shot off, to which one of my friends who was admiring my car jumped into his own car and chased him. My partner and I sat for a few seconds looking at each other. I honestly could not believe what I had just witnessed. My partner got out and ran over to help, and I knew instantly by the look on her face it was bad. I managed to give myself a shake and head over to the man who had been hit. Blood was pouring out his face and down the street. He was choking on his own blood. I can still remember the noises now. One of the local security guards at the nearby nightclub ran over and was screaming at him, "Stay awake." Around 3 minutes later, loads of police arrived and we were asked to step back. The ambulance came, and I think they inserted a tube into his neck so he could breathe. He was taken away by ambulance and we were sent to the local police department for questioning, which is just around the corner. The town is small. When we came out of the police station, I saw my friend whose BMW it was. He was crying and being taken into the police station. Oddly enough, the BMW was basically right outside, as my friend who had chased the car had managed to box it in and had ripped the driver out of the car and held him until the police came. The next morning I had learned that the guy who was hit by the car had passed away, leaving 3 kids behind. He was apparently on drugs which thinned his blood and had accelerated the bleeding. It's very sad and something I will always remember. I had watched someone lose their life. This caused a massive scene, of course. Lots of arguments, people saying that he was racing and that the local car clubs were all idiots, etc. None of it really mattered to me though. I was just upset about the whole thing. It turns out the guy who owns the BMW had let my 17-year-old friend drive so he could be picked up in style from a nightclub 3 years later, and we have not had the court date yet because of COVID. My partner and I are the 2 most credible witnesses, and tbh I don't want to go through it all again. This is why I think it's possibly manslaughter. I saw this in Karachi, Pakistan. I'm not sure what my age was, but memories from that time are few and far in between save for major things. But this incident is vivid. My mother and I were going to a store driven by our driver, Ike. I wanted to buy some game for my Sega. A motorcycle with 2 men on it cut us off and took the curve at a noticeably dangerous angle. Our driver let out some sort of a gasp as he saw that, but since they made it, we didn't have another word about it. As we turned the corner, I saw one man standing by the motorcycle and holding the back of it, while the other guy still on it. Both had their helmets on. The guy in the back pulls out a pistol and points at another man in a white shirt who was outside the building. He fired 4 shots and got back on the motorcycle as both sped away. The man who was shot was caught by onlookers as he started to fall, and his shirt was turning red with blood. I tell this story in detail since I remember it so well, but all of this happened within seconds. My mother tried to distract me with Sega games and did so successfully. On our way back from the store we crossed the same place, and it was only a few hundred feet from the store. The man was now covered in a white sheet with onlookers and paramedics and police forming a small crowd. I felt really weird having witnessed this incident. The look on the man's face as he clutched his chest upon being shot was that of pain and terror. But the person who shot him in cold blood in broad daylight made it seem like it's no big deal. I wonder how many he had killed before. And how many more. What is the price of life? I lived in a twin, 2 houses attached to each other, and a girl had just moved in the week before to the other house. I met her once and was excited to have a normal neighbor. The last 2 that lived there were nightmares. I got a flat tire working downtown and cut out of work early to get it fixed. Get home around 3 and start watching Lucky Logan. Get a call around 4 to pick up my car and then head back home. I hear new neighbor pull up our shared driveway and then go in her back door. The movie is a bit loud, but a few seconds after she gets in the door I hear a sound like she dropped something while she was moving it in. Think nothing of it. My girlfriend gets home late, around 6:45, and I get the dogs ready for a walk by our back door. I hear a guy freaking out next door. I poke my head out and see a guy I met when she was moving in, new neighbor's boyfriend, and he is despondent, saying the woman is down and not getting up. Really freaking out. I run out and go around the fence toward the other house. Boyfriend is on the phone, I realize, with 911 and is telling them the wrong address. I instinctively look at him for blood for some reason. I run in and the new neighbor is face down in the doorway between the kitchen and sink. She has dry blood on her leg and car keys in her hand. I feel for a pulse and she is cold to the touch. She's dead. I know it. I go outside. Guy keeps telling cops wrong address. So I go to the front to see if I can catch the cops. My girlfriend sticks her head out and I tell he to go inside and not come out until I say no cops or sirens yet. I see neighbor across the street and tell him to call 911 and tell them the right address. I check our other neighbor to see if he's home to help, but he isn't. 911 asks to talk to me. I get phone and they ask me to go back in and tell them what I see. I go back in, tell them no pulse, cold, blood everywhere. The 911 operator asks me to turn her over and perform CPR. I know right out of that, and the 911 operator actually asks if I'm refusing. I say damn right. Sirens. Cops. A full night of interviews and a huge adrenaline dump with me laughing in my kitchen. It was a murder-suicide. The neighbor's boyfriend was actually someone else's husband. His wife had been stalking them and broke in to wait for the new neighbor to get home. Shot her in the face as she walked in. That noise I heard was probably her falling to the floor. And then she shot herself in the head in a room nearby, but out of sight when I ran in. Ooh, I've got a couple. Unfortunately I've always been that wrong place / wrong time guy, but I've been able to help, render aid, call emergency services, and or keep things from escalating more times than I care to remember. Most memorable for me, my buddy and I were just cruising around on a chill Sunday afternoon downtown. We like to grab burgers and a beer, maybe play some pool later. We'd wander around, soak up the slow day, often not even talking. We were at a red light when I looked over to see 3 men quickly approaching a group of guys in a Sears parking lot. Before I could register what was even happening, they opened fire, took 2 guys out immediately, later found out they injured another. 2 of the gunmen fled, the 3rd ran into the Sears, and that became a whole weird standoff situation for the day. People scattered just like a damn movie. A close-by little street meat stand was desperately trying to close up his little cart amid the chaos. I can so clearly see it now, years later, when the girlfriend / wife of one of the dead men was literally on top of him, wailing, bawling, screaming, and pounding his chest. It wasn't CPR at all. She knew she just lost her man and my heart just shattered. Good guy or not, nobody deserves to be done like that, especially in front of their loved ones. This was downtown Salt Lake City, Utah, sometime around the early or mid 2000s. I'd have to Google and see if I can find an article. Turned out it was some gang territory thing. Second most memorable turned into a suicide, but was leaning on attempted murder. Same damn buddy and me. Can't make this shit up. We're heading back to my cabin after a long night of, again, cruising around and just meeting and hanging with random people. We'd decided to get out of SLC and relax for a weekend. Well, we were heading back later that night when this guy jumps in front of our car to stop us. My friend's got a gun. He's got a gun. Call 911. So we snap into action. My bud is on the phone immediately, and I run out to see what the fuck is happening. Stupid, I know, but adrenaline's a hell of a drug. Right around the time I realize what's happening, dude turns the 45 on himself and blows his whole head wide open next to the stop truck. Turns out he was following his wife and his best friend all night. She was cheating. He knew. I guess he originally planned on shooting the friend, but decided to just leave this world. I'll never forget the sound of that woman screaming. She had just watched her husband split his head open in front of her, and all she could say was, "That's my husband. He's my husband. That's my husband." We got her covered in a blanket, sat her down on the side of the road. I unloaded the gun because I was freaking out that there was a handgun right within reach with a round chambered, plenty more rounds in the clip, and 2 people freaking the fuck out. I'll forever remember that fountain of blood spewing out this guy's mouth as we pulled him from the bushes. His body had fallen back from the road and on a decline, so literally all of the blood pooled into his head before we checked on him. He was obviously gone, but, again, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, and I at least wanted to see if there was anything I could do before the paramedics arrived. Oddly, it seemed like an eternity. Turns out it actually only took them like 5 minutes to get there. Years into my therapy, my therapist had me list all of the weird, tragic, unexpected moments where some form of death was involved. We called it my timeline of tragedy. Basically from about the 1990s through to 2010, we realized I hadn't gone a single year without witnessing a death, suicide, murder, or at the very least being first on scene. I've had to helplessly watch a man die more than once. It's the only time I ever saw my therapist start to cry when explaining to me that I had experienced an unfair amount of tragedy in my life. Truth be told, I would always rather it be me than anyone else. I can take it. I'm used to it. And nobody needs to see the things I've seen. Maybe it doesn't fit, but I'll tell the story anyway, and if mods want to remove it, they can point. When I was in 5th or 6th grade, my family went camping at a popular spot not too far from where we lived. We all just called it the gravel pit. Whenever we went camping there, it had a nice lake that my dad loved to fish at, and next to the lake a gravel pit, hence the name, which had a big pile of gravel piled up at the time. Anyway, we went up Friday afternoon with the intention of coming back home Sunday evening. Saturday, while we are eating lunch, this couple from out of state comes over in their Jeep and strikes up a conversation with my parents. My dad loves to fish, so he fills them in on all the places nearby that he would recommend trying. Blah blah blah. I wasn't really interested in the convo, so I went to play around in the woods with my siblings. Come back what felt like forever later, and they are still talking, but the conversation is clearly winding down, so I sit down and eat some chips. My mom is talking to the girlfriend about selling them a puppy, since our dog was pregnant at the time, and the girlfriend gives my mom her phone number, and they head back to their camp, and we head down to the lake to fish. About 30 minutes later, I hear a bunch of commotion over at the gravel pile, and I turn to see a familiar Jeep trying to climb the pile, the girlfriend sitting on the passenger side window yelling at her friends, holding on to the top of the Jeep. As they get close to the top of the pile, the Jeep starts to tip, with her still out the window, crushing her between the Jeep and the gravel pile, before rolling the rest of the way down the pile, throwing her out of the vehicle like a ragdoll as it rolled. No one at the lake had a cell phone, so someone had to drive down the mountain to the nearest town to call 911, and by the time the ambulances arrived, 2 to 3 hours later, everyone already knew she was dead. We stuck around long enough for my parents to talk to the police and went home early. I think the boyfriend ended up getting charged with vehicular homicide, but I could be wrong. I know he was charged with something though, because I remember seeing him crying in his mugshot on the news. That was the last time anyone in my family went to the gravel pit. Went from our go-to camping spot to somewhere we don't talk about, and my youngest siblings don't remember. In retrospect, it's a pretty obvious Darwin Award contender, but that doesn't make it any less awful of a memory. I went through a several-month-long phase where I ended up dating my drug dealer. She was jacked up on crystal one night and said she needed to get something from her mom's house. I drove us there and nobody was home but her elderly grandmother. Grandma knew that she was bad news when she was high, so she firmly told me to get her out of here. She's not allowed to come home when she's on that stuff. Well, within seconds I'm prying my girlfriend's fingers from around grandma's throat. She was choking her with real intensity. I was able to pull her off and basically drag her into the other room, which was a bad idea, considering it was the kitchen. Next thing I know, I have a steak knife through the side of my jacket, barely missing my flank, but barely leaving a scratch. I wrestled the knife out of her hands. She went for another one and put it to her own neck. I talked her down, and she dropped the knife and totally caved. When the cops started knocking, the neighbors called, and while I'm no fan of cops, this was the one situation they really helped out. Grandma had some bruising around her neck and was feeling faint. She went to the hospital. I had to talk things over with the cops, feeling embarrassed and shocked by the whole ordeal. I have no criminal record, and they were very surprised I was hanging out with someone like her. Well, Grandma had a tear in her esophagus, and it developed into sepsis. She died within a week of the attack, and I ended up having to talk to a detective and give them the same timeline of events I told the officer that night. They let me off the hook, but told me that I may be contacted by the county at a later date depending on what happens. That was the last time I heard from them, and she ended up in a psychiatric hospital for nearly a year. Apparently on top of the meth addiction she was bipolar plus paranoid schizophrenic. She had just been off her meds long enough to have an episode. I've blocked her and moved away from the town she lives in, but from what I've heard from friends she's doing a lot better. I honestly don't know how anyone can live with themselves after killing their own grandparent. I'm still haunted by that night to this day. When I was 18 years old, my friends and I were allowed into hookah lounges, but not real bars. This was in 2010. So I'm not sure if the rules have changed for these type of places. Me and a few friends were hanging outside saying goodbye before leaving. This dude comes up to us. He told us his name and that he was 16, pupils the size of dimes. He was there with his older brother. They were both clearly off the budger sugar. His brother, leaving, gets bothered by these two very large men at the front door over something, and within seconds a fight broke out. You know those shock content videos where a fist fight gets out of hand and crosses into murder territory? Like the beating just continues on a lifeless body. The two men relentlessly beat the body, which turned into them stomping on his head. The suspects hightailed it out of there when they realized what they had done. I will never ever forget the younger brother wailing and holding his older brother's blood dripping head in his lap. The cops came. We all had to give a report. The two men kept driving by. Busy road in DFW. If you're from here you might remember the place. I'm sure it's closed now. The cops didn't leave to get them, even when this was pointed out. The manager of the hooker place, who was familiar with us all as regulars, told us later that he was informed the guy died. I don't know if that part is true, but I don't see anyone surviving that many head stomps from two grown men. That was my first brush with reality transitioning from childhood to adulthood. I just wanted to go out and do semi-hood retreat with my friends. Ended up witnessing what I've been told was a murder. This might sound very dramatic, but I had forgotten about this until I started reading here. I reached out to a few of my friends that were there with me that night. Life is crazy. June 2018. I was driving with my friend in the passenger seat and boyfriend behind the passenger. We just came back from a hike and I was merging onto a three-way lane. I saw a guy on a motorcycle behind me, looked away for a second, and when I looked back up I saw the big car behind him. In a split second, I saw the car hit the back of his motorcycle and him be thrown off onto the road. All four tires ran over his body. I sped up a little, since I was worried the car would hit me, and for a moment thought their car was on fire. They were speeding away, and I felt a little confused before suddenly just went numb. Later, after I calmed down I realized it was sparks from the motorcycle being dragged underneath the vehicle. I pulled over, and we all got out. My friend hurried to the guy's body to check on him, and I told my boyfriend to call the police. In the moment I was thinking find something that could stop the bleeding or something, even though my friend said it was too late. Another car parked a little ways behind ours, and I guess they were able to see everything too. I remember seeing the guy's skull/brain. His eyes were still open. What happened in between is a little blurry, but people who were walking nearby were freaking out. Police came soon enough, and we all waited to be asked what happened. It was summer, and like I said before, we came back from a hike. I remember the mosquitoes attacking our legs while we sat on the side of the road. Police taped off the entire road. An older woman drove up and was yelling. She said something about a Samoan gang doing this to him, that her son-in-law, the motorcyclist, owed them money. Something like that. I remember seeing some guy taking pictures of the scene. We later found out the vehicle that killed him was a stolen car from an old woman. I still get sweaty when I drive near or on that road. Driving for a while after shook me to the core. I was working at Carl's Jr. at the time, and they still told me to come in the day after sheet times. First year of college. We lived within spitting distance of a steak and shake that was open 24 hours. We would eat there all the time. At night, during the day, and especially in the middle of the night. Around 2 AM one night, or morning, we were doing business as usual eating some burgers and fries, when a guy comes in complaining about his ankle or some shit. Some people are standing outside, and the staff lock the doors. Being an 18-year-old who couldn't give a fuck, I didn't take stock of the situation at all and ignored everything. A few minutes later, the guy complaining about his ankle leaves and I also don't really take notice or pay attention. Then people start shouting, and I finally turn to look outside to see the three people who were outside originally fighting with this guy. I don't think I ever see it, but the original ankle complainer who came into the restaurant stabs one of the others in the head. All I really saw was a limp body on the ground in a pool of blood. Police are called and take our information. We leave with a free meal. Day or two later I give an interview to two detectives at like 7 AM. For the next year I'm called by lawyers and sent subpoenas. I take part in the trial as a witness. After that, I stopped hearing about it. I think my parents were still getting subpoenas, but they ignored them because there was a second trial that I never knew about. 10 years later I get a call from some guy who is talking really fast and telling me about his brother and I'm super confused. I've told this story over the years, but honestly it sits in the back of my head without much thought. So eventually I understand he's talking about the Steak and Shake murder, and he tells me everything that happened both that night and in the last 10 years. Obviously doesn't mention me at all, but the rest of the details are there.